Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy, half a puff and blow the house down.
This is what winning is made of. Precision.
Checkmate.
Calm. Control. Creativity. Killer instinct. Esports World Cup.
Streamers! You can earn rewards just for streaming the Esports World Cup. He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy, half a puff and blow the house down.
This is what winning is made of. Precision.
Checkmate.
Calm. Control. Creativity. Killer instinct. Esports World Cup.
Streamers! You can earn rewards just for streaming the Esports World Cup. He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy, half a puff and blow the house down.
This is what winning is made of. Precision.
Checkmate.
Calm. Control. Creativity. Killer instinct. Esports World Cup.
도끼 씌어요 준비 가이세규 하야 모두 말하나 고난 세계보楽しいレミ達成だ
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it. It's better than being hard-sucking masters. You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline. Somebody better hold me. Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half from blow the house down.
You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Never had you shine. Don't give up.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Feel your heartbeat raising. Goes like 3, 2, 1, that you count down. I won't let this crown be taken. Can you hear me go? Watching ballet crowning on. We're the champions, ready to go. Yeah, we're made out of gold. Never letting it go. Got your back and it coming strong in the storm. Do you wanna go on? In fortune, ballet crowning on.
$16 teams, 4 groups. 8 teams will make their way into the playoffs, and 8 more teams are gonna come in today just to say goodbye and go back home. I am Isaac Peña, your host. This is the KWC 2026, live from Paris, France. We're gonna bring you the action of the group stage day 1 with me, Holler, Sagi. How are you guys?
Good, good. I'm super excited to continue on, especially after the fire games that we saw in the play-ins thus far, and happy to be moving into the group stage here.
And so far, after 2 days of play-ins, right, it has started to shape up how the tournament structure looks like here. In simple terms, play-ins format is really similar to our group stage format, where you win 2 series, you're up there. You lose 2 series, you're on a plane home.
And then both of them are BO3s, right? Like that's the most important part in here. Like you're gonna really just have to toss in there everything that you got since game number 1.
Yeah, and actually, I'm wondering if some of the teams that were kind of watching some of the play-ins and kind of, you know, figuring out exactly where the meta is and like with how the different hero picks are being used right here.
No, and like the heroes are getting like the understanding of the meta, the understanding of the patch is getting clearer and clearer as we move forward, right? Like we already understood, like over there in the roam position, the Tramfei gotta be the pick.
Downfei, Lapu, you lock that in the first place, and for the farm lane role, you'll technically be looking at the 3 strong ones. Long, forever ban. You got the channel. Pretty decent win rate and performance thus far in the play-ins, and then you have the Chicha or Flowball Marksman rounding off that pool. But the interesting pick coming in for me is the top bans, where we have Pei, 50% win rate out of 4 games, but very insane ban rate of 75%. No teams want to play against that because that's a extremely strong early game pickoff here. And then Florentino, only 1 win.
Yeah.
But it was a really good performance coming from Champion 1 yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, that was the one that kind of took them over the edge. But I think also not only is Florentino amazing, but the Lorian has had quite a number of picks. I mean, it's still kind of in the 50-50 rate or whatever, but I do think that this is a hero that a lot of teams need to respect as they move forward here.
The KWC 2026 is moving away from the play-ins that just finished yesterday, and today we're starting the group stages. 4 groups that they're going to be battling it out in a double elimination format. So if you win 2 games in a row, you're moving straight into the playoffs today. But if you are to lose one of them, you still have one more opportunity to try to make it into the top 8. That is going to be really difficult because this is going to be the last time that they play best of 3s.
Yeah, and actually going in, I mean, continuing with the play-ins, like you lose twice, you're out. Some of the teams have not had that warm-up, if you will. Now they're just playing, and they have to go, and they might essentially just be going home 0-2.
It's a double-edged sword format, right? Some teams prefer the BO3, and then they can actually push into top 8. Some teams, they don't really enjoy that format here. So technically speaking here, it's coming down to who is much more prepared in a short format in this specific case.
The heavyweights are starting to show up right now, as right now the groups have been set since yesterday's draw. Group A, that is going to have action tomorrow, has AGAL against Team Vitality in that first matchup, and MIBR loss against Blacklist International.
I mean, all of these teams, I mean, unfortunately for Team Vitality, they're in a familiar spot in going up against AGAL on the top. But I think that they're also looking at the bottom side already because MIBR LOS, Blacklist International, those 2 games that game will be fire as well.
I'm just thinking for the side of Group B as well. You got this specific bracket here. Of
course.
I would say this is one of the group of deaths. One of it, because we are going to have another one. This group features Aura Gaming, our first match of the day, taking on Titan Esports Club, ROC Esports taking on Influence Rage. So you have 2 MKL teams, the first place and the third place coming in for this specific group here. So if you're a Titan Esports Club and Influence Rage, you got to be wondering, where am I?
Yeah, where am I? I think that's the number one question, especially since we saw the group draw. Danny was there, and he was just like, okay, I hope to God I'm not in Group B, but unfortunately for them, they did drop there.
Group C, as you can see on your screens, is going to have the KPL Spring Champions KSG against Revenant X Spark. And Virtus Pro is going to be facing face that we have already seen in these play-ins, Buram United Esports.
Actually, for me, this one, I mean, obviously, Revenant X Spark, a little unlucky going up against KSG to start things off. But I do think that this is probably one where, I mean, if you're looking at the other teams, Virtus Pro is definitely a strong one, and BRU has definitely showed up. But I think that this is one where you can maybe eke out and hopefully look at it as maybe one of the weaker groups.
All right, so you think that the gap over there is a little bit wider?
Now, back to your point there, Baller. KSG versus Revenant X Spark. You are setting the standard for a new region like Kings of Rise India to reach for that up high. And remember, I talked about one of the group of death. This is the second one here. Yes, you don't have KPL teams coming in for this specific tournament bracket, but DK Esports, DCG, amazing performance back in play-ins. And then Boom Esports, Team Nemesis, all these teams are so neck and neck close in this Group D.
From what we've seen from DCG, I am actually really looking forward to see them play today against DK Esports. I believe that's going to be our match, the highlight of today's match.
Agreed. And I think that even DK Esports were like, okay, any of the other teams, I think that they would have been a little bit more comfortable with.
Yeah.
There's a lot more familiarity, but DCG is one that can potentially upset here in this, of course, as you mentioned, the group of death.
Exactly right. And then we talk about group of death. You can't forget there is always the PKL IKL rivalry here. You have Boom Esports going against Team Nemesis, and Boom Esports has a good historical track record against IKL teams. They beat Kagendra, they beat BTR back in KIS4, but the only team that they haven't beat was dominated by Nemesis, which is their opponents coming up. They lost to them back in KIS4.
Yeah, and I also think that Nemesis are going to look to prove, right? I think that they were a little upset in the fact that they didn't actually come out the top seed in the IKL. They had a lot of potential, but unfortunately for them, I think it's a chip on their shoulder, and they're going to come out firing today.
Well, these group stages are set, and we're going to move right now to talk a little bit about the heroes. Like, and one of the beautiful heroes that we have for this KWC 2026 is going to be Princess Frost with that amazing skin that we have designed for this specific event.
That's going to be the Heaven Beacon Princess form for Wang Zhaojun here. Fortune Valor, Crown by Honor. It's under our KWC series here where we have Alessio and also Elaine in the back-to-back years here. So get yours now in the events tab. You just got to bargain every day to get the best price.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite skins. I think they do it. EWC skin after skin has been amazing thus far. I really like the more futuristic look, so this is a nice skin to pick up here.
Yeah, and coming in towards this specific game, right, we haven't seen a lot of Princess Frost coming in for these specific drafts. I feel like Princess Frost is one of those heroes where, and you go into a BO7 series. Yes, we saw it from OG Esports on the Liang Princess Frost. Not my cup of tea, to be honest, but as you pace into a BO7, Liang Frost starts being a stronger tool. But in a short series where there is so many strong heroes available, I think it just doesn't fit too well.
Yeah, and I also think that that combination just doesn't really work because, as you rightly mentioned, in a BO3, they have stuns galore.
Correct.
If the composition doesn't have a stun in a longer series, then it can really pay off. But for now, I think that that combination has largely been solved and has really fallen off.
I want to see a lot more of Princess Frost, but hopefully we're gonna see a lot more of that when we move into the playoffs, right? Like when we get to those best of sevens. Step by step, we move closer and closer to the trophy, and we get closer and closer to the prizes right over there. As you can see, the prizes over here, $3 million the prize pool for this KWC 2026, with the first place taking $600,000.
I mean, this is life-changing money. Let's be very honest. I mean, the entire stack straight through. Obviously, the top dog with 600,000 USD coming home into that. But I mean, all the way down, everybody's getting a piece of this giant prize pool here.
I mean, if you consider conversion rates, right, it works a lot in some of the better countries coming in for these specific regions, and then it actually becomes life-changing money, as our EWC tag suggests here. So we are already done with 17 to 20, so we are now looking at top 16. So every step you win, you up your prize more, you up that bank account more.
Yeah, so it's like every single win. I mean, that's all you're thinking about, right? Like every time you win, it's like cha-ching, right? Like
Cha-ching,
move on to the next piece. Obviously, you want to get to the playoffs. I think that that's where more of the money is going to be at. But again, people are going to definitely be looking at this from game by game.
And moving on right now, we're going to move on to our match number 1. Ooh. Oh no, let's look at the schedule first, right? Like match number 1, we're going to have Aurora Gaming against Titan Esports Club. That's going to be our opener for today. But then after that, we're going to have our OC Esports against Influence Rage.
Yeah, and actually going into this one, I think that we're looking at Aurora Gaming and GK Esports, probably looking at the top 2 as the global teams to kind of set the stage for at least day 3 today. But I mean, what are your thoughts, at least on this first one here?
I mean, on these two, Aurora Gaming and Titan Esports Club, I think something we have to highlight is Aurora Gaming, they have a history, right?
Yeah.
First few teams coming in for this tournament here, many of the EWC titles, and they pick up the Alpha Gaming AG Global lineup. And coming in for this specific tournament, they come in as MKL's first place. And Titan Esports Club, they are riding on a Cinderella run back in PKL, where they start off 6th place in group stage, just waiting to climb up to 2nd place, disrupting the equilibrium priest of PKL, where you have, Boom Esports taking one, Blacklist International taking one from spring and fall, and now you have suddenly, whoa, where did you come from? All the way from 6th place.
Yeah, and actually it's funny that you mentioned the Cinderella story, because Titan Esports Club, yeah, they got the slipper. They're getting married, but now what? Now we have to live in this household. Like, how do we adjust? How are they able to take it to, of course, this EWC and to continue on with the Cinderella story when they've already kind of achieved it here?
And this will be the featured matchup coming in for today, right? Will Titan Esports Club continue that PKL uprise and convert it into international success, or will Aurora Gaming prove to the world that they are the best MKL team?
Well, Aurora Gaming is the clear favorite for today, right? They've always been seen as one of the stronger global teams out there. MKL, we need to respect the region. MKL has always been highly competitive, and just having Aurora Gaming coming in right over here as the first place, it is going to be really hard for everyone else to beat.
Yeah, and at the same time, though, while Aurora Gaming will be very confident, I mean, coming in from MKL, as you're rightly pointing out, they're going to be, I mean, not to like think lesser of the other teams, but there's definitely an era of confidence, right? Correct. They need to be very careful that it doesn't turn into arrogance and to kind of underestimate Titan Esports Club here.
And we always talk about one thing. You need to convert regional success into international success. So they have already defeated MKL teams in their local region for the first time ever in the history since 2025.
Gotta keep growing.
Yes, coming into international success, you need to convert that into the main stage.
Well, if you can only be top dog over there in your region, then it means that you are just stuck.
Yes.
And that you're just standing in the exact same place as you have been already for a while. And we want to see them just growing. We want to see them evolving. And if we talk about evolution, Titan Esports, they have been doing a lot of that this year.
I mean, this is a formed year. A lot of the guys have been kind of, 3 members from PKL. They actually had a couple that, from Gushing and, taken away from MKL as well as the KML. So they have a lot of experience in terms of just putting it together. But if they're able to kind of play as a team, yes, they had an amazing run in the PKL spring, but can they continue with that, momentum here?
Sagi, is it a surprise to have them right over here?
Surprised to have them right over here. For me, it's already a surprise that they beat Blacklist International, but you can never slander or discourage anyone's success. They earned that slot by defeating multiple opponents, sending Blacklist International to the global bracket and then defeating them again. So it's interesting enough to see that Titan Esports Club, they're representing as PKL second, but like we said, you need to continue that dominance. If you can upset Aurora Gaming, maybe, just maybe, you can make it out of Group of Death in Group B.
Just keep on expanding over there about Titan Esports, right? Like for people who have been looking at our matches already for a long time, when you think about PKL, you've always thought about like the two teams, right? You think about Boom Esports, you think about Blacklist International. The way that Titan Esports just kind of just made their way all the way into the final right over there, it was pretty epic.
It was definitely epic, and it was a bit of a surprise. I think it caught a lot of the teams off guard. I think the other two that, you know, Boom and Blacklist, they're like, we're already top two. Why are we continuing on it? They kind of underestimated Titan Esports Club. And now teams are very familiar with what they bring, and they will not be underestimating them here.
And if we were to compare the two teams' playstyle, right, I would say that MKL's Aurora Gaming, their playstyle is rather similar compared to the KPL style, where you play the map, you play the objective, you do timers around certain things you want to do. And they have a very big hero pool based on their team history together and the experience in competitive esports on HOK.
But you see, like that, I believe that is not only an Aurora Gaming kind of thing.
Correct.
I think that is a whole MKL thing. Like the whole MKL style is just very similar to what we have seen over the years from KPL. And I'm really looking forward to see if right now all of the other regions in this KWC 2026, they can come and challenge that.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of the teams have gone through boot camps. They've gotten a lot of experience in terms of just like trying to grow the game and to learn the proper way to play. And I think that the way that most of the teams have kind of picked up on that has just really leveled up the overall experience for all of the group teams.
Now, we talk about how the MKL's playstyle is really similar to KPL's playstyle. But when we look into PKL's playstyle, it goes into a much more wild environment that looks into team fight. We call it a fight club, where Boom Esports is the prime example of it. And if you were to look into TEC, they are something similar of a mini Boom Esports for my personal perfection.
There was only one rule to Fight Club, and it was to not talk about Fight Club, but I like the fact that you brought it up again, Sagi.
Come on, like, I am really looking forward to that, man. I've never been live to a Fight Club. That's not one of the kind of things that I do in my life. But I would love to see some fights today. From the experiences that we have had in these 2 days of play-ins, there's got to be a very fast time, like a really quick pace. A lot of fights, everybody wants to just really come in already swinging as the time goes in.
You're talking about pace? This is the perfect place. I mean, in the sense of a best of three, now is the time. If you want to shake things up, you want a surprise, you can do it best in a best of three.
And for specifically me and this coming these two teams, right, for Titan Esports Club and also Aurora Gaming, if there is a featured matchup here, I think it heavily goes into the mid lane here.
Yeah. I think that all eyes will be on that one. You're looking at two very different sides of this coin, right? You're talking about Jihong. He's, absolutely, he's still like KIC champion 2025, bringing that experience over into this team. Then you're looking at the other side, Katsu. He's a rookie, right? The first time he's been showed up in the PKL, and look at what he's on. He's playing on the international stage.
But it's going to be like a two battle of philosophy, right? Is it going to be calm, collected, cool on the control mages that Zihong is so good at? I've heard from some of the players that's been commenting on Zihong as this player here. He's the central core of Aurora Gaming, and his mid lane, especially that Lorien pick, will be the most nastiest one out of all the players here.
I'm looking forward to that. I think that that's something that, we haven't really seen too much. I mean, if he's scrimming with it and he's kind of showing off with it, but I think that you can give him almost any mid and he's able to have a large amount of success because, again, all roads, in my opinion, this team revolves around Jihong's play.
It's just the playstyle coming in as a whole here. So for Titan Esports Club, first thing to disrupt is the pick and ban phase here. Bring something that's unconventional or hidden, your pocket pick, so you can disrupt the flow of Aurora Gaming here. They've seen it all. So if you can disrupt that expectation, maybe you get a competitive edge going into this game one as we start off the BP, Mai Shiranui, Diadia, Pei, Zhangfei locked away. And we talk about the Lorien here that has been amazing in play-ins. Immediately, first pick by TEC.
Yeah, it's had a lot of good play, right? And I think that most teams are kind of arrowing in on just how much, it provides a lot of damage. It has control. It has everything that you want, that you're looking for in terms of a mid. Plus, it's in, dare I say, probably one of its finer forms right now. And being able to pick that one first will really set the tone for this draft here.
And for the side of Coach Quen's here, it will be the priority coming in for some JR. the Alien will be picked up, and Lapu Lapu. So I like how Isaac mentioned just now, right? In this tournament patch of KWC 2026, Zhangfei Lapu, extremely high priority on these two picks, and then you will come down to the other tank roamers here. So if you were to look at this right now, Zhangfei locked away, Lapu Lapu picked, and then the first trade from TEC, there's no real tank roamer in mind. And then you look at the crowd control available. This is what I talked to Kin. When you have a Lorien, you want hard engage, and hard engage comes from picks like the Guan Yu. And so far, in the first 3 picks of TEC, there is no hard CC to lock down this horse.
Yeah, it will be tough to kind of lock down, right? And I think that if we're looking at just kind of how they were looking to right now ban up, which is one of the most banned in the entire EWC thus far, and then also the Zhangfei, #1 picked. It's very popular, and plus you've picked up the Lapu Lapu, which is kind of like a, almost very similar in terms of playstyle.
But that's the question, right? Can play-ins data define the group stage data? Because sadly to say, the power rankings of the play-ins team doesn't measure up to the group stage teams where they are higher in towards that standings. So do you think the play-ins meta will define what is being shown on the stage right now?
I think that, not to disrespect the teams that have played in the play-ins, I think that they were very honed in on what the meta was, right? What is very strong, and they're continuing. Like, they were not, completely off base of what heroes are good and everything. They've kind of figured that out. Most teams have, and I think that's why we're seeing the same sort of heroes here.
Yeah, it's very similar, just in different priorities, right? Usually, when we were to look back into what's the play-ins, Lorien is more on a second and third pick, first phase, but never a first pick on either of these teams here. And coming into the 4th pick, I'm pretty surprised that Haya is still up and available up until this specific point here.
Yeah, actually, I was like, oh, Lorien, what a great pick. And then everyone like, oh, yeah, I forgot about the Haya. It hasn't been banned. This is probably my favorite mid-hero pick because of the fact that it adds so much. That Mirage really dictates the entire team fight and sometimes the games because of how he's able to literally abduct you.
It abducts you and then forces both teams, the 4 remaining members outside of the Mirage, to come together like, hey, guys, we got to group up here. I don't know what's going on inside, but once they come out, we better be ready to fight or actually evacuate and disengage.
Yeah. It sucks to be that guy in there that's stuck in there. It's like, oh, are you okay? Do you need water? What can we do? But I think that the rest of the team, they need to kind of have the little waiting in wings alts that are going to be there. It looks like the Lianpo and Ying here.
I am really, really scared for Titan Esports Club. Yes, on an overall view, it's an amazing draft. You have crowd control, you have engage, you have strong laning phase, but yet again, you don't have hard CC to stop the Luna and the Guan Yu. Once these 2 picks pop off coming in from Aurora Gaming, TEC's backline is gonna be in a heck of a favor in those team fights here. They'll be coming at you in all different angles from those flanks.
Oh, so this is scary. Yulong finally gets his Luna here. He's going to dictate so much of the pace. He's going to be on top of these squishy backliners. He's going to be all over your face. So it's all about kind of just making sure that, hey, maybe they can steal his blue buff away. They can kind of take away some of that farming efficiency, if you will.
100% right. You need to disrupt the Luna's jungle clear. Make sure you have the timers, engage, invade. That is all you need to do. So far, if you were to observe the draft coming in from inside TEC, yes, maybe in terms of team fights, it will be slightly difficult, but at the very least, Clash Lane and Farm Lane, very strong 2 laners here to actually try to lock down the priority in assisting the side of Guxing in entering the jungle of the side of Yulong.
Yeah, that would be best case scenario, but they need to do it against a team that is, from the Aurora side, you're looking at these heroes and you're kind of thinking, oh, they can be very aggressive. They can be doing a lot of damage. They can control with the Guan Yu. You have a lot of different ways that they just want to be in your face.
Exactly, right? And if you think about it in that perspective, right, Holler, I'm really, really worried for TEC. If they actually suffer any single casualties in the early game, the game will be wide open for Aurora Gaming because in terms of team fights, it's Aurora's game all day.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you. In terms of this draft, I'm kind of liking where they're at with this one. But let's go into this one. It's going to be match #1, game #1 to set things off. And of course, Titan Esports Club going up against the beast that is Aurora Gaming. Is this going to be enough? What do you think about this draft here?
For me personally, right, after discussing and looking through all the specific pickoffs, for TEC, it's not to say that, oh, this is a very bad draft. No, it's still okay if you can let the channel find proper scaling here. Use the big two bodyguards that's rotated crowd control, for example, the Ying, for example, the Lian Po, and then you slowly but surely play it to the 14-minute mark. Yes, then we might see TEC look for those big laking team fights here. But if you do allow Aurora Gaming, especially Xiang and Yulong, to scale into those items and levels infinites, then that's going to be a problem here, because so far, at the very least in the early game, I don't think in the team fights, TEC has anything to stop those two.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. I mean, the lack of CC is very worrying. If they're able to somehow find the Luna and they get lucky, they might have a chance. But I mean, you're kind of like, you know, what are the chances of that, right? You know that Yulong is going to be very elusive. But for me, let's go back, you know, in terms of the draft. The final two picks were the Lian Po and the Ying by TEC. What about the Ying is like, okay, this is going to take me over the top?
Now, I am a very big fan of the Ying ever since the rework on that 2-stack spear wheel where you can move and heal at the same time. Ever since that, it has been skyrocketing in terms of rank pick rate and also local tournament pick rates here. And after that, this bootcamp that I heard from them, Ying has been rising in popularity against some of these meta jungler picks here. And I'm kind of interested to see how the side of Gushing actually plays it off, because it has been having so much hype and we've not been seeing competitive HOK for about 4 months now.
Yep. So, I mean, they've still been scrimming. Obviously, they've been kind of fine-tuning more than anything else. And going into this one, I mean, if we're looking at this draft, I still see that potential Yuna as that last pick to really just kind of create so much chaos, take over this game. I am so scared for TEC.
And that's all about the draft, right? We already analyzed it. We favor the side of Aurora drafts more.
Okay.
But however, TEC has a stronger early game to play those side lane pickoffs here. Now, question is, if you are on the TEC side and you are drawn in towards this group, what are your expectations in this group B?
I mean, more than just expectations, I think it's just managing my nerves, right? You know that Aurora are big. You know that they're good, but you don't want to show them that much respect,
Correct.
right? And I think that you need to play your game. You're looking to surprise, you're looking to shake things up, and you got to do it, especially early.
And it's like a measuring tape, right? Where if you find a specific matchup against Aurora, maybe, just maybe, you can upset ROC when you go and meet them later on.
Best case scenario, right? And I think that you're looking to surprise. You got to use that, the guise of darkness, if you will, to kind of catch them off guard in some fashion. If it's either through rotations, it's about being a little bit more aggressive in that early game to potentially kind of threaten Yulong here.
Interesting that Gushing's clear at 1 minute is only at the Wolves camps right now here. So it's going to be slightly slow coming in for both of these junglers as they are reaching their level 4. But hit that CD key in the communities tab to get some Dragon Crystal for that Luna skin later on.
Yeah, so for me, I'm kind of looking at like TEC, how do they respond to Yulong? They know that the Luna is going to be there, wanting that blue buff. He's gotten both of those buffs, and they've largely been staying on their side of the river. They have not been aggressive in that case.
I think the CC layering, right? Why is Lorien so prized as a mid lane this patch? Yes, insane laning phase with that damage output, but the ultimate, that knockup is like what? 2 to 3 seconds if you get caught by it, and afterwards, it's going to be CC coming in from the side of Ivalice, and you will be wondering if Yulong doesn't enter the fight correctly, he will be taken down instantly.
Yes, definitely a bit of a problem there. And I mean, if we're looking at Ivalice and Saber, both of these guys have been kind of the rock on their team in the sense of just being able to stabilize and just, you know, everything kind of runs through those two in terms of initiations and how they like to control. But if we're talking about Ivalice and Saber, are you giving any of them a bit of an edge in this one?
Ivalice or Saber? Ooh, at the very least, I think both roamers, their role in this game is surprisingly the same, right?
Okay.
You're looking for the CC, you're looking for the backline. Saber charges in, doesn't find much of a play here, but Xiang.
Yeah, a little bit of action. The hero charges just pushing Calm back. He just wants to go back home, and Jihong is showing up as well. And it looks like it's going to be too much damage. Jihong is going to get first blood here.
Simple and clean coming in for the side of Aurora Gaming here. Individual pro play coming in from the side of Xiang to find a 1v1, and Zihong didn't even have to use that Moonscape Mirage for that play.
Yeah, Xiang there, that was the Honor of Kings equivalent of an alley-oop. Just made it, set it up perfectly for Jihong, and now it looks like the Moonscape Mirage will be locking in Gushing. If anything, this is actually going to take away that farming time from him, but they go into the mid lane, they do have enough damage, and they will take him out. Ivalice is going to flash away, and Aurora Gaming starting to roll.
And it's at the timer of the red buff respawn here. You win out that fight. Jungle is open for your buffet here, and this pulls on the goalie so further away. You won that fight topside without using the Moonscape Mirage. It sort of just leaked through, affecting that mid lane 1v1, making sure that Gushing drop there, get the buff, and you were talking about like, oh, we gotta control Yulong. We gotta make sure that this Luna doesn't scale out of control. But now, look at it. It's trailing 2 levels above Gushing already.
So you can't panic. I mean, if you're TEC, if anything, just stick to your guns. Find a way. I mean, Gushing did die. Yeah, you're going to be slowed down, but you need to find a way to kind of, again, accelerate his farm, use that gold sharing to, again, get yourself back into this game because it's kind of, you're starting to grow to a 2K net worth lead. That's a terrible time, especially at 4 minutes.
And that's not the only thing growing here. The fan votes are also growing in favor of Aurora Gaming here. You'll see that little Overlord pit with that Aurora Gaming logo later on. And at 4-minute mark, Tyrant has spawned based on the movement coming in from the side of TEC. I don't think they have what it takes to actually go for this contention here. If they go for this contention and if they lose it, ooh,
oh, he gets
what
the
a steal!
Oh, Chinxi over the wall. The soaring signal says, not just yet. I'm still here.
Sending a signal, right, with that spell one shot coming in for the side of Qingxi. But it's still questions. How do they scale? I know you got the Tyrant, but you still need more than that to actually reach the equilibrium point here. At the very least for me, if Qingxi is able to hit that 3-item Shadow Ripper, Eternity Blade, and also the Daybreaker here, maybe TEC has much of a chance at the 10-minute mark. But for now, we gotta observe first. The next upcoming play, potentially at the top side.
Yeah, and I think that was a bit of a mistake by Aurora, right? Just going on to the side. But now the Moonscape Mirage, it looks like he's been locked in. This is so scary. As a physical melee hero, he's going to be stuck. Calm has no chances. They had 3 members of Aurora. They're looking to clean up, and Ivalice taking some shots as well. But that space created for the bottom, the Raging Sea, is not actually going to connect. The Infinite Vastness catches him on that U-turn. Qingxi running for his life, and he will fall.
A bit of an overaggression coming in from the side of Qingxi there. I would say, yes, you have more members there, but you were like, what? In front of the tower here, positioning in a very difficult place for your team to actually save you there. Overall, it's still a good trade-off here as Xiang was falling in towards the hands of Gushing in that top side.
Yeah, that positioning was like you're so far past the tower, it's like, oh yeah, actually I'm going to die. There's no way for me to come back. If he was on the bottom side, he might have been able to get out. You do have a little bit of mobility with that Chano, but just not going to happen in this case.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, right? So far, Zihong has been the prime guy in setting up all these plays. Out of the 4 kills, he's 100% kill participation all across the map. You see him topside setting up a play against Calm, then he teleports down to defend JR against that dive. So he's everywhere on the map right now. And look at his position in towards that bottom side here. He wants to catch Qingxi and slow down this channel's growth.
Yeah, and it looks like Aurora are starting to make some moves. They find Ivalice, at least for now. The pullback from Yulong. He's going to be hiding under the tower, but space created, and you got to just fear Yulong wherever he goes.
There's just no signs of life so far coming in from TEC. All 3 waves are simultaneously crashing into the towers of Titan Esports Club, and this leaves the bottom side open for the taking here. Very clean map movement coming in from Aurora Gaming. Next up, what is it? It's going to be the Crimson Golem here. If TEC takes this and loses the fight, it's going to be over.
Oh, the Raging Sea on to 3. The Tremor Smash in return. Now they try to go on to Ivalice, who gets under the tower, but he will fall. The Moonscape Mirage is going to be used as well. And they have the pushback onto Calm. They take him down. Aurora with 3 kills, and they want to go even for more. They're not going to die to bottom T3, though.
But it's at 6 minutes, 50 seconds here. With a 15 seconds death timer, Aurora is already knocking on your tier 3s.
I mean, Yulong just chasing it down. He doesn't care whose base this is. He's going in uninvited as they take the bottom T3. Aurora Gaming starting to roll.
Extreme dominance coming in from the team in blue. Aurora, they are exerting a 5,000 goal lead, and it is not slowing down at all. Gushing coming in towards the mid lane here to actually clear out the wave. But how long can you hold on? It's just like this voting in this Overlord pit here. It is all in Aurora's favor.
Yeah, I mean, they took the bottom T3. They take that entire lane. But, I mean, check out this fight.
Exactly. It started off with Zihong finding the Flash Moonscape Mirage on towards the backline here. Your only singular tank is already in that backline. Without him, you have no sort of any teamfight material back towards live.
Yeah, but now with this Azure Golem, that's a little bit of contest there. Zihong does end up finding Katsu. The pull away by Yulong. You cannot get away as Gushing falls down as well. 4 members down. Calm is nowhere to be seen. And it looks like Aurora, again, with this flawless gameplay.
I think TEC is just falling into the rhythm of Aurora right now. Every time they want to defend an Azure Golem or Crimson Golem, yes, you secure it, but at what cost? Every single time it's either an ace or 4 members going down, and this just accelerates Aurora control over the game. And right now, at 8 minutes, you have 8,000 goal lead.
Absolutely huge. I mean, they've been in full control of this game. Aurora Gaming just taking everything from them. But the way that they're able to kind of dismantle you, even when they're taking towers, their players are in the perfect position to protect. Nobody can even defend the tower, and Aurora Gaming, they take the initiations, they take the fights that they want, and again, they coming out with a lot of success.
Very disciplined gameplay coming in from the Aurora Gaming side here. MKL's champion debuting in the KWC stage. In the pregame show, we were talking like, hey, can they convert that local success into international success? So far in this game one, they seem to be having it.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't won this game yet. They haven't won any sort of championship. We're still a long way there. But Aurora Gaming right now, definitely impressing, right? I think that this is what they wanted to do, especially to start this. They're like any other team that's looking at this game, they're like, oh my gosh, Aurora Gaming, incredibly strong here.
It's a redemption arc. Aurora is home, taking a bit of a damage here, has to flash away towards safety.
Not going to happen on this one. And now Saber looking for that play. It looks like the Infinite Masses. He wants to go aggressive.
Beautiful.
JR has not been scared, but they already found Ching-Si. Xiang with the play as he drives on out of there, almost untouched. With Ching-Si down for 25 seconds, this is a huge opening as the Moonscape Mirage. Ji-Hong locking in Calm yet again. He's stuck in the prison. And it looks like Ji-Hong gets yet another kill.
Will be no longer available.
Black Yulong not scared whatsoever. Xiang with a little bit low life. He was thinking, oh, maybe we don't dive this one, but they're going to go slow and steady in terms of how they want to siege. But it looks like with the respawn of Calm, I think that Aurora Gaming will regroup for now.
They're so disciplined. Even with such a gold lead, they're like, okay guys, it's nearing the 10th minute mark. There's still the enemy jungle camps that we can pick up. Once we pick it up, we go for the double objective and go for that clean and easy win. They are taking 0 risk, and this is what I like about their gameplay here. They can guarantee the win without forcing unnecessary fights.
Yeah, don't need to do that. But at the same time, they're so far ahead. They're like, okay, we're going to take both the Shadow Variant Tyrant and the Overlord at the same time because we do whatever we want in this game.
Yeah, and you can see just Saber just hustling with the side of this Gushing on that Ying, just making sure that he has no way of going in for a surprise might steal. And so far, with this specific goal lead and objective lead, 9,000 at 10 minutes 30 seconds here. Once they release the Shadow Overlord is potentially the final push coming in from Aurora Gaming against TEC in this game one.
I mean, when you've got these Vanguards, the lanes will definitely be crashing. And Aurora Gaming, the way that they've been able to just find players. I mean, Ji-Hong has been an absolute maestro on this Haya, able to just take away Calm. He's the only tanky guy that can deal with this. And Ji-Hong looking to go in. The Raging Sea is going to be used on the side, and the Razor Cavalry as well, but they've already taken down Ching-Si. Calm has been killed as well, and Aurora Gaming just looking to pad the stats as it looks like they're going to take the game number 1 here.
An absolute masterclass coming in from the MKL champions in their spring season 2026. A very good way to open up their game here in the group stage of KWC 2026.
Just a really well-played game by Aurora Gaming. We kind of expected nothing but this, and the way that they're able to just dominate, control the game. I mean, this is classic in terms of Aurora Gaming here.
And for this specific part, right, you got to be wondering, TEC, yes, the draft wasn't that good, but in terms boiling down to the execution here, Aurora was not just 1, but 2 and 3 steps ahead of TEC in every single play. Zihong was everywhere. Like we do say, like, okay, numbers advantage is really important in Honor of Kings, but when you have your Haya making a play on top side against Calm multiple times, teleporting mid, getting Gushing, the second time, go top, catch Calm again, go bottom, and then defending Jigger and getting the side of QC, you gotta be wondering, how does this mid lane appear everywhere?
Yeah, Ji-Hong was just like controlling the game. He did whatever he wanted. I mean, look, if we're talking about some of these stats, I mean, a lot of, donuts, dare I say, in terms of the Titans Esports Club, they weren't able to get at the kills because Aurora Gaming was not getting out of position. But, I mean, we've already talked about Ji-Hong, but the 708
insane,
clearly cementing that MVP performance.
I think that it's not only the fact that Ji-Hong had such a great performance, but actually just the strategy that they had. They knew that this Byron would be the answer in the mid and late game as the game just would keep evolving, but it was just them just targeting Calm. Since the minute 2, Calm was already just dying again and again and again, and then he just could not get out of the hole that Aurora put him in.
It was back to our pre-game discussion here. We wanted the Byron to get that lane win and then convert it into jungle pressure. So at the very least, they can slow down the Luna farm here. But It was the individual play coming in from Xiang, setting back-to-back solo kills against Calm so that Ziho or Yulong could just easily come and pick up those easy freebies in that drive-by. And then once that drive-by is finished, they utilize that map lead into other lanes. Usually we see that, okay, QC is doing a really good job against JR, but due to the fact that all your other lanes are winning, QC can't expand that lead at all.
I mean, if we're checking out some of these games, it's if you are a Titan Esports Club fan, please close your eyes. At this point, I think it's all about Aurora Gaming. The way that they, again, all of the team fights they find, they just completely control and dominate you. They take you down piece by piece.
It looks like a horror film coming in from the side of the PKL fans. You're having to face right off the bat against the MKL champions here. And so far, at the very least in this game one, not only in terms of the game, but I do think that the draft has been amazing coming from Coach Quince.
Yeah, of course, because if you think about Aurora, there's so much initiation coming in there. The Lapu Lapu can initiate. Zhihong can come in and pull someone out. Xiang can always come from a side. And then there's Yulong on the Luna, just jumping in and out, just you can see on your screen.
Yeah, just completely dominating here. And I mean, JR, I don't know if it's like a little salt on the wounds, but he's using the infinite vastness aggressively. Like, he sees them grouped up and he's just like, I don't care. I'm just going to go in because we know that we are so far ahead.
I mean, if you look at your buddies here in towards the mid and top side here, it's like, oh, you guys are having so much fun. And then he's like, man, there's like 3 or 4 people from TC knocking on my door on my tower here. Guys, when can I get out of jail? This is far me jail.
All right. Thank you very much, lads. Right now, Aurora Gaming already with a 1-0 advantage in their match number 1 of this KWC 2026. It was an amazing performance by them. We're going to break it down a little bit more after we come back after this break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. House from blow the house down.
Welcome back. Aurora Gaming right now with a 1-0 advantage on top of Titan Esports. For Titan Esports, not everything was bad. Not everything was dark. There were some sparks over there of things that they could actually do that actually give me a lot of hope for this game number 2.
I mean, I'm kind of struggling. It wasn't too much lightness, I would say, in terms of being able to find some of those moments. I think that this is more of like a reset, in my opinion, right? I think that there were definitely moments where you're kind of like, how do we kind of deal with this? I think it's more of the adversity and kind of the mental state more than anything else. Because right now, Aurora Gaming, they were completely in control of that one.
Yeah, but Titan Esports they showed resilience. It comes 4 minutes in that Titan fight, and the QC comes in and he can steal the Tyrant as well, right?
I think those are like good signs of life, right? Coming in from the
course.
side of TEC. But if we were to delve into the competitive aspect on how they actually have more of a chance to win, drafting wise, yes, I understand you want the Lorien to make those fancy combos, but to make those fancy combos, you need to make sure that your early to mid game is as smooth as butter. At the very least, don't trail behind 5,000-6,000 gold. 2,000-3,000 still acceptable at the later stage because you can still force that 5v5 to Tyrant. So coming into the second game, the direction I have still, yes, strong side lanes, perfect, but your mid and roam needs to have more of a control over that mid lane here. Lock down Zihong, make sure he isn't able to use that mid lane pressure and convert it to side lane wins for their team.
Yeah. And I don't want to be negative, Nancy. I don't want to be like, oh, TEC are completely out of this one. But I do think that they need to make some adjustments. It's more about the strategy and the execution. Again, you were talking about how to limit Jihong, right? As much as possible. He's just, again, you cannot give him any space. It's very weird because as a mid laner, you're thinking, like, he's roaming around, he's doing his own thing. But this is one where, again, I think you need to lock him down so that he's not able to kind of roam freely as he did in that last one.
I'm certain that the coaches have the same ideas as we have right now, right? Like the coaches have been doing a lot of work for this specific matchup. I know that yesterday, as they knew that they were going to be fighting against each other, they went back to the hotels, they checked on the footage, and then they checked on what their teams can actually do. What do you think the coaches are going to be doing differently for this BP?
I think for me, at the very least, Aurora, they're still going to be sticking to what they have trained. Like, let's say the prime first picks like Long has been used, or Pei, or even Jing, those has been amazing for them. And Lorien, still one of the best ones so far. Zhang Fei was banned as well, so I think both teams might want to get that Zhang Fei to, at the very least, secure that crowd control and safe laning phase.
Yeah, set themselves up a little bit more for success. They've used some power picks already. I think that going into game 2, you're going to see even more aggression, right? And I think that the Aurora Gaming, I mean, unless you stop them in some fashion, unless you're aggressive yourself, there's really no way for them to kind of stop this train on that strategy of being able to be aggressive themselves by Aurora.
Well, Aurora Gaming in the previous game, in game number 1, they not only were aggressive, won the fights, but at the same time, they just slowly started piling up gold, right? Like, it comes to the 7th minute, and then they already had the 5,000 gold advantage. When we hit on the 10-minute mark, there were no high grounds for Titan Esports. They were already a 9,000 gold advantage. It was very hard just to stop them from doing that.
And one good tip that TEC can actually implement in their gameplay here. Yes, when you're losing, you have to stop going for those jungle defenses. Every time you go for a jungle defense, you're falling into Aurora's tempo. They want to fight you and accelerate that goal lead here. Maybe learn to give up that jungle patch, go for a side lane push, find farm somewhere else. So at the very least, you're losing 2,000 to 3,000 gold. It's fine. Guarantee yourself a chance at the 10th minute mark for those team fights.
Yeah, I mean, it all starts to, snowball a little out of control. I think that in terms of the decision making that they need to kind of do is, again, not play passively. They were very reactive in terms of how they were even trying to rotate. Jihong, once he goes to the top lane, where was Katsu, right? You need that backup. You need some sort of a help and that support or the call out to understand that, hey, somebody's going to be there. You cannot be getting yourself out of position.
That's correct, right? And coming in towards the second game's pick and ban here, for the side of Aurora, they'll be coming in towards the blue side, and for TEC, going on towards the red side. And right off the bat, you see a lot of these mid lanes removed from the pool. No Mai, no Lorien, no Haya. And for the side of the Yin, also removed from the pool. Pei. This pick has been one of the highest bans so far in our play-ins here. And in our first day of the group stage, it's coming back up.
It's definitely coming back up. And I think that it's more of, I mean, you were trying to, Coach XZ was trying to limit what Jihong had. Like, take away, attack that player. He did dominate you in game 1. But again, it opens a lot of the doors. Now this Pei is going to be there. Or you're talking about more early aggression with this one.
Yep, but I do like the pickup coming in from Coach XC with the Chicha and also the Xiao Xiao. These two picks are extreme duelists in towards that mid-range combat, which Pei enjoys. So picking up these two are extreme counters here, but I am loving the Florentino focus here coming in from Aurora Gaming. I've heard that Xiang, one of the better Florentinos I've seen so far in the scrim rumors.
Yeah, and actually, we saw the first win with yesterday's Chammy.
Yes, sir.
Chammy won. He was able to kind of pull out the W for it, so it's not winless. But I am super excited to see exactly, as you were rightly pointing out, Xiang here on this Florentino, if he's able to kind of get the maximum value out of this hero.
I'm a bit worried so far for the side of TEC. Yes, you have a pretty decent first 3 picks. You have a lot of damage, but where does your tank ability come from?
Yeah.
You don't have the Zhang Fei. potentially the Lapu Lapu might be banned out later on, and then you gotta be wondering, am I strong enough in the early game to sustain against the Florentino and Pei combination? Because this is like Pei plus Byron Pro Max. This Florentino, he's strong from level 2 in that 1v1 matchup here. So for the side of TEC is not only about protecting their own jungle, it's also protecting their side lane for a comfortable matchup.
Yeah, it's not looking easy. I mean, the Florentino and the Pei, both of these guys are looking to invade, right? Jing is not going to have the free farm that he's looking. So at the same time, now is the time, all right, for TEC to, again, round it out. You need some sort of early game heroes that can potentially help you defend your own jungle.
That's correct. I think something like a Lapu Lapu. Ooh, I like it. Anet, our second one of the tournament thus far. The only win on Anet that we've seen and the only pickup was the one with DCG, where they pick it up on Sin on the Roamer role. And coming in for this specific game, I am kind of wondering, like, what's the purpose of Anet? Because we know for a fact that Anet is different from Zhuangzi. From what I have heard from some of these players here, they mentioned that Anet is actually Zhuangzi, but you can engage with it. People think like, oh, Anet, you're just there for disengage, protect the big carry, but no. You can actually ult flash on this thing to get that stun off.
Okay. And again, I kind of want to see it, right? We haven't seen too much in it, at the EWC thus far, and having that potential to kind of counter what, again, Aurora Gaming are looking to do, but they're going to pick the counter U and the U1.
And I'm loving the draft coming in from TEC, because it's like we talk about, you can't pick conventional against a team that is or that has mastered the conventional playstyle. So you pick something that you have mastery on to catch them off guard, and they go with the Jing, Liu Bang, Shicha. So all these are prime carriers for the Liu Bang to access towards the backline to pick off those squishy targets that you mentioned.
Yeah, and it's going to be a delivery service, right? And when they want to go in, everybody's going to go in together. Ride or die we go as we try to go into this one. And of course, this is going to be game number 2. Is TEC's lineup, is it good enough to take down at least a game, or at least for this one?
A game is a far stretch. Let's control the first 10 minutes first. Then we see whether it can take a game. Because so far, in the first game, TEC has been completely in the hands of Aurora Gaming. Every single play has been orchestrated by Aurora, and TEC is just in the line of their rhythm here. So at the very least in this game, I want to see how they play this Liu Bang. Yes, Liu Bang is great. You have the level 4 Battlefield Command to chain with Guxing. Question. Florentino, what a strong laner. How do you control it as a Liu Bang?
That's a number one question, right? Like, how would you deal with that? That doesn't seem like an easy out for him. And this is also Liu Bang where if you fall behind, you're just basically like that shield bot. Yeah, you have that numbers and you'll be able to shift, but it doesn't really add anything more.
That's true, right? So at the start of the bat here, we do see Yulong stealing away the Wild Boar already, simultaneously clearing up that mid wave. So that's not gonna be a good thing for Guxing's Jing. And I'm kind of surprised. How do you outsmite a double smite Jing on her clones?
Yeah, very good question. I mean, we're going into this one. This is what we were expecting. This is why a Pei is so difficult to deal with. It's going to be in your jungle very early on.
Yeah, exactly here. Oh, nice pickup of the clear here coming towards the mid lane. So that's going to be wave directly in towards the mouth of Yulong. At the start of the game, you already see Zihong putting more pressure in the top side against Calm, making sure that Xiang gets every single objective in that triangle. You get the teleportation sprite, you get the fire beak from the side of Liu Bang, and also the spike kill beat. So everything won by this Florentino.
Yeah, very efficient, right, with that movement. If you're looking on the south side, I mean, Katsu was there to kind of deal with the help in that bottom lane, but he's not farming as efficiently as you were just talking about. So those are the little things, and that's why you're seeing a little bit of a lead in terms of Aurora Gaming's net worth.
Very efficient in that farming, right?
Right.
Like, I like this coming in for the side of Aurora Gaming. If you want to funnel gold towards the side, but hang on, Guxing.
It looks like Guxing gets the pull in. It looks like Zihong is a little bit low.
Yeah.
Actually, he's going to sidestep it on the side, and Zihong is still alive as well as Guxing, but Ivalice now, he might have been caught. He tries to flash away. He does get to safety, but now they're looking to go right back in. Guxing trying to make the play on the Saber to get first blood, and Qingxi will secure it.
He comes in from that bottom side, making sure that they get the numbers advantage. What was started coming in from TEC is that they found an initial engage, and with the help of Qingxi's rotation here, they managed to make it. We're picking up an easy kill on towards Zhang Fei here. Very well played coming in from the TEC farm lane.
I don't know if it was exactly easy. They had to kind of bait it out, extend the fight, turn it a little bit longer than it probably should have here.
Like, if we were to look at this at the start get-go, right, we do see the initial play coming in from the side of Aurora jumping on first, but Gushing's amazing engage was the start of the play. And when you go into the enemy jungle, there's a 15% damage reduction for your team. So it's going to be difficult for Aurora to finish off key targets like Evilus on the Anet or Katsu on the Xiao Qiao.
Yeah, do you think that was a little bit of a botch up by Aurora Gaming? Is that like one of the first glaring mistakes, or was it kind of like, just unlucky?
I think overconfidence. It's like they're like, okay guys, let's fight, bring the momentum from game one, and they sort of underestimated the Spriteling Guardian that's guarding here in the first 4-minute mark.
Yeah, and I also think, I mean, a bit of an issue because Xing Si getting that first blood, you never really want to see the enemy farm laner getting that extra gold, if you will.
Exactly the case here. And at 3:30 here so far, we do see Aurora stealing once again the wild boar from the side of TEC. Top side, heavy 1v1.
Yeah, Calm actually flashing away. He's going to be fine under that tower, but a good attempt, especially on that side. But TEC, I like what they're doing, understanding the timing of these boards. They've been pinpoint accurate in terms of just like the time, making sure those rotations are happening and taking them boards away.
And talking about rotations here, it seems that Aurora Gaming are not going for that Tyrant play here. They don't want to allow Calm on that Battlefield command to actually get value in that 5v5 with that shield. So they give up the Tyrant, they go for the tower instead.
I mean, it's not even 4 minutes, and they've just done so much work on this top T1. They're looking to just burn it down. Yulong and Xiang, these two have done way too much in terms of this damage. And now the Tyrant, it's getting bursted. It looks like Gushing will look to take that away. And with that, no, I'm sorry, JR gets the steal.
That's just adding salt into your wounds. You lose the Tyrant, you're also losing a Crimson Golem towards the top side. Aurora using the minimal resource to steal everything from the side of TEC. This is payback to King C from Game 1.
Look, I was just assuming that Yuxing was going to smite that, but I don't know why he didn't pull the trigger and letting JR take that one away. I mean, an absolute disaster for them, but now with this Honey Sweet Breeze, Saber is going to be skirted away.
You're not going to be feeling too good about it because it's the same logic that Yulong did in game. It's like, okay, I want to save my smite because the enemy jungle has already shown in the cross map. So I save my smite, but hang on. They stole it.
Yeah. I think you cannot play safe. You can't play like that. I mean, now with the Honey Sweet Breeze, they actually find them, and now with the connection on the Saber, they do have enough damage. The burst is real from TEC. A great rotation and a pick off.
Beautiful CC chain coming in from the side of TEC, making sure that Evilus uses the ultimate and Katsu with the Honey Sweet Breeze to make sure that Saber couldn't press heal, nor his Unbridled Outburst in actually making it out alive. So far, kills has been in favor here. Check out the 1 minute top side.
Yeah, Gushing all by himself, though. Looking to just dance around. He actually steps out, and now Xiang, too much respect in that sense. Yulong pouncing forward, gets the smite onto Gushing, and he says, "Where are you going?" as Yulong smites him down.
It's a bit of a bait play here, but Calm having the force of flash ready.
He's so low. He tried to flash. He got slowed down. Jihong is on a train. The Unbridled Outburst will connect, but they're all out running, and now here comes the cleanup. Yulong on the side. Ivalis, he too will fall. Jinxie is all by himself, stuck between a rock and a hard place as well. He goes down.
Is Yulong going for fast food or something? He got a kill in the top side, immediately went towards the mid lane, and everybody is serving for their jungle here, setting up quick back-to-back kills for the Aurora jungler.
Aurora Gaming, they look absolutely possessed, and they just want to go. It's all green lights for them as they've taken down. And now, look at this one. Check out the replay here.
It's off a very good start for the side of Aurora. They already picked off Gushing in towards the top side here, but a beautiful Unbridled Outburst here. Yulong was pretty smart. He was waiting for a better wall to jump in on towards Katsu here, and then the ultimate coming from Evelyn was just 2 seconds too late, and at that point, it's already 3 kills into the pocket of such a commanding pick from Yulong.
Yeah, just absolutely commanding. The Yulong, he had that nice play. He actually killed Gushing, and he was able to rotate, and at the same time, TEC were like, they thought they were fine, but just too much speed, too much mobility from Yulong as they, again, he was able to just clean house.
And I was about to say, like, oh, it's pretty good so far, because even if TEC was trailing behind gold, they had 2-0 in terms of kills, but in the span of a minute, Yulong was like, okay, lock in, let me get that 4 kills.
It's not about the kills. If there's anything that we've learned in Honor of Kings, it's about those objectives.
Correct.
Again, just extracting that farm, building that lead, and this is why. But if you're talking about this bottom lane, Xiang so low, it looks like he's going to be fine. Ivalis is a little bit low himself. Saber's on the side, and now with that ult, is he able to stay alive? Ivalis gets under the tower with that flash, and it doesn't look like Aurora are going to continue with his pursuit.
Saber was so smart with that. He was just walking, make sure that Ivalis has Afterburn, the ultimate, and also the flash. He was holding his Umbrella Outburst here, just being a menace in that specific play alone. And with the minions marching in from that mid lane here, tier 2 goes down, jungle is spawning once again. It's just a repeat of game number 1. They beat you in one fight, and your jungle just falls into total control in towards the opponents.
Yeah, Saber there. I mean, very patient.
Very patient.
Not only did he not use it, but he was just kind of threatening to use it. But now he's got it for this potential team fight that's coming up. And again, just getting maximum value. Sometimes it's not about using the ult.
It's not about it. It's about utilizing it for the same effect. It's like, if I don't use it, it's like a trigger discipline. That Quay hook, they're just looking at it menacingly. If you release it, then it's like, oh, he doesn't have to trade anymore. I can go in. And so far, in this 8-minute game, 7,000 goal lead for Aurora Gaming. How does TEC come back from this hauler?
Well, I mean, Gushing is like 3K behind Yulong. That has been the biggest diff, I would say, in terms of this gold. He has struggled, right? Again, just no space. TEC has not been providing it, but it actually started from the early game, right? TEC were up 2-0 in terms of the kills, but Aurora Gaming, the way that they're able to bounce back is because they're like munching these towers down.
And they're not slipping up any sort or at all, right? Every single time they find a opportunity, they pounce on towards it and they increase that margin of victory here. Nice knock up.
Oh, I like the fact that you use pounce, right? That was the fun of the day, if you will, with the Yulong there on that side. But he's been an absolute maestro on this pay. He's been able to take them down 4-0-0. And now this look at this siege into this top lane and the mid lane at the same time. Because why not when you have this lead? The mid T3 is down.
They have nothing to be afraid of. With the minions marching in 2 waves here, easy pickups on towards those tier 3 high grounds. Now back towards jungle, take that overlord, wait for that 10-minute, rinse and repeat for the side of Aurora Gaming.
It's not even 10 minutes in, right? I mean, you could just play with your food, so to speak. All you need to do is be safe. Nobody takes any sort of risk. We're going to just slow siege the bottom lane. And now TEC have to hold on some fashion.
They need to find some way, somehow, some way. But it has been really, really difficult. Zihong just playing in such aggression here, utilizing the ultimate to make sure that he finds a play. Trying to engage on Zihong.
He takes a couple shots from Xingxi though here with the bottom T3, and now the ult, that's gonna actually do a nice little stun with the Umbrella Outburst. They actually can return it onto 3, but Gushing is gonna be killed here. Xingxi is on the side, tries to at least go for Saber. He's not gonna find him, and Aurora Gaming, not a single member down.
But that was a good engage coming from TEC. It's just the goalie that is just too darn high from both people. Nice engage!
Nice stun yet again! Yulong just cleaning him up on the backside, taking them all down. That's going to be an ace, and Aurora Gaming are going to take the series.
Zihong is on fire, man. That 4-man stun with the melody coming in from the Yuhuan, just catching all the members coming in from the side of TEC, and that's GG going into Aurora Gaming in this best of 3 series.
Aurora Gaming look good, man.
Beautiful.
Looked so good right now. The way that they were able to just control it, just completely dominate it, even when they were behind. We were talking about resilience. Well, boom. That shows a lot of resilience by Aurora Gaming there.
Do they need boom esports for that boom, or what are you in trying to...
You know, I'm just kind of, a little bit of inception, just getting in their heads a little bit. Now they need to fear boom as they move forward. But again, I think Aurora Gaming are going to be very happy with that performance today.
It's a very thundering performance coming in from Aurora Gaming, right? What a way to debut in the group stage here. And with that win, Aurora Gaming is marching to the upper finals for the side of Group B. And one more win, they are soft secured. No, not soft secured. They are secured for playoffs.
Yeah. Just one more win. That's all it takes at this point. But again, congratulations to Aurora Gaming as they were able to just close that one out. That was a very impressive win.
I love that because the way that the pay was played in there, like the tempo, like the momentum, just completely controlling the jungle coming in from the other side, just does not allow a way for the Jing to actually be played in this game.
It started off from the early game where we've seen how they went for the aggressive Wild Boar steal. And probably from my observation, Gushing probably used his double smite on the Crimson Gold and just like, oh, he's invading. I already used my smite. I can't steal that.
And what about now?
What do I do?
That was the last time that he saw that buff.
Yeah. Actually, that would really slowed him down. And then also the fact that they were leading and then that Tyrant fight, that was like the tipping point. Once they gave that away to JR with that steal, it was kind of like, oh my gosh, they were so discouraged and they were not able to get their headspace right to come back into this one.
And I've been liking the Florentino pick, right? Instead of focusing on that 1v1 purely, what Blacklist International and Aurora Gaming did is that, okay, we use this Florentino and make sure that it generates a strong enough lead so that strong junglers like the Pei can consistently invade with that wave priority.
So are we just saying that right now Florentino has become a bait? And these
Yes.
people just are taking it, and then since everyone is just hyper-focused about that hero, then right now it's opening other doors for everyone else.
It's to your point, right, Isaac? It's, yes, a bait, but it's something like a Byron Pro Max, where you are so dominant in lane that you can actually convert that lane priority into map pressure and jungle pressure for your team. So once you lock in that Florentino, your opponents have to be wondering, like, what pick can actually defend me to at least ease out that matchup so that my jungle doesn't get invaded? Because we saw from that replay, it was Florentino and also Yulong on that Pei, getting that tower and then getting the Crimson Golem.
So what is that counter to the Florentino in terms of the laning phase at home?
I think so far from what I've heard, it's lane swapping.
Okay.
You lane swap your farm and roamer towards the top side and bully him with a strong matchup. It's not any sort of 2v1 that can actually achieve this, but you need strong laners like Aoyan, for example, Chicha, for example, paired with like a Diathea, Mozi.
Okay, and also if we're talking about, future games with Aurora Gaming, all of the coaches and teams that are watching this, like, what do you do in terms of this first phase ban? I mean, the Florentino is definitely very strong. You're talking about like a Pei that got through, and then you're seeing that Jihong like striving on every single mid hero. Like, how are you dealing with this?
I think it's no longer about picks, right? As we advance towards these stronger and stronger power ranking teams, it's about what you do in the game. Yes, draft decides a lot, but when you're locking in a 50-50 or 60-40 draft, the decision that you make in the game is very important, because TEC, what they did wrong is, yes, they're wanting kills, but they're not capitalizing on the map objective. And when they're losing, they are always fighting in Aurora's terms. Like, jungle buffs are spawned, oh, they're like, let's fight. I'm like, oh, we lost again, double down, and then the goalie just expands very quickly for the side of Aurora Gaming into infinity.
Well, right now, Aurora Gaming, with that 2-0 victory, they are going to be waiting for the next team that they're going to be facing them in the afternoon. Look at the highlights, just the way, how dominant they were in this whole matchup.
Absolutely dominant. I mean, like, it looked good for TEC. This is probably the best start that they had, but then you're seeing some of the kills that turned it around. Yulong, once he pounces, this is the one. They were all out retreating. They thought, okay, we're going to be diving, we're going to be fine under the towers, but Yulong comes out of left field, cleaning them up with Saber to just back them up. I mean, this is just Aurora Gaming at its finest, all in your face.
It's just drive-by for fast food, right? It's like, oh, pick up for Yulong for 4. Guxing, Katsu, Qingxi, Ivalis, thank you for coming towards the Aurora Express.
Taking them all down. I mean, they were just completely on the defensive. TEC, they were not able to amount any sort of comeback. But again, stuns after stuns after stuns.
What a nasty one coming in from Zihong. That was just beautiful on the mid lane of Aurora.
Just really well played. I mean, what else can you say by Aurora Gaming? I think that was a flawless one. I think that they're going to be very happy with that as they create, this momentum as they continue on even later today.
Well, let's wait and see what they can show us different later today. I'm very happy to see Aurora Gaming. Just we said about like how in this group stage we're gonna have already like the heavyweights coming in, and I do believe that Aurora Gaming might be ranked in the top 4 of the teams that we have over here in this Kingdom 6.
Yeah, definitely expectations are very high, right? I think that for Aurora Gaming, I think that if you're a fan of Aurora Gaming, you can continue to ride that flag, because I think that you're going to be in a fine spot. They look nigh unstoppable on this one.
I mean, the next step is for them to challenge the KPL teams, but that is still very far away in towards the playoffs here. For them, it's about moving on to the playoffs here and potentially facing off the winners between the series of ROC Esports going up against Influence Bridge later on.
Yes. Right now, for Titan Esports, they need to go back to the draw board and they just start checking exactly what they want to do, what to change right now. Maybe this matchup against Aurora Gaming was just going to be only just too one-sided, and we needed just to get someone else out there. Right now, they get to go back to the hotels and start thinking about that, but the next match is going to be really vital for them. Now Mara has the players from Aurora Gaming right over there on stage. Let's go to Mara and let's see exactly what she got for us.
From the winning team, Jihong, congratulations! First match and you already dominated the opponent. Game number 1, it was 16-1. Game 2, it was 10-2. Great rotations, great mobility, and you kept your opponent always one step behind. What allowed you guys to be so dominant for this first matchup today?
I think we are very confident, and my coach just said enjoy the game, so we just play at screen, play at normal, so that's why we win the game.
So enjoying the game, it really is the key. Now, you found your group, Group B. When we did the live draw announcement yesterday, and you took a look at your opponents for everybody, what did you think about your group, and who do you think would be the toughest challenge for your team?
I think it's quite interesting because we meet Nova again, we meet ROC again. There's a very sure very strong team, but I don't care who they are, so we just play our best, then win easily.
You said it was quite interesting that you're meeting the previous teams that you've met before, including Nova. Do you think that you can sweep them, just like the strong, dominant performance that you showed today?
I think it's an easy game, and a message to Nova, and message to ROC or the influence. Make sure you are ready to meet us. We are very strong today. Make sure you are eat well, make sure you are sleep well to meet us.
That is a very challenging message, but you know what? A lot of your fans also want to hear from you. Invite them to support you.
Thanks for your support. This winning show that we are closer to our target champion. So thanks for your support and keep supporting us.
You heard it from Jihong. Watch out for them. They're waiting for you. Now we'll head back to the casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you very much, Trihong, over there with those very nice words sent over there to INF and to ROC, right? Like, you better just have your things ready because we are going to beat you. I really hope that ROC and INF are really listening to that, because if that's going to be the way that the games are going to start, I am really looking forward to this whole group stage. Match number 1 of today is done. We're going to move forward into match number 2. Let's go for a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to bring you the action of the KWC 2026.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026. Today is day one of the group stages. The group stages are right over here. Alpha Gaming already a 2-0 victory over Titan Esports. They're going to be waiting over there in the upper bracket final for this Group B. It's going to be waiting for the winner between this match, because it's going to have Influence Rage and ROC Esports. Right now for this game, we're going to have Nora and Blam. Nora, Blam, how are you guys feeling about today?
To get here, obviously we have the play-ins, which I want to just hark back onto briefly, saying that those play-ins games, those play-in teams were definitely not like a low kind of entry into this group stage, and I feel like it's only going to get better.
And I feel like the teams from now on getting into the group stage, they are elites from elites, right? We got several champions from different regions, so that's why I love the hype about this group stage.
I know that the group stage right now is going to elevate the quality of the game, is going to elevate the intensity. So let's move into this match number 2. This match number 2 is going to bring us the ROC Esports against Influence Rage. Influence Rage against ROC Esports. The MKL Spring 2026 third place against the Chuck VR Fall 2026 second place.
And I'm gonna just highlight one thing is about this is going to be a matchup in Group B. And we know that actually KPL teams, they are considering as the Titans in this place, but there's no KPL teams in Group B. So
exactly that.
Yes, and which means they have got a really high possibility to grab for the first place getting into the playoff.
Absolutely. I mean, definitely it's not the obstacle that Group B have to face right now, but could potentially be that huge obstacle later on in the competition. But ROC Esports, I feel like this series for me is the start of a redemption.
And I had such a great expectation upon this team because actually compared to the lineup last year in EWC, they were so-called like Nova Esports. Anyway, like the lineups almost stayed the same, and they were the team who took 1 point from TT Global last year.
I'm telling you, Xue and CY, Wendy, Moods, Waypit, they know what it is just to be here in the biggest stage and to be able to perform against the top of the top. So I know that they will bring that experience today and face this team that they're going to have in front of them, coming all the way from South America, Influence Rage.
Yeah, Influence Rage. They're always a great team to watch, right? Chuck VR region is always a region like you always like to allude to, Nora, is like they love to scrap. But I also like to think they are the underdog always, and always a bit of an overachiever as well. Like, no one really coins them to be like a top 8 team, but then they go, boom, come out of nowhere, they're top 8. Danny has been in that top 8 situation for every EWC so far.
But let's just talk about like INF and their performance in these last 2 days, right? In the play-ins, they not only performed really well, but they were very lucky as well.
Yeah, I still remember the game too, you know, because actually they lost the game 1 against BRU, I guess. And for game 2, it was really tight. It was really close. And then at the end, their minions actually spawned in and just steal away Crystal for them. So it's kind of like lucky, but don't forget about the strength and holding into the late game and let them to be available for the minions to steal away Crystal.
Luck is a very important thing in competitive sports, right? Like you need to be able to be lucky as well. You need to be able to perform, but you need luck to be on your side. And I think that in this year for ROC Esports, luck has not been on their side since compared to previous years, previous editions of the MKL. This year, third place is not what we're used to have.
It's not what we're used to know. Like, obviously, they were Season 4 Invitational Champions. Obviously, that's kind of been their hallmark of 2026, whereas towards the end of 2025 was where we started to see like a little bit of a decline. So really, we're hoping for this third place to kind of translate something even bigger onto the international stage.
And I feel like that's something to do with the fast growth happening right now in MNKL. Just check Aurora's performance in in the last game.
Absolutely.
So I feel like it's because of the competitiveness that we have in MNKL, so which made ROC even more powerful this year.
But well, like they have very big shoes to fill in. Like they were third place in previous KWC.
Yes.
So I'm really looking forward to see if they can make it all the way until the top 4 again. And that pressure can either just motivate you to do better, or it could actually crush you.
Yeah, it's a huge gravity to be under, right? Like if we look at it realistically here, that is one of the highest places for like the global esports teams, right? Especially when we have the KPL teams included. So you saying like third place is last year's goal, you can either go for third place or you're going to crumble under the weight and it's going to be an early exit potentially.
And I feel like in that case, you need to make sure that you need to get the first place, right? Throughout this group stage, which allowing you to pick the opponents that you want in the playoff.
Yeah, absolutely. And definitely speaking of picking up things, we're going to be going into the BP of game number 1 here. Influence Rage going up against ROC Esports. We obviously have them in prior reiterations of other teams, but it's looking like the bans are staying very similar here. The Pei, the Mai Shiranui, the Guan Yu, I feel like it's sort of aimed at Xuan here in this best of 3.
Yes, and also like all OP heroes just not available for game 1. But speaking to the drops, it's very interesting because actually INF, they played in the play-in, so ROC definitely gonna watch all those games and do some research upon their opponents this time. So I guess maybe Fatih is going to be a really nice pick on the side of INF.
Absolutely. I mean, if we're looking at like exterior kind of like variables here, the thing that's going in favor of towards Influence Rage, they're used to the French air, right? Like they've been in Paris for a little bit longer than ROC. They're still kind of like right in the honeymoon phase here. Maybe we have the grounded Influence Rage in this best of 3. It's going to be the Aoyin being picked up here for them, looking to lock into Leffy, because Leffy has been very impressive into that farm lane.
Yes, I still remember when they reached the match point and the last game Leffy just carried it with that early play. That was like fascinating play.
Yeah, and I mean, Ali is obviously a hero that is very sort of like high ceiling mechanically in terms of skill. Not anybody can just pick up this hero. It's definitely a finesse here. But if we're looking a little bit further into this draft, we have seen a little bit more of a shift towards the mid lane, right? Obviously, Garuda in the first like day or so of the play-ins didn't really make an appearance, but now we're getting that long range poke here, really kind of like setting up a team fight before you go in. You're going to do a lot of damage to either the front line or the back line if you catch them or are looking to catch them.
Yeah, and it can be a good partner with this channel at the bottom because it can pushing forward earlier, maybe around like 6 minutes, and that's going to be a good pace, good tempo for ROC to set for their actually like the debut in EWC this time.
Absolutely. Go for something a little bit more comfortable, right? You don't want to kind of like show all your cards this early on within KWC because there is still plenty of days to come. We're just getting more carry bans here into the jungle. The Jing follows suit with the Luna. I feel like this is just kind of trying to focus around Kongling here. Obviously, we do have Kongling as well as CY for the side of ROC. But we've been seeing previously that Danny has the potential in the jungle to carry also.
That's the reason why they just banned away this Musashi from Danny, because Danny is a big fan of this Musashi play and also allowing him to initiate.
Yeah, I feel like Musashi's kind of like, it's a gamble. Like, it can either work really well, especially when you have so much healing potential. But if you duel to the death a little bit too far and you have no means of escape, you're kind of like in the lion's den. Like, it's a very scary situation to be in. And speaking of being able to dive into the backline, the Yang Jian is going to be taken away here as well.
So, it just gives me that feeling that they are targeting at both junglers, and both Danny and Kongling is definitely gonna be their core player for their teams. So Byron, nice pick. Civic, you could never go wrong with a Byron pick on the top, and also with his Labu. I feel like ROC is trying to build up a really well-rounded composition for game 1. They just want to do it in a pushing way, but in a safe way.
Yeah, in a safe way, absolutely. You've got the kind of sustainability, as you were just alluding to there, Nora, with the Byron. Lapu Lapu, we've been seeing some fantastic ultimates, right? Like, I feel like we've yet to see a Lapu Lapu ultimate not catch onto at least 3 members of the enemy team. And if that does happen, the reverse, happens, it's a wasted ult. It's a wasted engage. But if you look towards Influence Rage's draft here, they've gone for the Agudo for that kind of like early game tempo lead that they want to build for themselves here.
And I feel like with this in pick, actually allowing ROC to do some early invasions, because Agudo can be quite vulnerable in the early game, right? Because you can just instantly interrupt his farming pace by just attacking on this Agudo. So I feel like it's pretty like a mid-late game on the side of INC, but for ROC, they can do a lot of things in the early game, maybe like before 6 minutes.
Yeah, I feel like the Ying is a really good kind of like counter towards the Agudo as well, right? Because obviously, if you put down the wild growth, you're basically spawning minions for Ying to get that passive up. So she can build up that combo and come up with some crazy combos there in terms of obviously not only self-sustainability, but that CC that's also included within Ying's kit. But that is the draft for game number 1 here. We obviously saw the Dharma onto the side of Influence Rage. It's going to be down to Tempest. Can he coordinate with the Zhongfei to get that big crucial crowd control into these team fights?
Well, if we are looking for those big crucial team fight, I'm talking about 4 minutes mark, because after they reach level 4, it's gonna be the first power pike in this game on the side of INC, and also we know that Influence
Enemy
Rage,
minions
they
will arrive
are
in 5
always
seconds.
go for the fight, so I'm gonna say 4 minutes mark is pretty crucial in game 1.
Yep, getting into game 1 now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are kicking off the second part of Group B here. It's going to be ROC Esports going against Influence Rage. And as you saw into the pit there, ROC Esports definitely have a big fan base in-game as they have won that voting system right now. Obviously, bot side of the map, we have seen another just tit for tat down here, really just trying to give those marksmen down to the bot side here the best advantage and the prio here.
And actually, the early HP training seems very optimistic on the side of INC.
Yeah, just looking to go for that neutral objective point down bot side, right? Obviously get that Phoenix, get a little bit more extra gold here because ROC. They're just looking to make sure that their pockets are fat into the early game, but nice little steal away, that little neutral point there, the spike there, the fire beam, sorry.
I do like the way how they designed their early game, you know? It's kind of just surprised me because INC, I always feel like they're pretty scrappy and always looking for some fights, but like those big team fights. But as you can see, they actually improved so quickly. After they went through the playoffs, they learned a lot on the early operations that you can see right now they're showing on the map.
Exactly, because I mean, it just brings back to that point that we was talking about in the pre-game, right? Like the plane's level of entry is pretty high, and there was definitely some takeaways here for Influence Rage to influence better plays for themselves. Currently between these two teams, not quite a lot happening into the side lanes, right? Obviously, a lot of the magic is happening here into the mid lane. Just obviously, once again, creating that map control here. Okay, into the wall here. Wave Hit is actually taking a lot of damage, but he's able to actually have that charge out thanks to Lapu Lapu's kit.
I do like the way how Tempest just foresee what ROC is going to do, because the vision shows that ROC is going to rotate into the mid. So Tempest just ambushing in that left side of the bush and just make that happen.
Yeah, exactly. Just trying to get some kind of way in, or maybe even try and force somebody for a recall at this point. So obviously that's going to then mean that somebody is away from their lane. Fury there, taking a few 2 punches. Too many for my liking. He has to kind of make sure he's here for the takedown of the Space Sprite, using the flash there as well. That's an important common skill being used here by the side of Influence Rage. It means their mage is going to be a little bit more easier to catch here. But speaking of catch, we see Tempest looking for an approach here for Swan.
It's just some like nice trace, some skirmishes right now. Waiting for the night moment.
I think they're just building that calm before the storm, right? Obviously, Maina here just using that intel. Just like, guys, we need to see where the rotation is next for Rock. Like, where is the priority going to be leading here into that 4-minute mark?
I feel like if they want to prepare for that 4-minute mark, then they should unleash both side lanes, actually, especially for the top lanes. They need the Dharma to be at the front, help them to initiate, so does this Bio Pig.
Speaking of which, Dom is actually taking a bit of a trading blows top side of the map here right now. It's definitely going to put them into a little bit more of an interesting situation when it comes to trying to get him down to the mid lane, use the Space Sprite so he's there for that neutral objective. But it looks like Swan is going to go for the lane cut off here as well. So when it comes to this next minion wave, it means that Tempest has to be top side of the map.
This is a small trick that they did, right? Before the 4 minutes mark, you should just cut the wave and help you to gain the priority.
Yeah, you're expecting just like the Clash lane just to go one-to-one all the time.
Yeah.
But when you have these calculated moves here from such experienced players like Schwan, it makes it a little bit harder for the side of Influence Rage. And now, speaking of hardships, it's going to be Ying getting knocked into the wall there. Con Ling, you don't want to be losing your smite as the 4-minute mark comes up here. This is a problem for ROC Esports.
This is a 0-2 trade around 4 minutes mark, and just check Tempest ulti, right? He just ambushed him again in the bushes, and Totally didn't see it actually.
Yes, the feistiness is what we were alluding to here from Influence Rage. Like you were saying previously, Nora, they picked up a few things here from that playing stage. They are playing very dominantly, and they're not just happy with that Tempest Dragon, right? I mean, the Tyrant, they are taking the T1 down bot side as well.
And I feel like the way how these two teams are playing right now, INF, they are continuing their momentum that they gained from play-in. But as for ROC, this is their first game, right? Maybe they are just, I don't know, just not that into the game right now so far.
You mean, like, yeah, they're just warming up, right? They're just getting a bit of a used to what they can do here onto the door. That's it, testing the limits of their group right now. But oh no, Danny goes down there. That is going to be kill. Given over to Muchi. He is going to be looking to amass some more kills here, trying to get that late game online. But Schwan playing the Byron. He's taking the damage, and just a bit of damage over time there from Fury on the Lurian. Just means that they traded 2 for 1.
And ROC, they are fighting back by just concentrating, pushing on the top.
Yeah, they look to just replicate what the damage has been done down to the map, right? Playing the past is the game moving Influence Rage. That mid-tier 1 falling. I think this could be a probable cause here for the victory of game number 1 going to ROC just by that moment alone.
Exactly. By taking down this tier 1 tower in the mid, ROC can gain great vision control due to this Lapu Lapu and also this Byron, because Byron actually prioritized Clear Sky in such an early age. So I would say they will just use their tankiness and try to brought more vision control into their side and let this Garuda to pushing forward.
I think this is just ROC Esports knowing the limitations of their roam, right? Because obviously, if you look at Lapu Lapu, if you look at Zhang Fei is definitely more tankier. So we saw Schwan make that consecutive decision and be like, you know what? I need to be tanky as well. Taking that Pure Sky, I think is a very good call there.
And they just keep their composure. They just stick into their original play. They didn't just disrupt or annoyed by INF's attacking rhythm.
Yeah, and then we're just looking for Influence Rage, but more pressure down to the bot side of the map here. This Agudo is the reason why they're able to do this. T2 getting taken down here, but it looks like it could be a favorable engage here from ROC Esports. You do see Schwan here literally just roaming around the mid to bot side. He's looking for a pickup. He's looking for some weakling here. He's waiting in the wind. Danny may be the suspect to be taken down, but Lefty actually gets the pickup here. Danny gets the pickup onto Schwan. And Mayna is just looking for just anything to make a means of control here.
I mean, like, you know, Influence Rage, they're never afraid of going head-to-head, right? You're ambition, all right, let's just fight.
That's Chuck BR specialty.
Like, yeah, it's pretty Chuck BR playstyle, right?
Yeah.
Like, it seems to be like an encounter that they did around the ambush, but the thing is that with the ulti, with a double knockup from INF, they just can easily fight it back. Just check the double knockup, right? First, it's gonna be ulti from Zhang Fei, and then it's gonna be Dharma's ulti, and it's like really nice combo that they did, help them to turn it around.
I'm very impressed with Influence Rage in this game number 1. Like they're kind of like playing like as if they're not like they're still using the identity of Chuck BR, but they're using like the identity from other regions where team fights take place, but little objective gets taken from them, you know?
Yeah. I feel like INF, they still hold their own personality, but as we're talking about their fighting playstyle, they're not doing it in a reckless way.
No.
Instead, they're doing it in a brave way.
Yeah.
Like a slight difference, but just let them to be more sophisticated.
It's more coordinated, right? It's definitely like, what can we get from this team fight, and what's the potential loss? So the rate of interest is seeming to be what's in the mind here of Influence Rage. Like, okay, we're able to get a good team fight. We're able to try and take some more here. We see the ROC Esports are just looking to go for a bit of an Overlord catch here. Not quite being able to catch that second Tyrant of the game.
It's because that ROC, they spot that it's gonna be impossible for them to confront INC in this case, so they just make some dragon trade happen, trying to brought them more time, buy them more time for this move, for this channel pick. This channel haven't died yet, right? Got a 100 KDA, so really nice. They're just gonna play around with their channel and give him the rebuff, give him the priority, give all he wants.
Yeah, I think giving the detention over to the KDA board is probably a good means of making sense of what's been happening here, because if you look at Laurie and Fury as well as Leffy, this is the backline that ROC Esports should be accessing, should be taken down, but the fact is they've had no depths, which is probably why they're struggling to actually get these team fights to go in their favor.
Especially Alwyn is one of those marksmen, have the survivability, right? Use the ulti, he can easily just take care of it, right?
Yeah, he's an independent boss lady if he wants to be, you know, like he has the dragon to take him out of these sticky situations. But speaking of sticky situations, definitely Influence Rage being stuck into the enemy jungle, but Mushi's able to get that Crimson Golem. Unfortunately that would have been a beautiful steal. Extra damage given over. Now that we have the Shadow objective onto the Gorge here as well, it means that would have been a beautiful transition down to the Tyrant.
And as you can see, they're preparing for it. Agudo taking the red buff. It's really rare to see the jungler taking the red buff around the tipping mark, and here we go, burst out damage!
Beautiful unbridled outburst here just to push away the side of RO Esports, really opening the backline there as well. They do trade both marksmen. Unfortunately there, Leffy is no longer on the no death run, but it's going to drive ROC back into the base so they can go with the Shadow Tyrant.
I do like the way how Leffy just sacrificed himself to do that 1-1 trade. He knows that using his ulti, he can easily do the burst of damage. Just check the farm lane, right? Leffy goes in, flash out, and he's just looking at this Mutsu. He's so committed to take him down.
Yeah, he's like, if I'm going to go out, I want to take somebody with me. Exactly, yeah, really going for it there. And I feel like that's just another layer to Honor of Kings' team fight, right? Like sometimes these sacrifices need to be made for the greater good.
No matter you're playing as a marksman or the jungler, because as you can see, if Leffy did that sacrifice, just take that Mutsu down, the only core of on the side of ROC is vanished before this team fight happens. So it can easily give INF the chance to take that dragon down.
Taking the chance here, that Lorien Orb just really keep Wave it into place, really forcing out that ultimate that didn't actually have maximum effect there. Weren't able to steal over that red buff once again. ROC are keeping hold and lockdown onto that Crimson Golem, as well as obviously the Shadow Overlord as well, right? We see Wendy is holding onto those Vanguards for the right time. I feel like here, down to the bot side, could potentially be the key into ROC's backdoor potential here.
Well, if we're talking about the potential, then they need to push forward. But as you can see, they are playing around this channel on the top.
Yeah.
So I guess they're just using those Vanguards to buy them more time. But still, they need to fight back.
They do need to fight back, because if they're not able to claim these team fights for themselves, I feel like it's just going to kind of just slowly bleed out the side of ROC Esports. But there's a takedown the T2 top side of the map here as well. We do obviously Vanguard approaching the opposite side. So now is the time for Influence Rage to go, right guys, we need to do a bit of damage control here. Damage control is going to be taken here into the mid lane, just trying to make sure that minion wave could be getting caught off here as well. Xuan just trying to bait out as many skills as possible here. It's going to be the Wings of Judgment from Wendy. It's going to keep that minion wave getting pushed there, but Laurie and Fury is placing damage here onto Mushi.
It's going to be a force on the flash of Mutsu, so it's going to be a really nice try.
Yeah, at least burning something, right? You're getting little bits, even if it's just the small and minor details here. It means that they can't quite compose the team fights the way they want to here. Kongling on the retreat. Danny trying to stop and mitigate any damage from the Wings of Judgment once again from Wendy. Because, I mean, if you look at both of the mid lanes, neither of these two mid laners have died. So I feel like there is definitely props to be given over here to these two players.
Yeah, and not only about those two mid lane players, but also like for the team. As you can see, even though they go different is there, but it's totally acceptable on the side of ROC, right?
Yeah.
It seems like the game is reaching a deadlock because INF, they are seeking for the fight. Actually, they're waiting for a fight.
They are.
ROC, they're playing in a really nice way, right? They are just holding back and using all those long attacking range from Garuda, from Channel, from In's ulti, and try to shred down the HP on the side of INC. So ROC, they are actually guarding their high ground tower and also just pushing those lanes as it is very even.
Yeah, one of my biggest concerns moments ago is the fact that Influence Rage wasn't really getting kind of like any minion wave priority there, but top side of the map, we saw it get around about kind of T2 territory, but then it was caught by ROC. So I feel like that needs to be in the forefront of your mind, as well as these team fights being composed here as well. Xuan is just kind of always finding a lurking left. He has to use the flash escape away from there, but the Unbridled Headburst catches onto 3. Waypit with the disruption means that Xuan has the time into the backline. Tempest falls as well. Minions are at both the top side and into the mid lane, meaning that ROC are slowly but surely claiming ground from Influence Rage.
I mean, like, Shen on himself, he just eat up all those damage dealt by INF and just bought enough time for his teammates to do that in close.
Okay, we're just using here the Wings of Judgment, just clearing them out once again. I feel like Influence Rangers kind of fumble in the bag a little bit here. They did so much into the mid, early to mid game, but now Leffy comes through, gets a pick up here onto Waypit. Muchi as well is going to be the unsuspected victim once again. Minion wave bot side here is maybe the chance for Influence Rage just to procure some space for themselves.
Here we go, Danny and Leffy, the Slaughters. They are just not afraid about taking those 1-1 trade and also gaining them the advantage back in the game.
Oh, look at this. Influence Rage going to go for the 2 neutral objectives here. We obviously take the Overlord here once again. Means that they're going to have a bit more pressure into these side lanes. Looking at this replay as well.
Well, again, the ulti, I feel like, you know, a lot of players will use this ulti as a retreat, but as for Leffy, it's always going to be attacking.
Oh, great control here around the Tyrant Pit. There is no access here for ROC Esports. Influence Rage do it. They claim both of the neutral objectives. This is going to be a hairy, scary 80 seconds for ROC to keep that base alive.
It's gonna be a little difficult for ROC to seek a really nice setting for Moods. As you can see, Channel, he's both fully decked out, I guess, right?
Yep.
Enough money, enough gold goes to this person, but the thing is that he's facing so many threats from a Goodle, from this Owing, from this Dharma. It's really hard for him to do all those safe outputs in the same fight.
Yeah, when you're in that so much danger, it's hard to kind of play in a calm, collective manner, right? And you just saw there with the damage dealt. You see that Wendy's right at the top with 120k damage. That's exactly what's been keeping Influence Rage at bay at this moment in time.
And in this moment, without the flash, can they make it to guard their high ground tower? As you can see, INF is pushing forward in a fierce way.
The beautiful use there of the Wild Grove, just keeping the minions there long enough to get the T3 into the top side of the map here. ROC's base has now opened up. Vanguard's going to be making sure the work happens as that incredible Unbridled Outburst connects onto 4. Influence Rage gets so much more with this one. Defense is now measuring down to the bot side of the map here for ROC.
There's still Vanguards at the bottom. Garuda, ulti in, tried to shred down the HP, tried his best, but what about the Vanguards? Vanguards is keeping really healthy HP bar, so allowing INF to get in. It's going to be Lorian, ulti in, and it's going to be Lapu who dash in to people on the road. Rampage goes over to Danny. They're still coming in. They're not going for an end. They're trying to close out the game, actually.
Oh no, the Sage Safety gets burned off here from Conling as well. Xuan, Muchi, Conling down. Influence Rage is doing what the impossible was last year and takes a point from the MKL.
Influence Rage, nice play, continuing to win, and it's going to be so thrilled for them. As you can see, they are cheering now because it's not going to be easy to take a game from teams of MKL. It's not a big game, but it's going to be such a great achievement for them, even for one game.
Ooh, I mean, Momo-chan was moaning that it was cold today, but it is heating up here, right? Like, that's crazy. Chuck BR taking MKL in a best of 3, 1 match up. That was no shy of a great match.
Yes, especially like the game is pretty like a one-way game in favor of
really?
Iron. I feel
Okay.
in that way, right? Because we mentioned about the point about ROC, how they're gonna execute their play is that they need to keep pushing. But as you can see, all those pushing that they did is all for consolation effort.
I'm gonna see it in a different way.
Okay.
I don't think that it was a one-sided. I do believe that INF played an amazing game, one of the strongest games that we've seen them play in these last 3 days. That's for sure. But at the same time, ROC always had answers to all the things that INF was tossing at them. But at the end, it was just the pressure from the Agudo that I believe turned things around, just because the turrets were falling, the pressure was coming in, but Konglin was trying his very best just to keep everything together.
Yeah, absolutely. You put it perfectly right there. Obviously, just having that kind of like argument with somebody that always has an answer comeback, it's very frustrating after a long time, right? And I mean, this game went quite a distance, not quite the Tempest Dragon. We was around about 2 minutes and 15 seconds away from that point, but Influence Rage knew if they didn't finish it there, it would have been like insurmountable and hard attack.
It needed to be right over there, man. Like, I actually started sweating because the dragon was not coming in, the minion wave was not pushing, and then they start falling out. Like, oh my gosh, it cannot be that you're gonna fall right over here.
Yeah. All the way to 20 minutes in, it's just like, denied. But no, honestly, props has to be given over to not only Leffy, but Fury there as well, right?
Sure.
Like, he was really kind of composing this Lorien to, I would say, Nunu's masterclass. He's really been owning in, watching Nunu.
He has been taking the notes,
Yes.
and that is the most important, just to come in, take the notes, and then just to try to apply it in your own games.
And I can see the trust actually behind those plays, because around first this one, right, that's going to be an ambush, and INF just put back. And I want to highlight this one because of the Laffy's play, right?
Yes.
It was a 1-1 trade explosive play. And also I want to point out that actually they gave Danny this Agudo, the red buff, around 10 minutes, which is not usual to see that.
But you see, that's a very interesting thing, right? Because we're always talking about like, oh, Danny and the assassins. But Danny on this Agudo had the best performance we've seen in these last 3 days.
Absolutely. I mean, I want to just like recoin Leffy's play there. He was basically Bruce Willis in Armageddon, right? He was just taking the sacrifice for his team for the greater good of the Chuck VR region, right? He was ready to lay down his life just so they could get this one game onto the board. But it wasn't just that one decision. The early game for Influence Rage was just chef's kiss. you know?
I agree, man. I completely agree with you in terms of that. But look at this. Like, the dragon comes in, like, it's like the Vanguard just stops right at the edge. And then that's the moment where you actually feel like, it cannot be.
And Winded, what's going on? The shake-up within KWC. I mean, even these boys are just like, let's go. Like, it's only the first game within a BO5, but it means so much to not only Chuck VR, but those teams watching as well, right? Like, MKL is no longer the kind of like the boogeyman, you know? They are seeing that they are opening the door, they're opening the closet. They are not scared of them anymore.
Well, the whole South America right now, it is with INF, and they're the exact same excited as we are right now, because right now INF with a 1-0 advantage over ROC Esports. They're putting them against a corner, and they might be able to seal their ticket to the upper bracket finals. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go for a little break, and when we come back, we're going to come with the action of game number 2.
We booked Esports World Cup.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back. We're live from Paris, France. This is the Esports World Cup, hosting here the KWC 2026. This is going to be our game number 2 of match number 2. Influence Rage right now with a 1-0 advantage on top of ROC Esports. Well, we saw that for the INF players, it was a very important win. The game finished. They were really excited. What do you think is going through their minds right now?
I mean, I have to come down. I mean, I'm not even playing and I have to come down. So I can imagine the boys on stage are going to be exactly the same, right? Like, they're going to be, right, okay, we got 1 point. Let's keep composed, let's keep calm, and let's see if we can do that again.
And I think that composure is going to be the key for this. Because if you're just really excited about just getting your game number 1 in a best of 3, then your head might not be in the right place. So they need to really take 2 steps back and start taking some deep breaths, Nora.
Yeah, that's so true. But at the same time, I feel like they should be proud of themselves. Because
sure.
what I see from the game is that a lot of detailed moves that I can see that I haven't seen them played before.
Yes.
Like, we know that they're good at killing. I mean, like pushing forward, right? Doing those all team fights. But the thing is that they are presetting for the team fight. That I never seen that they did
the whole
before.
setup for it, right? Like, because we're always just very sure about the fact that, okay, the INF is going to bring in just fighting, they're going to be throwing punches, but that has always been the area that they've been lacking, not only for INF, but for most of the Chuck BR teams. It has always just been like, how do I really set my fights for success? Not only about throwing punches, but what do I do 3 steps before?
Yeah. It's not looking for the killing blow straight away.
Of course.
It's how can I block the potential killing blow coming to me, right? Rather than just going like right, left, and then bam, you get one in the left gut, you know, and then just fall over. It's kind of like Chuck BR's now, like, okay, I'm keeping my guard up and I'm calculating where I want to go.
All right, but let's just take it to the other side. ROC, a little bit shaky, did not have the best performance in that game number 1, but they're experienced. They know how to turn things around. It's not the first time that they lose their game number 1, so they know exactly what needs to be done.
I feel like the way how they played in game 1 is not about their mechanics, more about their states. I mean, like, I feel like this is their game 1 in EWC this time, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like they're not really getting into those play mood or competition mood.
Yes.
So I feel like game 1 to them maybe pretty much like a warm up, but for game 2 they're looking for some aggressive.
We can spotlight a couple moments over there before this in the early game in that game number 1, where they tried to initiate some fights and they actually just lost them. Kong Ling just kind of just roaming through the river, gets caught by Danny right over there. They had answers to that, but they shouldn't have been put in those positions.
Exactly. And I feel like in terms of that, I feel like the awareness matters a lot in this case.
It absolutely does. Awareness, knowing what you're working with, knowing what the capability and the maximum capacity of your draft is, was where Influence Ranger felt like that's where their strengths fell in game number 1. Where we get into game number 2 here, obviously, it's going to be a very emotional, very like decisive game here for them, right? Like, never did we dream within KWC 2026 that MKL would lose their first match or first game within this competition.
That hurt. And I mean, like, in that case, ROC just go for the Chicha pick. I think it is a really wise pick. Basically, it can flex a lot. And it just gives me that kind of feeling they are trying to looking for some aggressiveness.
Yeah, I do love the Eren into the Chicha, right? I mean, both of their ultimates kind of very similar. They go in with a big AoE, a lot of burst damage, but obviously over to the side of Influence Rage, it's going to look a little bit more magical. So I do like this one, and I do love the point that you bring up there, that the Chicha is a flex pick, kind of keeps you guessing going into that 3rd and 4th ban, right? Like, That's going to be the scary part here for the side of Influence Rage. But they pick up the Lapu Lapu, trading it for the Zhongfei, which is just being kind of like the tail of KWC within this best of 3 format, right?
So true. Like hundreds of times so far.
You have this pick, I take this one, we swap.
We swap.
At least the sharing, right? At least the sharing. They are good boys. They're all good boys on stage. But the Lorien go to the side of Wendy. I mean, Wendy has always been coined as one of the greatest mid laners within HOK Esports. So to see him here on the Lorien, as well as how Fury navigated this pick, I feel like this is going to be a very interesting matchup here.
Lorien can do great versatile damage in the team fight and also speak to Wendy. Actually, in this MKL spring regular season, Wendy got 12 MVPs in total, which make him to be the second place of those MVP ranking.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has the valor, right? He has the valor, he has the accolades already built up. I feel like he just needs that moment to shine, right? And maybe this is it with this Lorien, but we always say the way to kind of go for against the Lorien is you go full Tao Chao, have the extra as well, use your first skill just to try and outrange him, but then also the most important thing is trying to synergize those knockups.
But with this Xiao Chao pick and also with this Iron pick, it gives me that feeling that it's gonna be a little bit squishy, right?
Yes.
Because check those 3 heroes that picked already been picked by ROC, allowing them to do a lot of team fights and also gonna just directly targeting at those backliners. Yes. So I would say if INF need to do something to answer to that kind of drop, they really need some hero like Byron on the top or Sun Tzu on the top or Xiao Chao on the top and just, you know, buy some time for his backliners in the same fight.
Interesting, yeah, interesting point here. Obviously, we've been seeing a lot of where they kind of need to demand that front line. Like, if you only have one frontline hero, it becomes a very hard team fight to navigate, right? Because if you're before the team fight even happens, if your support gets run down, you kind of say, oh, this is going to be the point where we just reset, go to lanes, and see what we can do. But it's going to be the Baichi here.
Oh, yeah, same feature, actually.
Into the top side for the side of Influence Rage. Definitely going to be able to kind of on the Tempest's suit, right? Like, we saw a lot of the time, Maina as well as Danny were kind of dictating the fights, whereas now it's going to be up to Maina and Tempest, I feel.
Wow. I mean, like, Charlotte for Xuan, I feel like if they pick this Charlotte and also Chicha at the bottom, it's gonna be the double warrior composition. So they're trying to play more aggressive like they did in game 1. And as for INF, because they're picking out this Baichi, right? We know that Baichi can be a great initiator, but the thing is that it's kind of late game to me on the side of INF. But we know that they always want to make a lot of things happen in the early game. Yeah. So is this kind of composition in their comfort zone? Well, they make it to like after like 12 minutes, all right, they already give us the answer with this kill pick and just try to accelerate their pace, right? We're not waiting for those late game. We're just trying to do those things happen around 6 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at it here, right? I mean, worst case scenario, Influence Rage lose this one. But the best case scenario that comes out of that loss is the fact that they burnt out such a good draft here from the side of ROC Esports, right? They don't have to worry about the Lorien. They don't have to worry about the Zhongfei. They can just keep banning out the Guan Yu for Xuan here. They get rid of Charlotte, Chicha, and the Aldrin. It's a very late game comp for the side of ROC Esports, so we're probably going to be seeing that kind of same duration, same length of match here between these two.
And the only difference between these two comp is that ROC, the Charlotte, allowing them to do a lot of splat push in the mid game. So I would put Xuan on the spotlight in this game too. And also we know that Xuan has played for such a long time and he saved ROC for several times, so he succeed this time.
Absolutely, he is one of the golden boys of ROC Esports, but he's having one golden boy enough here for the team to try and take game 2 from Influence Rage. Only time will tell, ladies and gentlemen, but we have to say, we have to prove a point here. Kong Ling is taking a little bit too much damage here. We're trying to hope to linger in that lung bush to go for an invade into the red.
And speak of the invasion, because a lot of all-run player in this patch while trying to steal away those neutral objectives in the early game on the from the other side. So INF is actually predicting that ROC would do that kind of movement, so they're just ambushing in it and did a really nice HP trade. And that's what I said, that INF proved so much in this game.
Leffy gets caught onto the wall there thanks to Cheech's lockdown, but he's still going to stay alive, right? Obviously, there's no real follow-up there. Nobody is level 4 just yet into these side lanes and into mid, so there's no real kind of catastrophic ultimate that you should be looking out for just yet. But I feel like if Leffy catches too many of those strays, it could be a problem.
You should just wait for our ring.
There was no real kind of like contest for that neutral point down bot side as well, right? Like we saw game number 1, Influence Rage was able to secure that one away. It looks like that goes over to the side of Influence Rage there, able to just get the last hit onto the space break. Massive focus here, top side of the map. Like you were saying in the draft there, Nora, like they're looking to kind of just make sure that the early game state here is for Xuan, right? Setting up for success, because if not, I feel like the failure of ROC Esports could be riding on that one.
And speaking to the power pack, I would say with this UQ, actually INF can do more burst out damage than ROC in the early game. But ROC, they should just wait for the 4-minute mark because of the Zhangfei pick, right? Allowing them to just push all those opponents away. It's going to be a nice setting for them to do so.
Yeah, I mean, the best opportunity here for Influence Rage is to try and bait out that ultimate from wave pit, right? Try and get him down to a low mark before that Tyrant. Oh, double knock up there from Lorian. Ulti. Forcing the flash. They were really hoping for something there.
That's what we're talking about. MVP in his time picking out this Lorian.
Early on, he hurts no matter where the tempo is within this game. Like, as he's building items, is going to kind of just scale with the respective scaling of the defense of the enemy team here. But right now,
this is what winning is made of.
try and outlast that 80 seconds, right? Just make sure it's not going to be a domination here. Just keep making sure that your lanes are in check, making sure the priority is not onto the enemy team. Speaking of which, mid lane priority does go over to the side of ROC Esports just this time. But I mean, I think the wave clear for the side of Influence Rage means that even if they do get the priority, it's pretty quickly altered, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the mid lane priority is definitely very important. But I'm looking forward to seeing that, what kind of movement that Danny Well did, because he's the only pace leader on the side of INF in the early game. If you want to go for that dragon fight, he will call out for Tempest. And it seems like they want to do so. They are not seeking for a dragon trade, they just want to compete in head-to-head.
Potentially trying to get the lockdown here. It's going to be Tempest coming up from the Unbridled Outburst. That's not going to be the position there that Influence Rage really were looking for. And down goes Tempest as well. That's a double kill going over to Conlink on the Ogre, the raid boss himself. The only good takeaway there is the fact that Leffy was able to keep a hold of that Azure Golden.
I mean, like ROC, they are very confident about their power pack around the 4-minute mark, as we just mentioned, right? Because they know that it is very committed for them to do so. But the thing is that as the positioning, it was Tempest trying to flash in, use the ulti to get the control. But with the ulti from this Zhangfei, just totally turned the table around.
Blue team.
Definitely not what you wanted pre-4 minutes, right? Just as that started to activate there, they've lost a lot of health for the T1 turret top side of the map. The T1 into the mid lane is already gone, so game state is already switched up here for the side of Influence Rage. We know that Fury cannot be sticking around in that mid lane, or else he's going to be a prime target for a free kill pickup here.
And now they're targeting on this Lorian. It's going to be an insta-kill. Nice try from Tempest. I mean, like, Tempest is really proactive today.
Very proactive, absolutely. He's had his morning cereal, clearly, and his morning coffee, but I have to give props, though. Obviously, ROC are like, okay, you got the kill, but we got something a little bit more important. We're still opening up the map of Influence Rage.
I mean, mean, the game is still in advantage of ROC since this Ogren already got 2 kills and another skirmish is happening in the mid. If you want to take my Lorian down, you're gonna pay with your life.
Yep, just burning out this Tempest here. They're like, you know what? Yeah, you can go for the Baichi, right? Obviously, we saw Isaac's expression onto the Baichi pick. Not quite the favorable one we were looking for here, but definitely a true tell.
Shot.
Here.
Flash.
Fury is looking very low.
It's gonna be a flash trade. As you can see, Shen already level 9. He can do a lot of things. A lot of potential play actually can be seen or expect from Shen in this game too.
Yeah, he's definitely looking to be the playmaker, right? But I mean, you have to give over props to Conling. He's 3-0. Obviously, on an Ogren, that's definitely the early game you really want to be having here with this pick. Some teams generally fail when it comes to the Ogren, thinking it's going to be a free cash win there, but it's not going to be just so much here. We are seeing Conling into the backline once again. Danny's going for a 1-for-1 here. Wendy does get taken down, however, but Muchi comes through with the burst potential, but it's going to be a 3-1 trade. Influence Rage was like, okay, you're entering at our home. We are going to punish you.
I mean, like, INF, they are really... They're polishing their mechanics about doing team fight. I'm like, just highlight this one. Check Xiao Xiao, right? This Fury. Even though she died, but she unleashed his skill too and got control of several people and allowing his team fight to fight back.
I mean, kind of, you saw there, Muchi was kind of trapped in the pit of the Red Golem, right? So he had to use the flash. So a little bit of a bittersweet farewell there for the team of ROC Esports in that last team fight. But Danny here, you don't want to get caught out in the early part of the team fight. Maina is looking for a bit of a flank here into the back line. We do see some parkour here from Danny, but it's going to be enough to get him out of this one. Muchi gets taken down, but it's going to be for the trade of Danny. Can they get a little bit more? Health bars onto the side of ROC Esports are looking a little bit too full here for my liking. Double kill once again. Triple
Still
for the side of ROC Esports.
It's a possible play for ROC. It was incredible. I mean, like, everything just went so chaotic after they're just trying to chasing that Fury down because Fury is kind of lost in that kind of positioning and just open the window for ROC to make that team fight happen. And because of Conley, he already got 6 kills in his hand, right?
Yeah.
Just check the highlight. First Tempest, again, nice control, but just check Conley's position. He's so safe. Like, no more burst of damage can be seen, or like damage can be seen upon this Conley. So he just break out his ulti and got enough HP restore, and then just chasing down all of those opponents that he can see.
Yeah, like you can see that Tempest is just trying to basically soak as much damage as possible from Wendy, obviously trying to block those orbs, as you saw there within that team fight. It was literally just kind of like attracted to him. He was like, they had magnets in their pockets, they were stuck together in the backside. So like you said, Conling was not going to be at the behest of any real big damage anytime soon.
The way that how you're gonna deal with those Ogren in game is that you need to use burst out damage to take him down as soon as possible.
And right now, I don't think Influence Rage has enough burst just yet. Obviously, Leffy is still looking for some more kills, looking for a little bit more gold to go in his favor. And the fact is that overall, the gold leads shifted over to ROC Esports. Means that there's going to be some real deficits in terms of itemization for Influence Rage.
I mean, 4,000 gold advantage, allowing ROC to play in a more bold way. As you can see, Lorian.
He uses the Radiance, he slows him down, forcing the flash. Actually, no, Maida still has his flash. He's going to use that ultimate for a retreat mechanic here for the side of Influence Rage, but it's just going to be too much damage. Conling leads the charge, but it's all just for that T2 into the mid lane here.
Because of the gold advantage that they have, so you can see like Whippet, he's playing a quite fierce way, and also Wendy, the pre-poking was really nice because he just take Tempest into a really low HP bar and just shred down the only initiation that we can see on the side of INF.
Yeah, the fact is they're still obviously the 10-minute mark, but they've still got 30 seconds or so still on that pre-10-minute tyrant there. It means that I feel like this is going to be a very hard situation for Influence Rage to even try and intercept the takedown here. It's going to take a miracle to get that steal.
So how they're gonna make that miracle happen? It's gonna be Tempest first dashing in, But the thing is that no more missile damage coming up against him. And it's gonna be Colleen again, breaking out his ulti, being legendary. And Reffy found a really nice spot take, shut down first, and he's just takes it in.
Yeah, trading clash for clash, and the Tyrant is pretty low here, but one wrong move. We see the come through there for the Unbridled Outburst. Is it enough to drive away the side of Influence Rage? But no, ROC Esports punishes them. They get them fish in the net.
Leffy with a red buff, can he make it? He's trying to do some poking damage. Mayna sacrifice himself and trying to do it for Leffy, but Leffy being the only one survived, need to retreat as soon as possible.
Yeah, you don't get caught here between Lucci and
It's not the way home! It's not the way home!
It's the homing missile there from the Chicha is going to be enough to get the takedown here for the side of ROC Esports. Really putting that death spawn timer here in a disadvantage for Influence Rage.
But this dragon is so crucial to this team fight because like it seems to get to a pulse around 10 minutes mark. Everyone's just waiting for this dragon and waiting for the man to claim the dragon. It's going to be Mutsu. And he survived till the last and doing whatever he can do with his Chucha play in late game.
Yeah, he can't do pretty much whatever with Danny. Went once again down. He was pretty much just out of the base, and now he's back at the spawn timer now. So he's definitely not going to be influencing any kind of play here for the side of Influence Rage right now. 12-minute mark onto the board. That gold lead is just too far away, I feel.
Yeah, it's kind of significant right now. 5,000 or even up to 6,000 gold lead, allowing those double warrior composition aside of ROC to push even in a more furious way.
Very furious here, happening for the side of ROC Esports. They're able to get the takedown T3 into the mid lane. Looking to replicate that damage into top side of the map here as well. All members of Influence Rage are still alive, but they aren't quite confident with that minion wave they currently have for the side of ROC. They're looking to gain help from the Shadow Overlord.
Waiting for the Vanguard spawning, helping them to push, because once you got double warriors, you really relied a lot on your minions helping you to take all those towers down.
Yeah, game state here for the side of Influence Rage. It's not looking too good. They don't even have a single T1 takedown onto the side of ROC Esports. Their base is still all propped up with the beams. That is those turrets. Vanguard gets placed bot side of the map. They were trying to create some kind of space here for themselves on red side, but now it feels like you're just an impending doom. You are in the waiting room here, and the doctor is ROC Esports, pushing you away with the Unbridled Outburst, just making sure, creating space for the Vanguard bot side of the map here. Gonna get taken down as well. There is nothing standing between themselves and the Crystal other than the 5 members of Influence Rage.
I mean, like, trades happening right now, and Lapu, skill 2, getting in, but Chucha again breaking out his ulti, he's dashing in like a true warrior. Nice crowd control, and double kill goes over to Colleen. It's Venus in the Crystal, and right now game 2 goes over to ROC.
ROC with a better performance in that one, but I do want to go back to my point that I was making. Maybe, just maybe, Influence Rage was like, you know what, because me and you, Nora, we weren't too impressed by that draft, right? Maybe it's just the long game they're playing here. Maybe they're just like, okay, we see the ROC's potential here with that draft is very deadly. Let's see if we can win with what we have. If not, we just go for game 3.
No, exactly. I think that the biggest problem in here is that the Bitesy pick is an interesting pick, not for a best of 3. Yeah. That is the issue. It's a best of 3. You need to be a little bit more aggressive into the early and the mid game. But the Bites is such a late game hero. Yes. And then it just like starts falling again and again and again. Like there's a moment in the 4-minute mark where he tries to initiate right over there in the mid lane, and he does not have the damage. He does not have like anyone around him that can actually win that fight.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at obviously the highlights and stuff like that. You see Tempest is like we pointed out in one of that team fights down to the bot side of the map, is that he was just constantly attracted to Wendy. He was just trying to mitigate any damage onto more frontline, onto Danny, just to keep himself alive with that one. So we'll see what happens here, obviously in the replay, but a bit of a recap right now is going to be seeing this a post-game breakdown.
And as you can see from the KDA, Colleen is just being unstoppable.
Yes.
11-1-2. That's too much, actually. 11 kills in one game.
Colleen is the answer. That's very simple. ROC, if they want to actually move forward in this game number 3, they're gonna have to just pass the ball to Colleen.
Exactly.
Give the ball to Conlin, put him into this kind of heroes, and he's going to carry the whole team. Because even in game number 1, Conlin had an amazing performance. So, comes into game 2, continues with his amazing shape, and he shows us that with that KDA, like, he is the man to carry the game.
And speaking of that, I'm looking for a potential pay play.
Okay.
For Conlin, because if
Sure.
he wants to lead the pace and he wants to outplay Danny in the early game, I mean,
Yes.
Pei is gonna be a open choice for both junglers.
And
in game
INF
3.
don't have Yukio Tachiwana already.
Exactly.
So that's already like with a pay pick over here from ROC. How do you answer back to that?
I don't think either of them go for it, right? I feel like it's still going to be in that ban phase, the top 2 picks before anything
has
comes
to.
through here. Absolutely. Or you're just giving up a free game like Nora was alluding to there. But you're looking at, obviously, once again, the replays. You see Wendy's always just trying to man-check Fury, man-check Leffy, and then by the time Tempest is like, right, guys, I'm going to try and keep him away from you, but it's just not possible. You just don't have any damage there. You're just delaying the inevitable.
And because of the positioning, right, it's kind of chaotic in this place. And also speaking to the 10 minutes dragon, it's very interesting that everyone just stood in a pause from now on, just waiting for the dragon, but no one wants to lose control of the dragon. And finally, after moves to claim that, it's going to be a one-way game on the side of ROC.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be the potential comeback, right? Obviously, that Tyrant fight, the Shadow Tyrant fight, was looking very clutch. Both teams were able to get it down to a comfortable health bar. It was positioned so beautifully that it was just almost too good to be true for Influence Rage.
Well, 1-1 right now. Everything is back as it was at the beginning of this match. We're going to go for a break, and when we come back, it's going to be the decider to see who's going to move into the upper bracket final.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back. 1-1 is the score right now. INF in front of ROC. We're going to go into game 3. That is going to be the decider for this matchup. We said that Conlin is the one that needs to have the ball over there for ROC. In front of them, INF, the ball needs to go to Leffy.
I think it either goes to need to go to Leffy or Danny. I feel like the matchup here for me is so much centric into that jungle, right?
All right.
We saw obviously the leader of the pack. We saw Agudo into game number 1, and that was the clear direction that I feel like Influence Rage needed and lacked in game number 2.
I mean, like, potential play can be seen of this pay, right?
Yeah.
So the team on the red side in game 3 might just ban this pay away. And speaking to Leffy, if you're talking about Leffy being the hero, I would say Arlie with the idea at the bottom will be the best choice for them to pick in game 3.
Arlie and the idea over
Yes.
there, that would be a nice matchup in there. Like if we can have that combo in there, like the early game, the laning stage is going to be for them for sure.
Absolutely, and the fact is, like we were alluding to, obviously the Pei pick and the fact that Yukio's gone. But if they go for the Diadea and the Arlie, the Xiao Chao's gone, which is obviously a good counter down to there. To obviously, if you're waiting for Arlie to call back to her umbrella or a parasol, get the knock-up, and it's a hard way to actually try and navigate that team fight. So maybe it's a 4D chess game that we've been seeing here between these two teams. ROC Esports will just limit testing in game number 1, like Nora was saying.
Right now, the players are already set on stage, waiting for this game number 3 to start. Right now, the nerves gotta be at the highest. If you win, you stay here, and then you wait to play against Aurora Gaming later on this afternoon. If you lose, you need to head back to the hotel and start practicing. I know that whoever that loses this match is not going to have the day off today.
No. They've got the work cut out for them, right?
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
You're at ROC. You're at the 3rd level right now. You're skipping 2nd. You're going straight to 1st, right? Against Aurora Gaming. That's quite a feat here. And not only that, the fact is you've gone through already quite a... not a very well-paced game. You're playing, you're pushing your limits to see if you can actually just beat that 3rd place in the MKL.
And there's a saying that the more games you play, actually you just expose more techniques that you have. Especially we are still in group stage, right? But this is game 3. It's gonna be the most deciding point. I mean, like on the side of ROC, because they're from MKL region, so definitely people are expecting a really high skill from them, right?
Yeah.
And game 1 is a little bit disappointed, to be honest, right? They are still warming up, but game 2, they get great performance, and that's kind of just pressing in on INF, because we can see like how excited they were when they just got game 1.
Absolutely. But I mean, this is the answer to your question you was posing earlier, Nora, right? Maybe the pay comes through.
Not available?
Exactly. We see the influence rage, like you're not going to have an early game 1. You're not going to have the pay either. And they are taking out the lung here as well. So I feel like it is opening up that prospect you was talking about earlier, the Arlie
right?
and the Diadea,
Yeah.
because you're taking away kind of like the natural the counter already, right?
Exactly. So I feel like this is a potential Arlie play on the side of INF, especially there on the blue side where Arlie is open choice and they're banning this out and away, trying to build a really nice laning phase if they want to go for the this Arlie pick.
Ooh, but the problem is, like, if we take Arlie, Xuan gets Guan Yu.
Oh.
Because Guan Yu's not been banned. So that is a scary potential here. Obviously, they don't have the Lapu, they don't have the Zhongfei to pair with the Guan Yu. So they'll be looking for something else to make a difference here. But the Flowbun tank being prio ban on the blue side is...
interesting.
I wouldn't do it if it was me, but I'm on the caster desk, they're on the stage. There's clearly a little bit of a method to the madness here.
But it's very interesting to pick out this Flowbone tank because it's kind of well-rounded because of its tankiness, but we are talking about those outplay between those jungles, right? That really matters. But after all, it's only a tank. How you're gonna lead the pace by using the Flowborn tank, right?
Yes, it's gonna be hard, and the fact is that they actually didn't take the bait here. I mean, to be honest, they could have gone for Arlie, and it would have still made sense because we saw the matchup yesterday where Flowball tank went against Arnie, and Arlie just shredded as long as Arlie gets that early game lead and that power spike when she needs it. But they're gonna go for the Haya, so Haya doesn't get banned. Haya's job is to take the tank out of the team fight. You're playing at a handicap there. Your front line's already looking a little bit messy, but they're gonna go for a little bit more of a anti-tank farm into the bot side, the D-Ranger, and then also the Annette as well.
Well, Annette with Flowborn tank can be really strong when they're doing those team fight, and also because of the D-Ranger, I kind of feel like they are trying to highlight their bottom at the same. And also D-Ranger, the skill 2, Purifying Haya's ulti. Those all 3 heroes are kind of being the answer towards this Haya.
Very interesting. Like, to me, this seems like an alternate reality version of like the Kaiser and Sunbin combo we used to see, right? Like, you see that Annette's able to speed up the side of Influence Rage, but also when that Tremor Smash comes through here for ROC, you have that cleanse. So really, Leffy here with the D-Ranger can use that cleanse to just get out of some kind of ultimate here as well, especially if he happens to be the target for Haya. Use the cleanse, get out of that one, you're not going to take it to the Moonskin Mirage.
And if they want to complete this kind of composition to play against this Haya, then Byron is open for INF. So I'm wondering whether ROC is going to take this Byron away or just leave it as an open choice, because we've seen how proactive that Tempest is, and also what he can do in the early game, and Byron definitely gonna be the hero for him in game 3.
Yeah, taking away the Florentino here. We haven't quite seen Chuan on this pick just yet. We saw obviously Siang for Aurora Gaming pick it up and get the first win within KWC here as well. So giving it over to another MKL Clash Lane Titan. You don't really want to be seeing that if this is your third game in a BO3, right?
Yeah.
So hopefully, maybe they're going to take off the Byron here for the side of ROC, because they've already used it before, because really they don't want a second front line here. Actually, they are maybe potentially trying to be like, you know what, take it. Let's see what we can do with it.
And if they try, they leave it as an open choice, then I think Fatigue will be a possible play on the side of Shen and also Guan Yu.
Yeah, Guan Yu still hasn't been banned.
Can be such a great threat to this Jiren.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you've only got one cleanse. He's got so many pokes, prods, and shoves, right? Like, it kind of just makes him a little bit of a wasted pick here. You kind of got to try and protect him. But it's going to be the Lu Bu
I mean, it's
ban.
not usual to see Lu Bu on the ban pick base, especially we're doing best of 3, especially we're talking about Fatigue is open, Guan Yu is open. I know that the way maybe they're letting this Guan Yu outside is because they thought like Flowborn Tank can be a great counter-attack towards this Guan Yu. But the thing is, it is playing the Guan Yu. It's kind of like a different.
You're kind of poking the bear at this point when it's ROC Esports. It's like, you got your Guan Yu, we're not going to ban it. But we see, obviously, the idea behind the Lu Bu
it's for Byron,
right?
Actually.
Obviously, it's
for Byron.
For Byron, for any kind of tank, right? Because he's able to shred through. Like, that's probably a good call here. They keep the Byron open. They know for the fact that ROC don't have any more bans, and they're just waiting at this moment in time. It's like, you know what? I think it's potential we go for the Byron, to go for the Dashi as well.
Dachao, I'm looking forward to seeing this hero for such a long time, because I'm a big fan of Dachao Yuan Tan. Flowborn Tank duel. Sorry about my Chinese. I mean, like, this duel, it can be so versatile in game, right? And it's just showcasing your understanding towards the map.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can actually get that macro onto the board here as well, right? Is it the Dachao going to be into the mid lane here as well? There is a lot of slows you could really do here for the Guan Yu as well, right? Obviously, using the Leaping Koi Tides makes it a little bit more harder for him to actually be composed into those team fights, but only time will tell. But the way the Influence Rage played that game number 1, I have faith. I have really big faith here for this team.
For ROC?
Influence Rage.
For Influence Rage this time. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't even know what to say. You know, like it. I do like the composition that they select for both teams. I mean, like, it's really interesting to see all those counter-attacking happening. And also this Dachao Flowborn Tank duel in game, because it's just showing their understanding towards the patch and also allowing them to do a lot of team fight with his sustainability. And with this Guan Yu pick, potential what? Coming out from ROC. But which potential will let them to get the only victory for game 3?
Exactly. I mean, you're playing it at the best of 1 kind of format right now, right? Obviously, either of these teams, that's it. Yeah, it's defining your upper bracket rise, or you're going to fall down to the lower bracket to have to climb back up and potentially meet ROC once again, you know, because obviously they could potentially lose against Aurora Game a bit later on today, but I am very interested to see how they get all these moving parts onto the Gorge, because like you were saying, it's not easy, but we've seen Influence Rage actually be quite calculated within this best of 3.
And I mean, like, there's one thing that I can assure you guys who's watching the live show right now, that in game 3, if you're a fan of big team fight, it's gonna be the game for you.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Using the Dachao here to kind of just take him back to base, bring him back, and then see if he can get that compounding effect back onto the team fight here as well. But so far, I feel like it's just going to be a big tip for tat kind of early game. No one's really going to want to put their foot forward unless it's their worst foot and they get tripped over, and then that's where the mistakes start to happen.
Well, it's gonna happen after Wendy upgrade to level 4, and it seems like 2 minions wave is gonna be enough for them to do it. But, well, it's gonna be a chaotic game 3.
Yeah,
I've
nice
got
space check.
kind of feeling.
Nice face check into the lung bush there as well. They was expecting Danny to be there. Obviously having to use the recall there for the Dutch Chow just to keep himself propped and primed and proper into this mid-side map here. We do see that Chuan is making a big rotation here as well. They do try and go for the pigs onto the side of Influence Rage. I believe they were able to actually get that point away from them as well.
I must keep my posture.
Once again, just seeing that patience from both of these two teams down to the bot side, but a bit of a different story. Top in the mid here.
Level 4.
He gets taken to the Mirage as well. He gets the knockup, but is he going to be able to survive his exit out of this one? Everyone's going to be waiting for him there, and boom! Wendy with the first blood.
First blood, here we go. We're talking about the timing, right? They're using those timing precisely. That's what we're talking about, and it's only gonna be the start of the pace in Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, like when you get taken into the Moonskin Mirage, the first problem is surviving inside it, but then the secondary problem, probably the worst problem, is you're waiting for your enemy team to be surrounded you for your recall back there.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing would be is if we can try and see that the recall from Da Chao being placed down to see if we can save him. But I feel like it's a very macro kind of play that it has to be like pixel perfect almost.
Yeah, because you need to take the teleportation, standing there for like several seconds and allowing you to be recalled back. So that's gonna be the timing. Like the mechanics matters a lot in this game.
Yes, absolutely. Mechanics is the aim of the game here as well. Xuan just seems to be having a very happy time top side of the map. He has his top pick. He's on the Guan Yu, and he's able to just roam freely, right? It feels like the Tempest has kind of like not only the job to win the lane, but he has to keep Guan Yu in check as well.
Exactly. Tempest needs to keep his eye wide open on Xuan in this Game 3 because they really rely a lot on the tankiness from Danny to gain more vision control for them, or just, rotate a bit, maybe let Baron to gain the vision control. Either way, well worked out. But for this Dragon, it seems like ROC, they already take a really insta gank on this Dragon and allowing them to do a lot of things.
Yeah, the Dragon gets taken down here. Tyrant's first time going over to the side of ROC Esports this time around. And when you're behind around about 1.6k gold and you have the Tyrant in your favor, it's just going to sharpen that blade. The damage coming through here for the extended 70 seconds for the side of ROC means they get to play a little bit more with their food here. A good 3-man Tremor Smash being connected there for the side of ROC Esports. Wave Pit is just going to be the charging round, the Trojan horse for the side of ROC.
Ooh.
Has to
Flash being forced out.
Onto the side of Maynard there, and the Flash as well. That's going to put you in a scary situation for the next 2 minutes or so before that comes back onto cooldown. And it means that Influence Range, yes, obviously they're putting pressure down to the bot side of the map. Tempest is trying to make a good work out of a bad situation right now.
I do like the way how ROC is microing this game, right? Because you can see the positioning of Shen. He's not really coming in. He just gives the sense of threatening towards IF and allowing Kunling to do a lot of like monster stuff and also just check the gold difference between those junglers, right?
Yes.
Kunling already got like 1,000 gold lead against Danny, which is massive in those early game stage.
And I think that's just aided and abetted by the lack of mobility for Danny on this pick, but also the fact is that you have the increased mobility, the increased burst damage here from something like the Ukiyo Tachibana as well, right? And for me, I love how ROC play in this game. They weren't able to get the T1 down bot side, so they're like, all right, bet, let's go for the Crimson Golems, make sure we get something here as well. But they are picking up some kills onto the side of Influence Rage here, but it may be at the cost of the T1 top side of the map here as well. Waypick comes in with a burst line, with a Magma Slam. He comes in with the Tremor Smash. Conley picks off Fury. The Mirage has been placed for Danny once again. We are going to be waiting in the wing here for Conley to come out and get the kill. He comes back here. The Spectator missed that one, but it is going to be the claim for ROC.
ROC is well prepared for that coming out, and also Conling 102 KD. I feel like almost all those gold difference that ROC has is on this man.
Yes, I mean, that's all they needed to. Like, we were talking about this in pregame, right? It's down to Gongling, it's down to Danny, and as soon as that Flowborn tank came out, I was like, it's not the answer we wanted, but is it the answer we're going to get? Is it going to actually get them the victory here? It's already a little bit hard to say for the side of Influence Rage. Bit of a tip for tap, just trying to make sure they defend that Crimson Golden, right? But they lose so much more. They lose a T1 into the mid lane. It's not looking too good here for Influence Rage at this game state at around about 7-minute mark.
Because here's the thing, if you want to use this Flowborn tank and Da Chao well, you really need to preset Da Chao's skill 2 and allowing this Flowborn tank to get back to your fountain and get back again. But seeing the timing, Limbo is just knocking in and personal damage is enough to take Danny down.
It's just CC after CC here for the side of ROC Esports. Leffy is left alone on the run and gets taken down. That is going to be a team ace here for the side of ROC as they look to open the map them once more, but the composer himself, Xuan, is awake and he's on the gorge.
Xuan using his most signature hero, like he's being thirsty. Like after this Danny has been taken down, check Jin's positioning, right? Waiting for a second. It's all about the pace, the rhythm, and getting in skill 1. 3 people be controlled and allowing Colleen to grab that double kill.
Yeah, he's
beautiful combo.
He's like, so what you've got in the net? We're gonna just wait till we see Wei Pit burn out that ultimate of a net, and then that's just the green light that the side of ROC needed, right? Like, they were already ahead in terms of the goal. They had the minion priority as well. It was just the right moment, and that was it.
And I mean, like 3,000 goal lead on advantage of Kunlin. Like this man, this Yukio can do so much damage that he can.
Yeah, exactly. He can just go into the back line, burst the heck out of you, and then that's it. You've kind of used there one moment, you're gone the next, unfortunately, here. And I feel like it's a little bit late for Leffy to be building the Doomsday here as well, right? Obviously, we needed that just a little bit early on before these team fights started taking place and start having a massive impact in this game number 3.
But once you are playing this Da Chao, you can always go to your plan B, which is pushing your laning. But the thing is that because they are going for like double tanky hero, so it's gonna be a little bit hard for them to do so. Maybe Da Chao would be the only person to do this flat push, which is kind of squishy when she just encounter with this Guan Yu or this Yukio.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of very difficult to do that when you are behind already, right? Like, you do obviously have the higher the whirlpool to send you, teleport you around the map, but the problem is you're going to get caught out before that. You've got so much CC here. Guan Yu into the backline here, just trying to just keep pressure onto Tempest. And we mentioned him moments ago that Da Chao, the only thing that we could really be looking for here in terms of a split push, gets taken off the side here, the side of ROC Esports. Danny looking pretty low as well. Highest first skill is hurting, poking the side of Influence Rage.
I mean, like, it seems like they're trying to close out the game because the minion has already been sent in and Limbo is ready.
He's very ready.
Just getting in.
It's going to be the quickest game of the series. If that's the case, it's almost 10 minutes. Danny has to feed himself just to keep the crystal alive. But unfortunately, we have 3 minion waves here. Down to the bot side is going to be the earliest arrival right now. Can the side of Influence Rage keep them alive? But the answer is no. ROC rise in this best of 3.
2-1 win. It seems like they faced a little bit of trouble them at the beginning of this matchup, but they quickly pulled themselves together, showing their synergy, showing their coordination, showing their pure mechanics. Just check game 3, right? The understanding towards the patch, not only towards the patch, but also this duel that their opponents selected.
And you can see them right over there just shaking hands, just showing to each other the respect that they need to have, because this was an amazing, very level game, right?
Yes.
Like, I would dare to say that a couple years ago, this would have been a clean, quick 2-0. But this year, it was actually a lot more competitive. ROC Esports is going to move into the Group B upper bracket final. They're going to be playing against Aurora Gaming.
Yes, it's going to be pretty much like an MKL matchup again, once again, right? Obviously, but I feel like going into that one, maybe ROC doesn't quite have the confidence that Aurora Gaming had, right? Aurora Gaming's match, very clean, very quick, whereas ROC was kind of like, it took a while, but they got there. And I feel like if I was either of those two teams, Aurora Gaming would be where I want to be.
But I mean, like, because of the familiarity that they had, right? So it's gonna be a great game to see these two teams like play against each other.
One of the things that made ROC so dominant in this game was just the way that they just forced INF into making decisions. You want to protect your turret? All right, I'm going to jump into your jungle. You want to protect your jungle? Okay, I'm going to take your turret. So it was just INF just very passive, just trying to react to all of the different curveballs that ROC was tossing at them.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, I have to give props to obviously Chuck BR again. Like you were saying, as we came out of that game, this may have not been an outcome literally a year ago if we thought about it, right?
Yeah.
But the fact is, these teams are leveling up at a pace that is very commendable. And I think Influence Rage just need to go back into that lower bracket just to gain that confidence back in themselves and ride that lower bracket.
They had some very good moments in Game 1 and in Game 2. In Game 3, what I believe is that the Tat Xiao and then the Flowborn tank, it is a composition that you need to be a lot in sync. Like you need to be able to understand those timings, and since the minute 2 when Danny falls, then he just kind of just tosses away everything that they had planned.
I totally agree with you. I mean, like, the synergy is really important when you're playing this kind of pair. So I feel like they need more practice about this game. But like, potential can be seen from this kind of composition.
I think that's all that matters at the end of the day, right? Obviously, this is a double elimination. If you've got potential in the upper bracket, it just means you have to just analyze that last series that you had. Analyze what worked well, what didn't work so well. And I feel like that Game 1 draft was definitely their top form.
I think,
but this is that prio pick for Flowborn Tank in Game number 3, right? Like, this is your upper bracket life.
Yeah.
I don't quite understand that one. Maybe it's just limit test and see what Rock does when they meet them potentially in the lower bracket.
And I mean, like, speak of the potential play, I mean, just neglect this Flowborn tank. I would just give one thing to INF, that forget that Baichi pick. I mean, like, they already lost 2 games about that Baichi, because I know the reason why they're picking out that hero is because they're looking for those initiation. But the thing is, Baichi is quite like a mid-late game hero. So I mean, like, if they want to make comebacks from the lower bracket, maybe more aggressiveness is what they want.
Maybe what we need to do is just to keep that Baichi over there in check all the way until best of 7s.
Yeah. Just leave him and just like, no, just don't pick him.
It's not the time for Baichi.
Exactly.
I mean, best of 7, it's going to be the time for Baichi to shine.
Exactly. It's only a best of 3. But we're going to see in this, obviously, highlights here. The fact is that they tried to bring out components that was going to try and just hinder the bleeding here from the Xuan on the Guan Yu, right?
Yeah,
it was like hoping that all these little mini components would stop his impact. But unfortunately, it just wasn't even enough.
I mean, like, Xuan is definitely an artist about how to pilot in this Guan Yu. He's been riding this horse for over like 7 years, I guess.
It is his main hero, right? So when you're in the BP and ROC is not choosing the clash, and he's not choosing the clash, you know that at the end of the day they're just gonna choose that Guan Yu. That's it. It's not even a question no more.
Yeah, not a question at all. I mean, as soon as that was freed up in the ban picks, it's going to come out. Like, it has to come out. If they want to win this upper bracket match, they're like, you know what? Let's just bring out the prize pony. It's still a best of 3. They kind of were hoping onto it. I don't think there was actually like anticipating the push that Chuck BR gave them in this best of 3.
I mean, like, for both teams, they are actually doing really well. I really enjoy this game, this match that they perform in.
Electrifying
it is. So it's gonna be very intense for them if they want to, you know, still move forward, because for Chuck BR, I mean, like, for IF, they only got one choice right now because they are going into the lower bracket.
Of course, let's just draw it over there for everyone at home. Right now, we're going to have Aurora Gaming playing against ROC later today, this afternoon, to see who's going to take that first ticket into the playoffs. And then after that, we're going to have in the next days, we're going to have Titan Esports going to be playing against INF just to check who can still keep going over here in the group stages.
I mean, that's a scary thing. If you're a TEC, right, and you've just seen how Influence Rage perform against the MKL 3rd seed, you're like, we've got some planning to do at least, you know? Like, we, once I said, we didn't expect it. Don't think TEC expected, but Chuck BR definitely standing strong here.
All right. What about if we go on stage with Mara? Mara's got Mutsi over there, and we're going to hear a little bit about what he needs to share with us.
Here with us, Muchi from Rock Esports. Congratulations. You are the crowd favorites for this matchup. Superior in Game 2, superior in Game 3. But Game number 1, it seems like your opponent's influence rage put a little bit of pressure on you. What was particularly challenging with Game 1?
I think we are still jet lag, so we lost the first game.
It was a little bit of jet lag. That's why you lost. Okay, but you know what we also noticed? They've improved so much, and it's probably because of the boot camp. You guys put in an intensive 2-week boot camp, and how much of what we saw in today's victory was from that boot camp?
我讲中文你宝贝。我们 bootcamp 的教练帮助我们了很多吧，我们也已经准备好来去面对全国各地的选手。
Well, we had a very effective coaching session during the bootcamp itself, and I'll say the bootcamp definitely helped us prepare, made us very, very prepared to face no matter which team we're going to go up against from any region.
And we love seeing how that boot camp helped out your team and everyone else. Thank you so much once again. Congratulations, Muchi. Now we'll head back to the casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you very much, Muchi. Just emphasizing the importance about that bootcamp over there, right? Like 8 KPL coaches just had over there around 100 players from all around the world, helping them out how to get better at the game. We're going to be talking a lot more about the bootcamp, a lot more about the results and the impact into our ecosystem as we come back from the break and we bring you the action of match number 3.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026 live from Paris, France in the Esports World Cup. One more edition of the top of all around the world. Now, Group B is already set. Aurora Gaming is going to be playing against ROC later on today into what is going to be their upper bracket final for the first ticket into the playoffs. What about if we move into Group D? Right now, we're going to come in with match number 3 of today. It's going to be GK Esports against Deep Cross Gaming. In order to make sense out of all of this, I've brought Kin and Holler for this match.
And I'm excited to be here again. I think that this is a matchup that there were a lot of questions in terms of just like how Deep Cross would actually be able to play against the juggernaut that is GK here.
Well, I mean, if we take a look at how they progress into this stage, I would say I'm pretty confident for Deep Cross Gaming. But there are still some question marks ahead.
There are plenty of question marks. There are plenty of topics for us to talk about today. So what about if we start with the Crunchyroll story of the day for today that is going to be focusing about Sun, right? It is going to be our Crunchyroll story of the day, the Gauntlet of Truth, Redemption or Destruction, Kin.
It's I would say a sad story for Sun, right? He came in second place in the first ever appearance of qualifiers for HOK and KIC. And that was the best result he has ever gotten up until this point. The most recent competition, 4th place. Not where you want to be, but I think this game might prove to the other teams that not picking him from 2025, 2026, that might have been a mistake, and today he's going to try and show that.
Yeah, and I think he's kind of been an outsider looking in. I mean, it's like with the team, there's been issues with the coaches at times. I mean, there's all extraneous issues, right? But I do think that Sun at the end of the day is fundamentally sound. I think he's a very experienced player, and I think Deep Cross Gaming are very blessed to have a player like him in the farm lane.
No, Deep Cross Gaming as a team has been just showing us that they're ready to go. They're the real deal, that's for sure. But in this whole story about Sun, why is the reason that he has always just been looking from the outside?
Because he was never allowed in. This ticket into the big teams, the big squads, it's always been, okay, look, maybe you're not good enough. Maybe you haven't shown us the strength yet, right? And he has been through a lot of teams. Started with Team Secret, went on to Todak, actually went on loan away from Todak to APG. And even despite that loan, it felt like it wasn't good enough because he went back to Todak at the end of 2025. Last chance he got onto SLTD Gaming, I think he might have impressed, right? Because then this year he got the Deep Cross Gaming. And this one might be the first time he makes a good appearance on the international stage.
So he's actually just kind of just bouncing around in between teams, just trying to prove his worth. And this might be the first time that he actually has a spot over there in the starting lineup to show his real value.
There's a lot of that value that will be shown today. And I think that, I mean, to Kin's point, it's not about revenge or anything like that, but it's like proving all of those teams wrong. Like, why did they create a super team or whatever, and he was never included into it? I mean, he's going to be, again, this might be a villainous story, I'm not sure, but I do think that, this is a time to really rise up. It could turn a sad story into a very happy one here.
We can already see GK Esports jumping in over here. They're going to try their very best just to do better and better and better compared to their performances around. Of course, they come in here as the second place of MKL Spring 2026. I got to see them in the Challenger Cup in Beijing where they lost. Actually, they lost 0-3 to E-Star Pro.
It's a tough pill to swallow, but in terms of the global standards, GK is definitely on top, right? We talked about the boot camps that all these teams have taken part in. GK were the champions of that one. So that is a huge mountain to climb for the side of Deep Cross Gaming. And if we go back to Sun, his first challenge today is actually to go up against Gem, who is the farm laner. And for Gem itself, this guy on paper, he was non-existent in the global scene, right? Came in 2025, but he has consistently gotten first place finishes with GK Esports.
He's impressed. And I think that that's kind of what you need. You need to solidify that farm lane. And I think that if you're looking at the rest of the one, they have a lot of championship roster. Like, this is a very strong team. You have Guyu in the Clash lane, finals MVP. He's going to have that skin from Vati. He has, he's clearly been able to make plays on his own. Then you're talking about Musan King. They call him the king for the reason, right? Because of the fact that he just absolutely dominates from the jungle. This is a very solid lineup with a lot of all-stars. And again, it will be tough. And I love Sun, and I want that redemption story arc to happen, but man, this is a formidable team.
Yes, I mean, it's not a one-man show at this point. I mean, I hope for Sun it is a one-man show. He needs to step up. But that matchup, the Guyu versus Clean, this one I'm super curious because Clean in the Deep Cross game so far, he has shown up. But those teams, were they strong enough? Same power level as GK Esports? I don't think so. So today we have to take a look at the 1v1. So many of them, one in the Clash lane, one in the farm lane, one jungle as well.
I mean, for me, it is about that Clash lane, right? Guyu, I've already highlighted the fact that he's, finals MVP, but then now you're talking about Clean. This is a role swap that he went from jungle, now he's in the Clash lane, made way for Godwoo to take over that jungle, and this is going to be an interesting one because we've seen Clean actually shine at the EWC thus far, and now to be playing it on the group stage that is here against GK Esports, this will be fire.
And I think that that's one of the important things, right? Like, if you need to make space for someone better than you in that specific position, evolve. That's it. He just decided, he saw like, well, guys, like Godwoo is actually pretty good. I'm going to take a step aside. I'm going to give him my spot, but I'm going to rotate to a different position instead of just saying like, you know what, he could actually just sulk in there just because he's going to go bench. He decided to change himself, redefine, and then just move into the next position.
Step up. That's what we want, right? You have to step up, which is why this is a redemption arc for him. All these years of being on the bench, all these years of not getting the shot that he wanted, if he proves himself good today, he's going to be the new superstar, and his team is all behind him. This jungle matchup will also help define the results of this particular match because, yes, a king, Musan King, he's pretty strong. But we have seen a god in the jungle, Godwoo that is, and so far he has been pretty godlike.
Yeah, I mean, he comes from the KGL. He had a bunch of MVPs even when he was there. He has definitely made an impact there. But this is a team that has kind of had a lot of other people kind of throw them off, where they've created this hodgepodge squad that when you look at it on paper, you're like, wait, why are these guys free agents? Why are we able to create these teams with these players? And it's been explosive thus far.
Yes, and explosions we will have, because right off the bat, single target burst for the side of GK Esports is going to be the Aoyan pick, the Lung. And this is paired up with our traditional Frost Liang combination. Huge lockdown, huge burst, but they need a shield in front. So this jungler in Clash either needs to be a person that is helping them enable entry into the backlines, or it needs to be a super shield in the front. Meanwhile, for DCG,
yeah, so for DCG, it's about the Guan Yu, and you know that's just going to wreck this Princess Frost Leon combination, right? Then you have a net, you have your ult, you have your ability to kind of just stay away, plus you have the Mirage from Haya, right? So these are targets, it's an incredibly strong mid laner. We know Ethan will be able to play that one very well, but if we're talking about this Princess Frost Leon combination, I've been talking about it from the past 2 days thus far.
Yep.
I am not a big fan. It has really fallen off. The Liang is very vulnerable.
Yeah, I think it really comes to the point where who pulls the trigger first, right? Because if you get that combination in and it's not onto the Guan Yu, he will push you from the back and you're not gonna like it too much. But on the inverse, if we take a look at the Guan Yu flank, if the Guan Yu comes in too early, then the Liang and Princess Frost actually gets whatever they want. And side note, I really hope they're picking out EW C for skin for our Princess Frost Heaven Beacon.
Yeah, we just love that Heaven Beacon skin. But going into this one, it's all about that early game to really spike, to take advantage of that level 4 control from Liang. If they're able to start getting early ganks and snowball, they're going to have a good time. If they actually kind of come into some sort of resistance, it's a 50-50 game. I really struggle to see this lineup doing well even into the late to carry them over the edge.
Okay, I hate to say this because I don't normally agree with you, but I feel like that is the case. Because if you take a look at the lineup they have on the side of Deep Cross Gaming, there is a lot of utility that stops the combination. You have the Annette with the ultimate able to push you out, get the mini stun in. At the same time, you also have the Haya with the Moonscape Mirage locking a singular member in an alternate dimension. And now, this Jing, we have seen many a times come up with the most incredulous plays, especially in the hands of Godwoo.
Yeah, I expect nothing but fireworks in this one. I think that they have a lot of answers. Again, this all in on this Liang, right? To set things off in a best of 3, I think that is incredibly scary because for me, I'm looking at this more, this hero as like a best of 7 tile, where they might not have as much CC and control, and then you can kind of maybe get that pick off. You can kind of catch them off guard, if you will.
It's a 50-50, right?
True.
Because if the combination works, you get really good snowball effects where you can just keep using the combination over and over again because they can't take you out in one shot. But if you're playing from behind, then it's you're going to be caught in no man's land every single time.
Yeah. I mean, he's literally late game and he's very squishy and like he's like a dude with just glasses and you just want to punch him in the face, right, Kin?
No, I fully disagree. I wear glasses and for good reason, and I do not want to get punched in the face. Now, with that being said, this time, GK Esports, let's see what they can do, because while the stats in terms of the draft may not stand in their way at the moment based on what we see, this is GK Esports we're talking about.
Yeah, you can't really count them out. I do think that, you know, at the end of the day, we're talking about the pilots of these heroes. And I think that if we're talking GK Esports, they're number 2 in MKL for a reason. This is a formidable squad, but they're going up against Deep Cross, who has surprised time and time again thus far.
Surprise is definitely a good choice of words, because I was not expecting this level of proficiency coming in, right? Especially having to come together in, you know, a very short amount of time, and now they've pulled off a nothing short of a miracle coming in here. Going up against GK, this result is going to be something that all the teams have to look at in their group.
Yeah, and actually we already saw a little bit of a surprise earlier. I mean, not to say that Influence Rage, I mean, they pulled off that one game, right? And that they stole that one. And I do expect to see a little bit more of that type of style where they want to be, you know, taking the fight to them. And, you know, these playing teams looking to surprise throughout.
Yeah, I think this is all dependent on Clean. And they know the answer here. They're pushing Clean back all the way into his T1, which means they will get this Primal Portal, they will get this Face Sprite as well. Initial rotations is a big win for GK.
Yeah, big win for them, but DCG already up, you know, I mean, 200 gold, it's not the most at this point, but any sort of win, you're looking at positivity in terms of just how they're able to build. On the other hand, GK understanding that we get Jiff level 4 as quickly as possible. Let's start the gank train early.
We haven't really spoken about the roam on the side of GK, right? So I feel like the unsung hero, this guy has always been very consistent and very adept at making sure that GK is well protected. This time, I think it's more aggression than defense, especially when you're playing a Liang, right? Because you want to get the CC down, and with the suppression can only be stopped when you stun the original hero. So this is going to be a game where just positioning is monumental. He needs to be the core of the team in terms of positioning.
Yeah, and I like it how you bring that up, because it's not about him I mean, early it's going to help in terms of that initiation to get that control, to lockdown, flash control, right?
Yeah.
You blow him up potentially. But come the mid-game to late game, he needs to completely change his style in terms of how he wants to proceed. If Godwu goes in, you're looking to lock him down. He's target priority number 1.
Yes, and while that is one of the things they have to consider, the second consideration that, you know, this combination, ideally you want to use it fully onto one person. And if you have to catch Godwu only with Liang's ultimate, then Shishan, he's going to have a huge responsibility of landing his second skill, the Frigid Prison. Because Princess Frost, with that, you get additional damage when the target is frozen. So that's quite a bit of responsibility, and you need to have trust that your mid laner on GK is going to do the job. Because if you don't, you know for sure Ethan is going to punish you.
Yeah, they got to go 1 and 2, right? Anytime they move together, right? Because if they're able to burst you down, they have a potential. This combination is strong. Let's respect it, but the counter initiation, the counter stuns from DCG, they got a plethora of them. They are good to go, understanding what they're trying to do, of course.
I mean, it's literally just everyone but Sun, right? And Sun is just meant to be on the back lines, far away, using those arrow showers to deal as much damage as possible. So in the farm lane, yes, that's why we call it the farm lane. You need to get the gold. It's about making bank. And for now, it's pretty even.
Yeah, it's still pretty even. I mean, we're not even in that 4-minute mark, but we're expecting a little bit of a skirmish here. GK, look at how they're kind of positioning themselves, waiting for somebody to fall into this trap, if you will.
Yeah, but Sun already knows, right?
Yeah, he knows.
I think so. I hope so, because he is staying huddled under the T1. Because you know what? The map is completely empty and devoid of any GK players except for Green.
Yeah, and they've been off the map, right? And now the flash forward, they get the control. They actually find Sun under the tower, and here's the follow-up, and they do have enough, and it's going to be first blood going the way of Shisa.
That is the stock and standard traditional combo, and while they were pulling that off, Musang King actually secured the Tyrant as well. This is a double big win for the side of GK Esports, which means they get a slight gold advantage, but this can quickly pull into a huge gap between the two teams.
Yeah, Shisan, their ex-teammates with Sun, they used to play on Team Secret together, and being able to just get that initial kill is just being like, hey, I got you, man.
Yep. Actually, yeah, I kind of forgot that. Shishan and Sun used to be teammates.
Yeah, back in the day. I mean, they go way back, and this is, again, why it's about the redemption, the revenge, if you will. The flash on forward, it looks like Godwoo, but with Clean taking down Je, he's going to take a little bit of revenge on that one.
Okay, so it's kind of like a 50-50 win condition, right? GK, yes, they got the first blood, but that first blood went into the hands of Shishan. On the other hand, Deep Cross Gaming, they got the kill.
Clean, Guyu chasing him down. Sun, one last shot, and he gets him with a tri-slash. Sun then taken down yet again.
Okay, this one hurts, right? Confidence is definitely going to be broken. He went to the farm lane, got taken down, 3v1. But now, Clash lane, he gets taken down again.
Yeah, a little bit of a lane swap. Tried to get a little bit of space, but Guyu gets stuck in, frozen, if you will. He's going the wrong way, but he will be chopped down by Clean. Clean getting a little bit low. Musan King looking for the revenge. They end up getting Clean down.
It's all the trades. GK is making all the smart trades here, financially, and with the EXP as well. It's all making sense. T1 now under pressure. DCG should be able to defend this, but that's quite a bit of pain in the T1 mid.
Yeah, a lot of pain, if you will. And I think that this is where DK understand that, hey, we're strong. Je still got his ult up. Whenever that's happening, DCG need to play even more passively.
Yeah, and this is going to slow down the farm onto Sun, right? Sun is level 8. He's one level behind Jim. And, you know, more damage to be done. They have the Azure Golem stolen.
All the flash away. And now it looks like they have a little bit of control. The Mirage is going to be used. Clean is actually running for the hills. Godwoo's on the side looking to fight this one with the Mirror Domain, but he gets blown up. Jem says, where are you going? Guyu going in, looking to dive into Sun. It's personal. He takes him down and he gets on his dragon.
Yep, everything going wrong. That is, you know, whatever that's possible to go wrong, Murphy's Law, it is going wrong for Deep Cross Gaming. 4 members gone in the first 6.5 minutes, leaving just Sin alone. And Sin as a roam, they don't really care about him.
Yeah, they don't care whatsoever on this one. I mean, it's all about the other cores. They've stopped Godwoo, Sun, Clean, all of the big cores. Ethan, if you will. It didn't seem like they had any answers, but DJ can break it down.
This is where we mentioned about the position of Sir, right? So important. Look, Sin has to dive especially deep. He can't use his ultimate to save anyone else, allowing Guyu to jump into the backline. 2v1, it doesn't matter whether he gives his life. His KDA is still intact. He still has the EXP lead as well.
Yeah, and it also, the way that they were taking that fight, they were scattered throughout. There were too many ledges where they couldn't get on top of one another. Like, Godwoo was fighting them 1 versus 3 in the backside, and he's very squishy. He got focused, and he got destroyed immediately.
But GK, this is the game plan. You're supposed to make it messy. You're supposed to have them in this array. And this gameplay so far, this is what GK needs to be doing. Because, you know, there was a scare in the first series of the game. Aurora wasn't supposed to give one game to Influence Rage. And GK taking the MKL Pride over and saying, Deep Cross Gaming, welcome to KWC, but it's not going to work out how you think you are going to like it.
Yeah, probably not at this stage, but DCG not out of this. I mean, if they can weather the storm, yes, the early game looks really bad for them, but if they survive to the mid to late, they got a chance because, again, Je is literally just like a range creep at that stage.
Yes, and Sun will be able to take towers for free, right? At this point, I mean, the clock is ticking. 8 minutes in, they are already losing T2s. All T2s are gone. This is the final line of defense with the tier 3s for the side of Deep Cross.
I feel like we shouldn't have highlighted Sun because it looks like DK were like, oh, okay, that's the main target. We need to go in because now if you're looking at the level differential, Gem is 12, Sun is level 10. They've been focused firing him, taking away all of his space.
And you know what? The biggest pain point here is there is a 2,000 goal lead between the two. Of course, in advantage to Gem in the farm lane. And along with a gold advantage means you have more items, you have more bursts. And Sun's life is no longer something that you can protect that easily anymore.
We were talking about how he's got that range advantage, but yeah, to your point, he's still not going to do a whole lot because he's not able to kind of get that net worth going, if you will. Shisan, though, is on the backside. And again, here come the reinforcements, instantly looking to go in. They find the control, and just like that, Ethan's going to be taken down. Jin is running for the hills. The infinite vastness. Does he go aggressive? It looks like he's going to be backing up as they find Clean on the flanks. Musan King wants him. Their old charge pushing him back. Clean now running under the tower. The power gradation slowing him down, but Jay getting a little bit low. Sun gets at least that pickup, but at what cost? Musan King, they're looking for the flanks.
I mean, this is just a last gasp defense at this point. Sun does well to get 1 kill for himself, but it's on to Je. Once again, it's a roam, right? Every single series, especially for MKL teams, you'll notice that they don't mind having a sacrificial lamb. That lamb normally is a roamer, and everyone else still stays alive, still stays safe. Musan King Shishan and Gem, nobody is taken fall yet.
Oh gosh, Sun, he's gonna be joined by Godwoo. If they're able to do enough, they're not. He's just too mobile. Sun with that Arrow Storm just zoning them away. They back off, and it looks like they're not able to get any sort of kill here.
Okay, but he did cut that level lead by half, right? So it's just one level that separates Gem and Sun. Right now, as we hit the 10-minute mark, this is going to be a very important one. DCG needs to get something. They need to make sure that GK gets nothing.
Yeah, and it'll probably start with that mid T1. If there are any sort of comeback into this game, finding some sort of pick. But, I mean, the Tyrant is going to be taken out here by, it looks like DK as DCG are completely not in position.
They can't. I think it's a huge risk to try anything in terms of aggression on the side of DCG. And for the most part, Godwoo as well, he's not doing as well as he should be, right? Level 13 against a level 14 Musan King. So far, it looks like the King has everything in order.
Yeah, he's looking to be more of like the lesser Godwoo at this point, but now Musan King going to the back, finding it, but it looks like the Hurricane Wall push back, Zin getting a little bit low. Musan King chases in, takes him down, and now with his Mirage, they're going to continue with this one. Musan King taking the bottom T3 as they come out of the Mirage, the flash away. Ethan is going to be fine, but it looks like the charge on forward. Guyu not playing scared. It looks like Clean is so low, but they find Gen. They get the little bit of a pick off here, but it looks like GK Esports are going to limp away.
The defense works, but it comes at a huge price. T3, hang on, this could be the one. Godwoo. Okay, I mean, it's just a roam. Zhe will have to take a fall, but end of the day, Zhe will come back. Your tier 3s will not revive. There is no construction worker to help you with the rebuild here.
Yeah, nothing at all. And actually, Godwoo punching out Zhe on that one is going to be a little bit personal on that one. But the assault was great. They took the bottom T3. They probably stuck around a little bit long because it looks like Godwoo was able to do a decent amount of work finding Gem there.
But this is what I'm talking about, right? Like this Clean versus Shishan and Gem combination. Whoever shows first actually gets a big L on their head, and right now DCG, they want to
Overlord
get
taken down by Godwoo, just barely stealing it, and now Musan King on the approach, trying to get some sort of play, but it looks like with these Vanguards, a little bit more breathing space for DCG here.
Okay, so they show some life.
Yes.
But let's take a look at the facts right now. It is a 4,000 gold difference between the two teams. Level advantage will slowly become nothing much to consider because everyone is hitting max level soon, level 15s.
Yep.
Now, at this stage of the game, it really comes down to positioning, communication, and vision. Right? So far, this map is completely in darkness for the side of DCG. So if they were to win a team fight, it has to be a miracle play of some sort.
Yeah, definitely a miracle play. But I want to go back to your earlier point. Since when did you start caring about facts?
Since just now. Because, you know what? You know, opinions matter, but sometimes you cannot ignore a fact. And the fact is, GK now are in a pretty good position.
A very good spot. But, I mean, DCG still finding ways. They're, like, hanging around. I mean, the longer this one goes, it definitely favors DCG. I think they still have a chance as long as they don't lose these, you know, the final two T3s, if you will.
Okay, look, I think patience is key here. DCG, yes, you're behind, but Shin, he shouldn't give that ultimate so early. Right?
Agreed. All clean. Nice little Razor Cavalry. They actually find him, and Musan King gets blown up, and that might be the start of the play as they've got a man advantage. They're going to continue on the nice Hurricane Wall. The infinite fastest. It looks like GK's on the run. Godwoo might be thinking about it, but it looks like they're going to give up. They're going to push the lanes. They have the Shadow Vanguard in the bottom.
How does the kingdom fall? When the king falls first. Right now, Musan King has taken that first trip, and with DCG, game plan is very simple. We don't need to get the kills, we just need to push them back, get the T2s, and then we start to explore. Can we take the T3s? And once the T3s are open at the bottom, it's fair game. Everything is back to square one.
Yeah, and DCG, this is what we saw in the play-ins. They're a very resilient team. They are a never say die. We fight until the crystal is down, and they're coming back as they're looking to seize the bottom T3 here.
Oh my goodness. Godwoo was kind of shaking me there at this
the
point.
Mirage. It's going to be used right onto Guyu. Maybe not the greatest of targets, but here come the reinforcements are on the way. Ethan is a little bit low, looking to trade with Guyu as they come back into reality, if you will. And now Ethan's so low. Guyu tried to go for the kill. He's going to be picked off. The Flaming Palm is going to be eaten by his teammates.
And who's the one that made it happen? It was Sun. The finishing blow. Redemption maybe in the cards down here. All they have to do is to take this Shadow Tyrant, get another fight going. Shishan, that was kind of dangerous. And DCG, I mean, the nerves are starting to show. GK looking a little shaky at this point.
It's about closing out games. The difference between a good team, a great team, and an amazing team is the ability to close the games comes out. DCG right now finding ways to get back in. Sun now is also being very respectable in the damage in terms of this net worth as well.
He's close to 12k. He's close to the 6-item full build, right? We haven't stepped into the world of the Sage's Sanctuary yet where we play with the double lives. But at this point, you need to kind of be like a prophet already. You have to be able to tell the future. Patterns will start to show. And if DCG can figure the puzzle out of GK, this could be a great fight.
It could be, but it looks like Musang King on the escape there. He's not going to want to fight this. They've already gotten what they wanted with that Azure Golem, but they've backed up. Look at how DCG, I mean, they're playing from behind in terms of the net worth, but they're putting the full court press on.
Both teams actually playing really smart, right? GK, this is a game of footsies. I want to be close to the tower, so if you do over-aggress, I have a turret helping me, especially at T3, there is a lot of true damage coming in. But this one, this Shadow Overlord needs to be stopped.
Yeah, it needs to be stopped. Zen is going to actually get a little bit of the eyes and ears on this one. It's already at half-life, looking to go down. The Aerostorm just whittling it down. Oh, Sun! Oh, he gets the seal! Sun, what a comeback in this game. He's just completely bounced back.
I mean, when you're supposed to win, nothing can go wrong. And Sun, I mean, we talked about this guy. We did pick the right guy to talk about. This guy is redeeming not just himself, he's redeeming the entirety of Deep Cross Gaming as well. This push might not and should not be the final one, but we might see a crack in the defense on the base. GK T3 at the bottom. This is looking a bit tasty.
You're looking tasty indeed. I mean, Sun is actually hitting that mark. And why? He's been a time after time, a team after team, he's been able to come back because he's got the mental psyche to be like, hey, we might be losing, but I'm not out of this. I'm going out firing.
Do you want to go for this one? Shin's looking for an open.
Soaring Green Dragon to flash away. He's not able to get any more. The control used in return. They have enough damage to burst him down. Musang King's going to take him down. They might have gone a little bit too far playing with fire, if you will. But they're going to continue 4 versus 5. Godwoo, that Sage's Sanctuary. Guyu on the back. They've got the power grenation. They send him into the barrage, if you will. But Godwoo is already down. GK are low. And now Shisan, he's going to use Golden on this one. Sun looking to do some damage. He too will fall with a Sage's Sanctuary. And now Zin trying to keep him up, but Sun has been taken down. GK have dismantled DCG.
They found the problem and they solved it instantaneously. Now DCG, they have to run back. It is just Shin once again left on the last legs. I don't think he can make a defense here. There are 4 members on the side of GK. They're knocking on the doors and you can't do much with a net. The T3 in the middle will start to fall. The cracks will show. And GK, they smell the finish. Everyone is being aggressive.
They're going to use the control on top of him, but now Clean is showing up. Can they do enough? They're going to burst him down as well, and it looks like DK Esports will take game number 1.
In dominant fashion. Yes, a little kind of shakes here and there. Sun was on his way back, and they said, sit down, you're still a Sun. Boy, you have some lessons to learn.
Wow. Lessons learned on that one. I think on both ends, it could have gone either way. I mean, DCG had their moments. They were able to kind of come back with that last team fight. GK perfectly played that one, and the fact that nobody died, again, excellent performance there.
I mean, this is so good. Okay, I'm gonna use this as a reference. Being a picky eater might save you sometimes, right? They completely ignored Shin because the rest of the teammates are the problem on the side of Deep Cross. The moment they got rid of Sun, the moment they got rid of Godwoo, who do they have left? Nobody has CC, nobody has damage anymore.
Yeah, and that's kind of why they found that moment, right? When they were able to take that team fight. And again, it seemed like, you know, DCG were like so ambitious. They were like, oh, we're winning. And then all of a sudden we're like, actually, we're kind of losing this one because we're not on the same page. It didn't seem like the target priority was there.
Okay, so Isaac, I'm gonna throw this to you after this, but you were shaking
it's
your
right,
head.
Don't mind me, don't mind me. I can just stand over here. I'm gonna chill.
You were shaking your head, and I saw it because I was shaking my head as well. When Clean got caught, why? Why were you there? I mean, you showing first.
Yeah, exactly.
If the team had backed you up, Sin was nowhere near to stop the CC and the suppression. If they were close enough, this would have been a completely different result.
They were riding the wave, right? And that is the issue. Like, you're riding the wave, you already have like 90 seconds where you have already like taken the dragon, you are already winning the fights, you're pushing on the high ground. Maybe that was the right moment just to push back. But well, Clean goes in, he tries to go for the flank, and everything just disappears.
The 16-minute mark. Look at that dip. That was the moment they were looking for. And I mean, you can't blame them. It looked good. They had the Shadow Overlord flying down on the bot lane. That open wound at the farm lane on the side of GK Esports' base would have been the winning moment.
they had that opportunity. Things were looking in their favor. And while I understand the fact that you think you're good, let's end this game, but you got to go slow and steady. You had those vanguards. You could have taken your time on this.
Yeah, you can get to play range, right? Like Sun, he dealt 32% of the team's damage. That was 88,000. And this is even after the horrendous start they had, right? Gui, this guy, super good. He was a menace in the early parts of the game. And you would figure that during this middle part, 11 minutes in, where Clean was consistently caught because he showed first, that he would not show first again.
Yeah, this is the beginning where things were looking very good for DCG. This team fight, I believe, was towards the end, but they find Guyu and they disengage. These are the initial pickoffs. You're chipping into that lead as much as possible, and then that's what the tipping point to get you over.
Yep, and in most cases, we'll be looking at a Sage's Sanctuary plays closer towards the Tempest. And now that they're buying it at this point, you know both teams are looking, no, this is the final battle, this is the final moment.
But why would you pick that moment when Clean died so early? You had to have disengaged. You cannot take fights when you're down a member. It's just simple math at the end of the day.
I mean, you've already committed, right? Sometimes, if you already have the nail there, you have to use the hammer to try your best to just drive it all the way in, and that was the most costly decision, at least in this game number 1. It's not over yet. We still have another game for DCG to recover from.
Come on, you gotta remember that GK Esports is the 2nd place in the MKL, right? Like, so they're top of the top. Like, they came in here, they were already seated over there as head of the group. So, like, the way that DCG played right over here was so amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go to a little break, and after we come back, we're gonna go into game 2 of this very, very interesting match.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Deep Cross Gaming qualified into the group stage through the play-ins, and right now they're fighting their way head-to-head against the MKL 2nd place. Ken, what is going on in here? Like, what do you think is the key that has been leveling this matchup right now?
I think it really comes from, number 1, the confidence and the way they execute their draft, right? Understanding what is available for you to pick and choose from in terms of options during the fight. But I'm very curious about the mental state of Sun right now, because we take a look at this. If you're being in a competitive state and you lost a game that you were so close to losing, what kind of person are you? Do you go, I was so close, that fires me up even more? Or do you get a crush of confidence, like your confidence gets crushed and you feel like, I should have done well there, and then you kind of falter from there. This is a recovery time.
Yeah, I'm gonna answer that, but coming from the fact that I'm gonna roleplay Son here, not your actual son. But I do want to say that this is a thing where we've seen time and time again, even in the game itself, things were looking bad, but he was able to bounce back. He completely shook that one off, and he was just like, yeah, hey, I still got you guys. We're gonna have a good chance here.
I think that Holler just touched on the evidence out there, right? Like Son started horribly that game, right? Like on the Flowborn Marksman, it starts really, really bad, and then after that, he turned the game around. So that resilience is already there.
Right. Let us remind you what happened. He got a 3v1 in the farm lane. Died once. Said, okay, you know what? This lane doesn't look too good for me. Let me go to the Clash lane. Got 1v1 and taken down immediately after the revive. And yeah, that was horrible. I would have been like, I don't think I should play this game.
Yeah, GG go next, right? Like, let's just get on out of this one. Let's just move on. But again, I think that also the rest of the team were like, hey, let's calm down. Like Godwoo was still like farming very efficiently across this map, right? They were actually finding ways to just claw their way back in the game. And once they got to the high ground, that was a little bit of a hurdle, right? If GK Esports, I don't know how if they were able to fully overcome if DCG were to just stay in their base, if you will.
Exactly. Keep the composure, right? And keep the structure, the rotation, the positions of the teammates. And this is where we talk about, look, HOK is a team game. We need to take a look at the other players as well. I feel like Ethan kind of lost his footing at the end, right? He was responsible for a lot of saves. Guyi with the dive on the Charlotte, that was looking super dangerous. He got a knock-up on 3 different members at one point of the fight, and that caused a lot of disaster because it was the last fight that happened. But Ethan, throughout the game, he was responsible for putting him in an alternate dimension. And I'm wondering, Ethan, what other things can you show us in game number 2?
Yeah, well, they need to step up. And I think that it's about that coordination, that last call. Again, I hate to keep stressing on this, but if Clean dies, you got to back on out. There's no reason to continue to fighting 4 versus 5. The amount of risk that you're taking is just way too high, and you're going to lose a game just like we saw here.
Yeah, and I think the second thing to really notice in teamfight patterns is when teams start buying Sage's Sanctuary, you know they want to double down. So you know what? They're burning so many resources. Get out. Let's not take this risk unless you're 100%. In fact, at this point, I wouldn't say 100. Make sure you're 300% sure you're going to win the team fight, and then you go back in.
I mean, let's be very honest. 300% probably not going to happen. Nothing is 100% even in this game, right? But I do think that you need to take, again, calculated risks. It's a simple thing. If you have 5 members, I have 5 members, we Gucci, right? We can fight, especially if we feel strong. But if we're down a member, you're talking that's clearly less than 100% in terms of these odds. Not good ones.
I mean, it also depends on the comms, right? When let's say a shot caller says, go, 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 that is 300% because he says it 3 times, right?
Each go is 100%. I am pretty sure that's not how it works, okay?
I mean, in my ranked games, it works. Okay, but yeah, that's a ranked game, right? This is what we're talking about. But jokes aside, we'll take a look at what this is looking like. GK Esports, they're going to remove half of the combination that they showed, which is the Aoyin, the Lung, not going to be available for the pick. Second ban, the Liang as well. This is going to open up so many doors. Florentino is open, Lorian is open, and Chicha is open as well. This one, a great one. Win your first pick, let's go with the flex. You don't know where we're going to put this Chicha in.
Yeah, this is very confusing. It's hard to play around because, and also, they might be thinking it's in a specific lane, but then they're like, okay, we can just change it based on what you choose, right? And they're going to go with the Lorian here, as well as the Lapu Lapu, who has been very successful. Number 2 most picked at the KWC thus far.
Okay, I'm a little bit 50-50 on the fence on this one, right? Because we have seen the Lorian combination being used in conjunction with the Zhangfei. Zhangfei is not banned, and I feel like the Zhangfei provides a little bit more security with its Unbridled Outburst. For the Lapu Lapu pick, yes, Raging Sea is great. You get the continual damage as well. But, you know, the setup is so obvious.
Yeah. You know it's coming, right? And I think that if you're looking at the other side, GK Esports are going to pick up the Annette. And they were like, Guan Yu, we're like, okay, we're going to show you how it's done.
Okay, the Annette gameplay is really about number 1, positioning, and secondly, about the timing, right? Who is this Annette trying to go on? Here, at this point, I feel like the Annette is used as a deterrent, a shield, if you may, ultimate to keep everyone out. In the other side, in game number 1, DCG were trying to use it as a disruption towards the Princess Frost combination. So the way that this Annette we're going to be seeing in this game number 2 is going to be played in a completely different fashion.
Yeah, very different, but at the same time, adding to the CC plethora of options that the Guan Yu also is looking to bring. So they've kind of got the lockdown on, on set, right? Like they're pretty much good to go as they go into the second phase here. If we're looking to the other side, it looks like, Deep Cross Gaming are like, hey, let's pick the Charlotte ourselves. Let Clean get to that back line.
Okay, and now I want to focus on the last two bans coming in from GK Esports. I feel like respect has been given, right? Even if you don't win this game, I feel like the redemption has already been half made. They're paying a lot of respect. 2 bans on the farm lane. They don't want Sun to have a good game because they gave him a horrible start in game number 1.
Yeah.
He recovered, only lost because
Yeah.
there was a slight mistake made in the last fight.
Yeah, and actually, it looks like he's going to go to his tried and true. He's like the Alizio spammer, like the only one that plays it at the EWC, but he's very comfortable on this hero here.
On paper, you would not pick this guy, right? Like, why would you pick Alizio? Yes, late game damage. He, in the laning phase, if you're all grouped up together, he's a menace to deal with. But in the early parts of the game, if you get ganked 3v1 and they have quite a bit of CC and control here, it's not gonna look good. The Noir locking you in with the Matrix, it's not gonna be fun.
It will not be fun, but again, trust in Sun. I think that's the biggest thing. The MO of DCG, they feel like it's comfortable. They think that the Chicho was going to be the farm laner. They are in fact correct. So they're rewarded with this. You have a little bit of a range advantage. If you want to group up and team fight, which is looking like what DK were looking to do, especially early, this is a good pick.
I feel like, someone on the side of DCG should just go up to Sun and say, Sun, you're a man now. And then, the self-growth, okay, that does not happen in real life, but who knows, everything is worth a shot.
All right, look, I think he would be a little offended. He's just like, I think that's just his actual name and not like, he's not going to be calling anybody daddy any day of the week.
Well, right now, he has the potential to really lay the law down, if I may, on the side of GK Esports. But this one is for GK Esports to lose, right? Everything is in their corner right now. They have the advantage. They have the momentum. They have great picks as well.
Yeah, actually going into this, I mean, the Musashi looking for that Augury, right? Another win condition. The Chicha might have a problem. The range is, he's going to be up front so that, the Duel of Death could be targeting them. If they want to group up, you have the Alizio. So you have options from this DCG lineup.
Okay, it's a very specific situation here, but I'm kind of worried because if you do use the duel on the duel to the death from the Musashi on any singular member on the side of GK, they might actually just pull back into their 5-man. And all Gui has to do on the Guan Yu is push everyone else away. And suddenly you're caught in a 1v5.
Yeah. Again, it comes back to the execution at the end of the day, right? I think that if we're looking at this one, but Kin, who are you giving the edge to? Just look at the draft. Now, don't look at the players.
I still like the GK draft at this point.
Okay.
Now, because with the Noir, that's late game insurance. You are able to take down Sun with ease.
Oh, Shisan taking a decent amount of damage. Xin with just not enough. He's a little pillow-fisted at this point. Ethan looking to go for that steal. But GK, this is what they like to do early. Again, just, prioritize for Musan King with that gold sharing.
Yeah, you know what? I feel like GK might be just a little bit too fast in mobility against the side of DCG, right? For Xin, when he wants to land the Raging Sea, that takes a bit of wind-up time. For Ethan as well, yes, I believe he should be able to get a couple of catches, but ideally what you want on the side of Ethan is I want to get a 5-man out. I want to get a 5-man lift. And the way that GK's composition has, they get to run around, ring around the rosies, right? They don't really have to stick around in one small tight circle. They can enter into the same spot from 5 different angles.
Look, every time I play and I have a big ult like a Zhang Fei, I'm always looking for a 5-man, okay? They don't always happen. They're not easy to pull off. But it looks like Clean all the way in the top lane all by himself. GK, we're looking to rotate. They were looking to gank, but in fact, couldn't find anything.
I mean, this is the difficulty of the pro stage, right? Yeah. We have these nice combinations and you want to execute them to a certain extent, but you're not going to be allowed to. And all the small things in this game matter as well. GK now have taken the ball camp away from the side of DCG. This first engagement might be important, but GK, they don't want to overextend.
Don't want to overextend. You cannot overextend at this point. It's way too early. No, nothing has really happened. Just win the little battles right now. You're up about 600 gold at this point. That's a great spot. Plus, you were threatening. You forced DCG back.
Yep, the long range of the side of GK is really important at this point, and Clean.
Getting bounced around here. Guyu looking for that flank. It doesn't look like Clean is going to get back, but he dodges the annihilation. Okay. Shisan was trying to go for that one, but in fact, he will give up first blood. Oh, here comes Ethan. Finding Guyu, looking for the revenge. The orbs are real, and Ethan, just like that, gets revenge.
Okay, but did he get the space sprite? That's the more important one, right? Because now you get the extra gold, you get the primal portal activated as well. He will be the one using, but I believe it was Shizhan who got it.
Yeah, I think he did get it in the end. And I think that, I mean, you're going to be happy with that, especially since you got First Blood, plus you get the space sprite. You'll be more than happy with that. Unfortunately for Guyu, who did pass away on that one.
Okay, so right now you have this 1,500 gold lead. I think it's time to fight.
Yeah, definitely time to fight. You want to just find something, right? And look at GK. They think that they're strong. They're looking to invade, taking away those boars here right under the nose with DCG.
I think this is a right decision. A great decision, by the way. There is a 1-level advantage, or at least EXP advantage on the side of Musang King. He was already 7 before God would hit 7. And right now, the rotations, they want to fix up the problem, which is Clean in this early part.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit more action with Clean. I mean, Clean was coming from the jungle, and I'm sure he's just like, oh my god, this is tough. The flash away by Shisan, and the clash life, right? When you're fighting 1 versus 2 at times.
Yeah, I mean, I think they already saw God Wu from the Fog of War, so that was not going to be successful. Now, the biggest problem here is, how does this early game laning phase go for Sun, right? Sun game number 1, that was a horrendous experience. Not a position I want to be in. But so far, it's kind of peaceful.
A little bit peaceful, sticking around in that sense of, you know, being left alone. That's like dream case for them. But now Musang King off to the side. The Tyrant is going to be leashed. It will be just taking a little bit of damage as he chips it away. Sun is continuing on.
Okay, there is a potential of losing the buff here.
Oh, they go for this one, and it looks like Jaw gets the take. Are you kidding me? The Razor Cavalry even on top of that, but Wu, he gets blown up. Shisan, and now this heroic charges all the way from Guyu, says, where you going? Jin asks the flash. Musang King is on the chase with a path of passing, and he does take him down.
4 for nothing at this point. At the 4-minute mark, they get everything from the side of DCG. They got the Tyrant. Now they might even get the Azure Golem. And for sure, Ballcam gone. Wait, they've taken absolutely everything.
Yeah, taking everything right on. I mean, they have nothing to do. They can't fight. Clean is looking for a little bit of the revenge. The emergence. Shisan actually shows up on this one, finding out just Clean where he's at. But DK Esports right now, like this 4K lead, very tough right now for DCG to come back though.
This was a beautiful steal coming in from the side of Zhe, with the use of the ultimate as well. The mini stun, that is why he got that last hit in the first place, because nobody else was allowed to use the auto attack function.
Yeah, no chance at all. And Guyu, man, on this Guan Yu, the pushback, the control, it's like, where are you going? They're trying to just run away, and he is not letting anybody by.
This is why the 4-minute Tyrant is so important, because both teams will wrestle over it, and it means both teams will be there. So the moment you get the Tyrant buff, that's a guaranteed fight that's bound to happen, and you get access into the members whether they like it or not.
Yeah, and going in from game 1 to game 2, this is a much more difficult hurdle to climb back into, if you will, by DCG. Trying to find it in. I mean, it's already like about 4.5. Nice little 4-man stun on this one, but there's no follow-up. Godwu taking some damage as well. He has to dash back under the tower.
Okay, it's a very small play, but Guyu with the Primal Portal teleportation, using it on the minion to extend the life and backdoor protection to be off on the T2. That's quite a bit of damage, and GK, look, they're maximizing the value of every single possible scenario.
Oh, Zin, he knew he was coming. Guyu on the flank. Jin has to use the Raging Sea, but he's running the wrong way. He will be taken down. Musang King getting that one.
Once again, small things matter. Zhe pushed him in the wrong direction. He couldn't get the Raging Sea in the 3-man knockup he was looking for. That could have been disastrous, especially when Ethan gets the combo, even without his ultimate available.
Yeah, but I mean, the way that Jin was going, the reinforcements just way too far. DK Esports, the way that they're isolating, getting those pickoffs, very smart with their rotations.
Yo, they can't even get a T1. That's how far ahead they are. It's a 7? No, it's a 4,000 goldie going into the side of GK Esports. Same story as game number 1, but this time,
yeah, dual death. He's going to continue to chase. He's on this motorcycle, but he does have enough speed. The slash is not enough. Godwu, and here come the reinforcements, if you will. Gem looking for revenge, says, how dare you go on him? As it looks, he's looking to trade. Godwu taking a lot of damage on this one, and now with Jen to kind of back him up, it looks like Godwu will in fact lose on this one. Emergence finding Ethan. and he actually gets hiding under that tower.
This is the exact situation GK wants to find themselves in. God Wu, he's meant to be this huge monster that you can't deal with, but a 1v1, and here we go, Musang King, he's confident.
Yeah, very confident indeed. The Conductor of Souls finding it, and he wants to go for Shin. The easiest target, if you will, the Hurricane Wall on this one. And now it looks like they're going to dive in. The Soaring Green Dragon and Guyu there, but Sun gets annihilated, if you will. And GK taking them all down, 2 members down from DCG.
What do you do at this point when you're DCG? You're supposed to be the ones going deep into the base of GK. You're supposed to make them cross. But right now, everything is going in the way of GK Esports. Jungle is practically in their hands. And we'll take a look at how this moves. Look, Gui, I love this movement. Making sure that he pushes them in so that the annihilation lands on its target, even though it was already perfectly aimed.
It was absolutely perfect. But let's kind of address, oh my gosh, Godwoo getting killed on the bottom with Shisan and Gem. They just had too much. But this is a problem, right? We were talking about Godwoo. Hey, he needs to be that raid monster. He needs to be really big in terms of the net worth. But he's too busy fighting, and he doesn't have any of those items yet.
Because he's not allowed to, right? At this point, GK, they're so strong, they will invite you for a fight every single time. And you can't do anything as God. You have to fight.
Guyu with the Razor Cavalry. That was on point. Ethan trying to flash away. And now with that Conductor of Souls, Musang King looking to dive, gets the execute on the Zin. They're going to continue to chase. Ethan is back in his base. DCG can't even defend the mid T1.
And they took that fight while they were under the T1. That is the most impressive part. And that shows you how far ahead they are. 8,000 gold and building upon it some more. Musang King takes another camp from the side of Deep Cross Gaming. And this one, it hurts.
Definitely hurts on this. Guyu, even in the bottom lane they go. They're just the threatening from all angles. They can't even get close to defending. Look at where Godwoo is. He's on the other side of the map just trying to find any little bits of farm.
And that's the only space he gets to have. 9,000 gold lead at 9 minutes. This is the GK remember. This is the GK that showed up in the boot camp. And this is the GK that might make it to the next stage.
Oh, Godwoo uses the dual death. He has to dance, if you will. He's taking most of it, and it looks like Gem gets the outplay.
Yep, superb usage. This is why you buy the spike nail on the Shisha. You want to fight, we can scrap, but for every hit you land on me, you're going to get some damage in return as well. And this means your jungle is left fully open again. Nobody deal with the T2 at the bottom. That is probably going to be gone by the time they reach there.
Yeah, no chance. This bottom T2 just barely hanging on, if you will, by thoughts and prayers. But this Overlord is going to be started here by GK. When you control the map, you're going to take everything from them.
Maximum efficiency, and the king stands tall. The questions that we asked at the start of the day, how does GK do? How does Musang King do? How does Guyu do? They will do splendidly for themselves.
Yeah, GK came prepared, right? I think that weather the storm of DCG, even with that ability to come back, but I think that this game has gone too far in favor of GK, where DCG need a miracle. They need multiple mistakes from GK to come back.
That is not a miracle. That is a complete different reality at this point. DCG, they're staring death at the face. The loss is coming through. And right now, I mean, Godwoo, he can't even be back in the base to make a 5-man defense as well.
Yeah, Godwoo, I mean, he's trying to get farm. They can't defend the bottom T3. Ethan is all by himself. Musang King literally just running it down, but spaced away, if you will. Zin looking to go in for this one. And now with that wage, you see how much damage can they do. Sun gets picked off. GK just running over all of them.
Yeah, defense becomes aggression, and it's going to be the end. They will take the win. And GK show what's up with MKL. 2-0 clean series.
Very clean. Unfortunately, the player named Clean is on the losing end of this one as they drop 0-2. They will be in the lower bracket now. But again, it was just too much GK Esports in the end. Very strong play.
It's, building blocks. Every single thing matters. The small camps, the first blood, the movements, the position. And at the start, this Annette pick, we were kind of like, okay, it's going to be a different playstyle, different fashion. It's going to be more defensive in nature. But what happens when you put the shield against the face of your opponent? That's an aggressive move. It's no longer a defensive one.
Yeah, not defensive, no real way. And I think EA Esports are going to be happy with that performance. They're going to be moving on at least into the upper bracket part of their group here. But now, I mean, we have so much praise for this team coming in. There was a lot lot of hype. Number 2 team in MKL, how would they perform here? Well, they showed up.
This game number 2 just showed us exactly the level, right? Like they did not like their performance in game 1, came into game 2, really very aggressive.
Yep. I think it's important to recognize what you don't like, right? And after you recognize what you don't like, what are the changes you're going to make? And GK, I love that you said that, because GK was like, I don't like game 1. I'm going to show them how powerful MKO is. Second place, no, this is how a first place team plays.
Of course, you got to remember that in the boot camp, they were the ones with the best performance, right? And we're talking about the boot camp where the best teams were invited to talk to the best coaches, right? So they took that learning, that understanding, and immediately just started transforming it to wins.
Yeah, turning it into wins, that's a good way. I mean, it was just completely on another level. And the fact that they were like, hey, this is our play style, come at us, right? You know where we are, we're an MKL, let's go.
So this truly is the gauntlet of truth. And the truth is, Sun, he is still in this redemption arc. There is still a long journey to go. Lower brackets, it is, but I think Sun did impress today, right? The recovery, he's resilient. This is a time to show the other teams that they might be missing out.
That's why it's called an arc, right? It's not just a straight line. It's gonna go have ups and downs, and I hope that by the end of this redemption arc, he's going to find the place where he wants to be.
I'm hoping so. I mean, but this game was not his or the team's finest, right? I mean, when you're 0-3-0, it's just like GK Esports, the way that they're able to kind of take over the early game, force you to play their game, which is a losing one, a very defensive game, and this is kind of what happens, especially, I mean, 5-0-3 by Musan King, really just, next level, I would say.
And to add it on, this is, yes, number 1, a gold chart, but this is also a pressure chart if you take a look at it. Right? The blood levels were rising on the side of Deep Cross Gaming. And with this gold growth, it was so dominant that, look, we're talking about Sun's redemption arc. No, this has become a Deep Cross Gaming redemption arc. They are going to come back with a vengeance, because if you take a look at the stats, yes, the numbers look good. 40% of damage on Ethan. You want the Lorion to come in with the damage from afar. But what happens when the rest of your team gets taken out? You don't survive. You don't get to clear the waves as well. There was no space on the map for God Wu.
No space at all. And it also seemed like God Wu was overplaying his hand at times. He was not ready, fit for fighting at all, right? But he was continuing to kind of push it. And I think that this is something that they need to go back to the drawing board and be like, hey, where should we be at? How do we get there? How do we just like shore up some of these weaknesses that we have?
Yes, how do we get the squatters out of our house? Right. Because the whole jungle on the side of DCG was not theirs at all for the entire game. 0% team fight from God Wu. He was trying to farm everywhere from the map. He was looking at drains for coins.
I mean, going back into the highlights and seeing exactly how this one worked out, look at how, you see Godwu forcing it, and then Gu Yu, he's fighting 1 versus 3. He's just like literally just herding the sheep into the rest of GK, and GK are just like hounds. They smell the blood. They're going to continue to chase.
Yep, and I like this. This is one thing, if there's anything you take away from this series, which is once you acquire the advantage, we talk about ending games, winning games. Look at how GK did it. They put immense pressure the moment you have a lead, not just in EXP, in gold, in items. And with the ability to flank, the mobility was a huge issue. You have to make aggressive plays.
You have to. But it's hard when you're getting Razor Cavalry from the back. You're coming in from all angles. ZK just like literally running it down. You get 1 kill, boom, everybody has to retreat. You can't even fight into this. Plus you see the Ogren, Musan King on him. He's going to be a raid boss. He's tough to deal with as well. You have 0 answers when you're outnumbered.
Well, this is their first series against an MKL team. And this definitely was a huge lesson, right? There's a lot of things they can take a look at. Look at the review, look at the replay. Where did we start losing from, right? Was it because of our position? Was it because of the last hits? Was it because of communication during the team fights? Or maybe even before the team fights?
Yeah, I think I started losing when I met you. No, I'm just kidding.
That is a fact.
No, but I do think that this is still, there's a lot of like lessons that they could have learned, right? And I think that DCG can keep their heads up. They actually fought a good fight, at least in game 1. Game 2 was okay, the wheels had kind of fallen off. We had definitely been shaken up a bit, but I do think that this is still something they can come back from.
Yeah, definitely. And, Isaac, I want your opinion as well.
Well, my opinion is not valid at all because the players are the ones that need to tell us exactly what is going on, what's going through their minds. Well, Guiyu and Mara are waiting on stage for the cameras to go on to them. So what about if Mara, you take it from here?
Here we are with Yu from GK Esports. Congratulations with that very well 2-0. Now, we saw in game number 1, there was a little bit of a back and forth, and there were times when it seemed like your team was about to lose control, but you won that one. But we saw game 2. First 4 minutes, it was evident you guys had the tempo. 9 minutes, 9K gold lead. What happened backstage? Because game 1 was a lot different from your very dominant game 2.
I think first game we just long time didn't have tournament, so we have some nervous. In the game 2, we show our normal tempo. This is normal.
How long did you not have a tournament for?
Maybe 3 months.
Oh, 3 months is a pretty long time. But when you came in here today, you look really confident. How confident are you with Group D? Because everybody is saying that your group is a group of death. Who do you think is the most challenging one there? And let me see your confidence.
I think most challenging is Nemesis. But I think for us, Group D is not hard. But also not bad for other 3 teams because I think their level is very similar. The 3 teams also have chance to get the number 2 slot to go to playoff.
Well, we'll see how you're going to perform. Later on, we're going to have one more matchup with Group D. Can you make any predictions with the next game?
I think will be Nemesis.
Nemesis. And that's the one that you think will give you the hardest time. Well, thank you so much once again. Congratulations. And we'll see what the casters have to say about that. Casters, lead the gorge.
Thank you very much, Mara. Thank you very much, Guiyu. Guiyu already predicts that they are going to be facing Team Nemesis today afternoon. They're going to have to wait for a little bit more because they have one more match for today. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a little break. When we come back, we're going to bring you the match number 4. It's going to be the last match of this first round in the group stage for Group D.
We're the champions, ready to go. Yeah, we're made out of gold, never letting it go. Got your back, yeah, they coming, strong in the storm. Do you wanna go up in fortune, valor, crown, and honor? Yeah, crown and honor. Yeah, with fortune, valor, crown, and honor.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Welcome back. We're live from Paris, France. This is the KWC 2026. We are in the group stage. We already had the first game of Group D, where DK Esports already sealed their ticket to today's upper bracket final. Their contenders are going to be the winners between this match, number 4 that we're going to bring, between Boom Esports and Team Nemesis. With me, Sagi, Nora, how are you?
Good. And I really enjoy the matchups today because, last game it was like a pretty clean, like 2-0 and show the dominance about GK Esports.
And I kind of like it, right? Considering the fact that all 3 MKL teams coming in from all the respective groups of B and D, they all made it to the upper finals here. So that's going to be an interesting one later on. But coming over for this series though, Isaac, what do you think?
Well, it's going to be PKL against IKL. And this has been history. It's been always that rivalry between the PKL and the IKL. They look at each other. They might be friendly with each other, but friends? I don't know.
On the battlefield, there's only one winner for the game. So definitely it's going to be a very classic battle between Boom Esports and Team Nemesis. And I would call it a very even matchup, actually.
All right.
Yeah, I think it's pretty 50-50, right? Considering these two teams, they have a very long historical record in the scene of KWC as well. As we talk about these two teams, right? What kind of historical value have we seen so far between these two teams? Like Boom Esports, how is their track record against IKL teams?
Well, I feel like for them, definitely they are going to play against teams from IKL. It's going to be a question, but still, I do believe that they can do very well. For
KIS4, we had Team Nemesis beat Boom Esports during the group stages in a 2-3 fashion, right? But Boom Esports, they have a really good historic record defeating IKL teams like Kagendra or Vitality. Is Team Nemesis going to be part of that record as well?
I mean, it's pretty difficult to say, right? If you were to base it off of 4 months ago from their respective pro league, at the very least, Boom Esports, they were the champions of PKL Spring 2026, and for Nemesis, still yet to break through the second place curse going into IKL.
Well, let's wait and see. I know that I got to see Boom Esports over there in Beijing, China for the Challenger Cup this year. I actually took all the kids over there to go and watch it, and it was such a cool experience. The result was not the best for them, but at least they gained a lot of experience.
Yeah, and actually I interviewed them in Beijing, and I thought throughout the journey they were in the Challenger Cup, I feel like they grow really quick. And also I feel like a lot of techniques that can be seen, and I'm expected to see them pull out a lot of different techniques that we've ever seen.
Well, Team Nemesis in front of them, what do they have today that they can show us that could impress Boom Esports?
I think it's their flexibility in towards that mid to roam pool here, especially when you talk about the double L combination, Gerald and L in that mid roam. I do believe that yes, as a team, they are very well constructed, but it is always revolving around the mid and roam, opening room for players such as TNX and also CC to get that domination that they're looking for in the mid game.
Well, let's wait and see if Team Nemesis can actually surprise us with something very IKL-like, right? Because IKL has a very interesting, a very unique style to the game, right?
Exactly, right. For me, IKL as a whole, their playstyle is very traditional, slow, steady map play. And PKL is on the entire flip side. They are looking for wild fights. It's like how we referring back to TC, the mini Boom. This is the actual Boom Esports here. So I'm expecting a battle of fights versus a battle of calm strategies throughout map play.
And speaking about calm, I would say Team Nemesis, I would highlight the farm laner actually, CC, because I know that he's well played, and also he already been very famous back in China actually. And I would say he joined to this team this year, and he actually got 13 MVPs in the regular season back in the IKL Spring. So yeah.
Right in front of him, he's going to have Danny, and Danny is a name to be reckoned, right?
Yeah, I think the pool of farm lanes has always been a discussion for us, right? When we talk about BP, it's about the first phase farm laners here. We have the Lung, we have the Chicha.
Yes.
Floorborn Marksman and Chano here. And if you're coming in with a matchup where it features both of these respective Marksman players here, I do think in the first place, specifically that pool of 4 heroes has to be locked in by both sides.
That's an interesting question, and I mean for those heroes, definitely the draft matters a lot, especially you highlight about those distinctive playstyle that both teams has. So definitely I would say for those, I do remember that TNX is a very good team player.
Oh, yes.
And as for Carl, he's a really good UQ player. So I'm looking forward to seeing this signature hero being picked out.
The Battle of Assassins, right? The team's two core players here. I do think that when we talk about Jing, when we talk about Luna, when we talk about Ukutachibana here, there's one pick that we can always highlight, the Pei. I feel like Pei will be a 100% pick band between these two teams. If they can actually bring it out, it's definitely going to be the core essence of the team in bringing out those tactics.
Exactly. I feel like Pei definitely going to be an open choice for both team. And also, as for the mid laner, because you just highlight about the combat, the battle between the mid laner, I would say I would hold a question mark to it because I know that Tatsula is really good at playing that Mai, but I'm not sure if they're going to take it out with another combo with Pei or any like heroes like that in game or not.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, right? Considering the fact that, yes, Mai has always been Global's top priority mid lane hero, but with the addition of the 3 AoV heroes with the Lorien has been one of the most popular picks thus far in this tournament.
Yeah, I feel like, Lorien has been underestimated in the play-ins. And as we already jumped into the group stage, we can see a lot of Lorien just showed up today, right?
Yeah.
And the win rate is really high.
And in your opinion, right, Nora, what do you think about Lorien as a pick? What are the counters? What is it good against?
Well, I feel like a lot of teams like to pick Xiao Chao as a kind of a pick towards this Lorien, but I'm not that sure about the Xiao Chao pick because I feel like Lorien is also good at mid lane clarity.
Right, yeah.
But it just made me feel like Lorien is quite a mid-game hero, so yeah.
And I feel that Lorien as well, to your point, like the Xiao Chao matchup is pretty 50-50, right? If you can get the knockup on Xiao Chao against some of the teammates, then maybe it works. But if we were to look outside of it, the range of the projectiles coming in from the Lorien is really far. He has immense range to actually poke down some of these fancy mid laners.
Exactly. And like speaking about those range control, we just talked about Anat, right, at the backstage. And I really like this pick, and I feel like it might grow to the most popular picks from now on in KWC because you can see like with the flash, right, dash in, you can do a great initiation in the team fight.
Perfectly said, right? We saw how just now in the series between GK Esports and also DCG, the player known as Ze on that Anat, he was out flashing, setting up beautiful team fights for Gui's Guanyu to come in for those flanks here. So maybe for different teams, they have different philosophies here, but so far the AoV heroes has been pretty interesting thus far.
Exactly. Well, maybe without Florentino. I mean, I'm still holding my question mark onto that hero because, yeah, definitely showcase, but Florentino didn't really play well right now, right? It depends on the performance on the battlefield. So I would say Lorien and also Anat can be very popular.
It's funny, right? Because every single game in the play-in, we're seeing like Florentino bans, and then when you look at the
no one's
statistics,
winning the game with that Florentino.
I know, it's like, there's only like 2 wins and 2 losses, and that's it.
Exactly. So actually, I'm curious about just like you said, right? They are good at playing those assassins, and also Pei might be a really nice ban pick. And how do you think about Haya? Because a lot of people just took that.
I think Haya, like we featured the matchup between Tatsuri and also Jurl. This is a hero where it really revolves around the decision making of the mid lane player, where it's like, okay, who do I pull? And is it a good time to pull because is my team farming the minions? Is he clearing the jungle? And if I pull the wrong time, does it disrupt the farming tempo of my team?
And speaking to these two here that we just mentioned, as we are scrutinizing those drops, as you can see, Nemesis on the red side just ban away all those popular heroes that we just talked about, right? Pei, no. Haya, no.
They're gone from the draft real quick here. And then the Lorien here immediately picked up by mid lane Boom for their pickoff here. I like the Long and also the Byron pickup here because for me, Aoyin is a pick where it's really good on the weak side where you absorb pressure and allow your strong side, which is the Byron, to go for those aggressive trades into jungle pressure, into lane pressure.
I do agree with you. I feel like these kind of side laners is really well balanced actually for the game. But as speaking to the counter attack towards this Aoyin channel, that will be it because channel, I don't really think like channel is a great counter attack towards this Aoyin because it really relies a lot on their mechanics. If you can use your skill 2 and your ulti to just kind of kiting this Aoyin, then allowing you to do a winning lane at the bottom. But if you are not executing in that way, yeah, it's gonna be a little bit weak.
It's a lot of micro details, right?
Exactly.
Where your mechanics is very important in that sense because if I'm too close to the range of the Aoyin's 3-1 combo, then maybe I get poked off. But if he pulls the range perfectly with his skill 1 poke, with his wolf traps, and then chunking down the Aoyin, then those are the specific micro details between the channel and also the Aoyin matchup here. But I like the idea pick up here, increasing that 2v2 strength in that bottom lane. But at the very least, they're securing more priority for CC to win against Danny.
So, you know, the way how they're drafting just made me feel like they're really experienced and they have a bunch of tactics that they can have. But in game 1, both teams are trying to do it in a more well-rounded way.
That's correct, right? Considering the fact that we are playing the BO3, sometimes we're playing the BO5, it's like, okay, game 1, we can test the waters a bit, draft something that's not so heavy, and then we test it in game 2, game 3. But in the BO3 setting, you gotta come up strong and win that game 1, because once you win that game 1, it's match point.
And as for game 1, as for those initiation or burst out damage, we can see Nemesis on the red side just going for this red hero Angela. Angela with the idea is pretty decent in the early game because you can gain such a great vision control around the river.
But it comes into a very big price, right? The mid-roam synergy that we talk about between Zhou and L has to be really, really good. It's like how we play Kui Xiaoqiao, Kui Angela. If the Diadea goes in for the 2-2 and the Angela doesn't come in with the stun, that's going to be pretty difficult for them to actually pull off the combo.
But I mean, like, you just praised about their synergy, right, between Zhou and Il, so I do believe in this kind of duo. Oh, Zilong?
Zilong, yeah. I mean, if we were to watch the KPL games, Zilong is a perfect, beautiful counter in against the Aoyin, but this is the pre-revamped Zilong. What do you think about that?
Well, because the patch is a little slightly different, so I would say in this patch, Zilong kind of great combo with this Dharma's ulti, but about the burst of damage, I'm not that sure.
I agree, right? But one thing's for sure, there's a lot of crowd control coming in from Boom Esports lineup here. You have the knockup coming in from Lawrence Ultimate, the Raging Sea from Lapu Lapu, and then the knockup galore again coming in from the Dharma and Zilong. So if you are on the side of Nemesis, those 5v5 team fights, you better watch out.
Exactly. But the powered pike seems to be a little bit different. But I mean, like on the side of Boom Esports, they're picking up those heroes pretty like mid-late game,
Agreed.
I would say. Mid-late game. Maybe after 6 to 8 hours.
Minutes.
6 to 8 minutes. That would be their time to shine. But on the side of Nemesis, because of the Angela and the Diadea pick, allowing them to do a lot of things in their game.
So, going back to that question, right?
Yeah.
If Boom Esports isn't able to hold on to that early game and they allow Nemesis to snowball, that's going to be a key issue for them here. So going back into the 3v3 mid lane, Boom Esports needs to be careful here. That Diadea Angela combo is really deadly, and if they get caught, not once, but twice, the game will be totally in Nemesis' favor in that mid game.
Exactly. And also the most interesting part about game 1 is that we talked about the different distinguished play style both teams has. Actually, team Nemesis, they are good at playing those late game, but as for Boom Esports, they're looking for their aggression in the early game. But this time for game 1, it's totally go opposite way.
Exactly, they're flipping the script, right? It's like Boom Esports, you're known for that team fight play style, but I like it, right? You're talking about team fight, you have so much CC, so much setup here. But the only key point, you need to make it out of laning phase and play it safe here. Early game here, L finding a spell too, just a bit of a tip and tap here into the bottom lane.
It's all about detail microing at the bottom. But because of the sustainability, it's kind of different. So I would say if they go for HP trade, Nemesis will do good.
That's just the poke damage coming in from the Diadea, right? That's why we are seeing the 1-2 pickoff on the Diadea and Long. Once the Diadea lands a 2-2, and then you have the Long use that 3-1 combo later at level 2, I think Danny without sustain, it's going to be a pretty tough lane for him.
Exactly. And also, we mentioned about the sustainability is different, right? The idea can provide more HP recovery for this Loom pick, but for Lapu Lapu is just like a vision control bodyguard.
Good point. It's like all in versus sustain and poke.
Exactly.
2-2 coming in for the side of L here on towards the side of Danny. Finding a bit of a poke in towards that bottom side here. This freeze is going to be amazing for the side of Nemesis here. You can see how much priority is being put on by Nemesis in towards that bottom lane.
And also, what really intrigues me is that the different about these two mid laners, because Tatsumi is trying to accelerate the pace for Carl, but as for JRL, she's just trying to make a lot of things happen at the bottom.
It's like different playstyle, right? Like for Tatsuri, it's about farming, getting those goals, going to the mid game that you talk about. And for the side of Joel, they're like, okay, we have a perfect freeze in towards the bottom side with the teleport coming in. As long as this freeze maintains, that's a flash engage coming in from the side of CC on towards Danny. But L wasn't nearby here. Draw going dangerously low. 2-2 coming in from the side of L. Finding the first pick up here, but they're going too deep. Danny gets the first kill, and CC traded off, paying their lives for their over-aggression.
And Tatsuri got a double kill within 2 minutes. That's gonna be such a great boost to a hero like Lorien. I mean, like, the Nemesis, they took too long to take that Lapu Lapu down. Like, the damage down, like, burst out damage down isn't allowing them to do that insta-kill, actually.
And it was already really good, right? The wave was frozen, they were winning in terms of trade. They just need to make sure that they go in together for that instant pickoff. But CC and L felt like they were not in sync, and Carl, he just stole away the Crimson Golem.
And it may feel like that was a personal thinking on the side of CC because he just flashed in, right? Alright, it's gonna be for Miggy, putting under the spotlight and getting the news that there's a killing happening at the bottom.
Yeah,
well, you don't feel happy for Tatsuri get that double kill. I mean, like.
I mean, yeah, right. We're talking about how he needs to farm towards that mid game for those crowd controls, but all of a sudden he's like, oh, free kills towards the ball lane. Don't mind if I do.
Exactly.
Slow mid-game thus far, right? And we are looking at like a 50-50 goalie between the two teams. At the very least, if you are on the side of Boom Esports, you're pretty happy, right? You want Chano to actually scale over to that critical item trinity. We talk about the Shadow Ripper, Eternity Blade, Daybreaker. That's where you can actually take down tanks like TNX and also Tuxi.
Exactly, and even better is that with this Lapu Lapu, they can actually gain the vision control at the bottom. As you can, they just kinda lock gel up, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're still missing a bit of the 2v2 combo action coming in from the Angela and also the Diadea.
Yeah.
Like, L has been fantastic in towards that bottom side, but when you talk about the 2v2 combo, not much from the mid roam coming from Nemesis.
So it pretty much, like, to me, it seems like L is trying to concentrate in at the laning at the bottom, right? Instead of just complete those combo with Angela.
That's true, that's true. And with the 4th minute mark here, Tyrant has been spawned. Take a look at the positioning coming from both teams here. We do see a charge coming in from the side of L. Raging Sea casting on towards L here. L has to escape towards safety, but the river has been won over by the side of Boom Esports. Danny getting charged in by the Skyfall, gets taken down, but TNX, where can you go? You are in the middle of 2 towers. That's a 1-for-1 trade, but at what cost? Tyrant control given over to the side of Boom Esports.
I mean, like, the way how Nemesis is playing right now gives me that kind of feeling that they are really committed into getting kills, no matter what cost they need to pay. But I mean, like, after this, Boom Esports can actually rely on Carl's sustainability and get this Tyrant.
And Carl has been amazing, right? He was finding pickoffs after pickoffs here, but take a look at the Skyfall from downtown, looking for the play, but Tatsuri manages to escape towards safety with the help of the Flash. So far, Tyrant goes in safely for the side of Boom Esports here. No fight will be continued whatsoever for the next upcoming minute.
I mean, no fight, no go different is definitely acceptable on the side of Boom Esports because we mentioned they need time to farm up. So everything just went very optimistic on the side of Boom.
It's a ticking clock for Nemesis, right? You don't really have a lot of late game.
True.
Allian's late game is not the best when you compare it over to a channel or towards a side of the Tatsuri's Lorien, for example, right? So as the game progresses onward, Boom Esports, their teamfight is going to get even more deadly as the clock ticks.
I feel like they were trying to do something like before the Tyrant, right? They were in the bushes and trying to make that burst out damage happen. But the thing is that the synergy is kind of out there for the first movement they did.
Yeah, we don't really see the 2-2 combo here. That's the first one we've seen, but the mistiming is just really difficult, especially when your roamers or tanks start getting that boost of resistance.
And that's the reason why we talk about the synergy between the mid lane and also the support. You need to be very synergized to complete your kill.
Like, as of this point, it's slowly starting to shift in favor of Boom Esports. Yes, the goal lead is dead even, but Skyfall towards the backside here. CC finding knockup on towards Danny. Danny was casualty. Nice 2-man knockup, but where's the follow-up here? There is the difference in manpower advantage that is in favor for the side of Nemesis. But that's the thing. It's only a kill. It doesn't convert into minion wave wins or tower wins that Carl is actually doing right in the top side.
Yes, I mean, like, no one's actually caring about Carl right now. Carl is having his good time, actually. He's just farming up and taking whatever he wants. But actually, I do like the ambush that Nemesis just did because CC was hiding in the bushes and trying to gank with TNX. So they really succeeded, right? Take that down as soon as possible. But the problem is that Tatsuri, again, just making those conflation effort again.
Just a very comfortable situation thus far for the side of Boom Esports. They are going in for the aggressive jungle take. We do see the Skyfall tagging on towards Tatsuri, who gets the Azure goal. It will be going on towards the side of Carl. Nice combo coming in from Nemesis mid-end roll. TubZ finds a knock on towards Danny. Danny is the first to fall. Skyfall coming in with Infinite Bastards finding multiple targets. CC finding the Tree Dragon pops on towards Tatsuri. That's a 4 for none in favor for the side of Team Nemesis. Plus the potential kill on towards Carl as he is tagged by Skyfall. And he will be taking that killing spree over to TNX jungle.
It's gonna be an ace! What an explosive teammate that Nemesis just did. I mean, like, that was a triple goes over to CC. Like what we mentioned, he's definitely gonna be the core player of this team. And also, I do like the flash down by Byron, right? That knocked up just kind of fixed the spot of the team fight.
Yeah, he found Danny in the middle of everyone, and by the time Danny had flash, he couldn't react. He was already tagged by the Diadea spell too, and if he flashed, he's gonna die still.
Exactly. So it's kind of torturing for Boom Esports to have those team fights happening around those narrow spots.
This mid game, right, it's gonna be even more difficult right now for the side of Boom Esports. At the very least, if it was a 50-50 game with good resource going over towards Danny, it will be really good. But now, if you're on a channel and you don't have your Daybreaker by 10-minute mark, you're really weak in team fights.
Exactly, and just check the gold. I would say CC actually got a decent 1,000 gold lead against this channel, so definitely. And I do like Nemesis, how they're reading their own composition, even though they fell behind, but they still know that there's alarm setting for them, so they're just playing really aggressively.
It all started with the Azure Golem invade, right?
Yes.
They all overstood, they got the Azure Golem, but the Skyfall tagging on towards Danny, resulting in that big comeback of the team fight for Nemesis. And as of this point, Nemesis, I would say, they're in a comfortable position here. If they keep on rolling the jungle, getting the Tyrant, 10-minute mark, Boom Esports might start to choke out.
And there's only 1 minute to go, so it's gonna be kind of painful for Boom Esports, especially they are kind of suffering from those lanings. The only way that they can do is let Zilong to do the splat push and try to buy them more time.
But that's also a problem for Zilong, right? It's not the best late game hero like the Jane, Luna, all those for example here. But going back to live, there's a bit of a tip and tap here, but I don't think there will be much of a fight. And for this Zilong pick, right? Yes, you get a lot of farm. It's like a floorborne tank. You're strong early to mid, but late game, you start to fall off because you don't really have that much pressure and you have to play with the team more.
And especially just highlight about the Skyfall feature again and again by TNX, this Nerja. So it's easily for Nerja to use his skill 3 and just catch this Zilong at the side lane.
Exactly. And it's starting to be really difficult for Danny, right? He's so far behind in terms of gold. Every time the Skyfall pops on towards him, you don't really have a lot of crowd control to fend off the Nerja against the channel pick.
Exactly. Their lack of controllability, actually. But still, they're feeding Danny with this red buff and trying to play around this channel because they know that channel is definitely going to be the core in the late game. But still, 10 minutes mark is going to be the most deciding moment. But so far, I think like Nemesis, they didn't recognize that it's going to be the 10 minutes mark. So it's going to be a little late, but still on their way.
Oh, Skyfall coming in. Tatsuri once again being tagged on. Has to use the mobility to dodge away towards safety. TNX barely dodging the ultimate coming in from Lorian, but that is a lot of spell expended by Boom Esports.
Getting in, trying to get a touch.
Slowly resetting the Shadow Tyrant.
But the thing is that you can see Danny, this channel, he's low of mana. He's out of mana. That's a problem. Like,
that is a problem.
They're poking a lot, but it's like out of mana.
It's like you're poking, but there's like HP regeneration coming in from the Diadea, constantly amping TubZ. I like the little play here coming in from Carl. He tries to sneak the Shadow Overlord, but Ring of Fire pop, you're seen, you can't trade, and this Shadow Tyrant goes in freely for the side of Team Nemesis.
Exactly. But still, Nemesis needs to hurry up because since the time just goes on, it will be very difficult for them to close out the game.
Yeah, a bit of 2-2 combo coming in from L. TNX force out the Skyfall. But the damage has already been done. Tower down for that bottom tier 2. They just need to wait for 3 waves to march in simultaneously for the upcoming play.
You know, I can see some potential play maybe by 2. like by this Baron. I feel like with the Pure Sky and also the Flash and how he's using his go-to, just give me that kind of feeling. Maybe he's gonna be more like, I don't know, explosive.
It's like, how you say, too flash,
hammering, like hammer.
Hammering. This is just too crazy coming from side TNX. He's diving on towards 4-man here, almost getting punished here, but he still manages to limp away. Miggy being the first to fall. This opens up all the high ground turrets for their own taking here. One little cannon minion and towards that bottom side. Slowly but surely, minion waves will be marching through in a short moment. 20 seconds when Miggy will be back up again.
And also, like, all 3 minions are on their way, but with the numbers advantage, I think like Nemesis trying to continuing pushing or just go for another Vanguard.
Yeah, I think if they just go for the Overlord, then shove in 3 waves together with the Overlord Dragons, that's gonna be easy for them to actually end up the game. And so far,
they're looking for promising game, I feel like.
And we were talking about like Boom Esports draft is really knockup teamfight heavy, but most of the fights, it's just Skyfall on towards the backline target, and if you're all running instead of fighting.
So exactly, that's the reason why it feels like a little bit passive, right? When they're trying to counterattack Nemesis, it's all because of the initiation is not that tolerant as the Skyfall coming out from TNX, because the only initiator you can rely on is this Lapu Lapu and also Dharma, but come in front of it, it will be easy to dodge.
And especially to the fact that one thing's for sure, when you Skyfall on towards the channel, who's gonna do the damage later on, right? When channel falls down. You see Miggy going in, getting tagged on by a bit of a spell here. Flash engaged towards the side of Tubbs, finding the backline. Draw is in the middle of a few members on the side of Nemesis here. Just a bit of a trade-off on towards the spell. As the Dragons are marching in, how does Boom Esports defend this?
It's gonna be very painful, very torturing. They need to take care of all those lanes first, but now Berserk damage coming out from Angela is explosive, and right now it's gonna be Die Dead jumping in again, and with another 3-1, it's gonna be Rampage on CC.
Draw falls in the final few moments here with minion waves marching in from all 3 angles. Boom Esports, you need to respond. 3-man through bot drop towards the backline, but the kill is sufficient coming in from the side of L. Minions are cleared by Danny. They still have signs of hope, but TNX towards the backline picks up 2 quick, easy kills. Gerald flashes forward, gets picked up by Danny with the infinite fastest dropping down. He fears him, he finds him, but the minions are still in the base. It goes over to the side of Boom. Boom gets taken down in this game 1.
Game one. We mentioned about how different playstyle they'd have, but this time it seems like they are pushing it in such a decent way.
And we were talking about the key matchups, right? On how both farm lanes have to hold their ground, make lesser mistakes, farm into those item trinities. But this game, the channel on the hands of Danny just wasn't enough.
I mean, like, he's too busy to, like, handling with all those initiations coming out from TNX, coming from this Noja, right?
Exactly, and okay, we were discussing about in-game, it's like, okay, nice knockup team composition. Oh, Zilong goes in, Lapu Lapu knockups, Dharma comes in, whoops out the team fight. The only good Dharma ulti that we've seen towards this game was the last one.
Yeah, the last one, that was overwhelming, but like no more damage can come up with him.
It was very difficult for them since the beginning of the game, right? Like for Boom Esports, nothing worked out up until the last initiation that he got right over there in the high ground, but it was just too little too late.
Yeah, it's tough, right? You're drafting a teamfight composition, but you just never had the chance or opportunity to pull the trigger. Every single time, it's Team Nemesis on the aggression end, on the proactive end, finding those pickoffs here, especially on towards Danny.
I feel like, Boom Esports are they really comfortable with those kind of farming or scaling composition, right? Just because you mentioned before the matchup that they are known for their aggression, but this time, as you can see, they suffered so much in the late game, right? They can't push back. I mean, like, Dharma is trying to find a nice angle, but all the time, he just blocked away by the ulti coming out from Angela.
It was always just very, very, very close to each other up until about like the 6th minute when things just start turning bad for Boom Esports, right? Like Team Nemesis completely got control of the game.
And one key player that I really want to point out coming in from the side of Team Nemesis, L on that Diadea. What a nice play coming in from the entirety of him. Yes, you can say that it was a bit of a miscommunication in that early 2v2 where they dropped but in the later stages, he was playing super duper well, CCing the correct targets, and then healing, funneling all that HP back into the correct target as well.
Yes, from his play, I can see this kind of energy, you know, because from the very first minute, he's just playing such a fierce way, just jumping in again and again, continuing pushing his teammates to do the team fight.
I think Nemesis had a very clear idea on just targeting Danny.
Yeah.
And just understanding that Danny, if the channel was not going to be able to have any items, there was no damage that actually could come from Boom Esports.
And for me, this was a key team fight, right? That triple kill or going over to the side of CC, supplementing any single loss that he had back in towards the laning phase, and then they get a clean ace. It became a snowball effect for the side of Team Nemesis. When you have no items in a team fight composition, even if you get the best wombo combo,
there's no damage.
No finishing blow.
Yeah, there's no damage. You're just gonna keep hitting them with pillows, and that's it.
It's pretty overwhelmed since it goes to like up to 4,000 or 5,000 gold difference in advantage of Nemesis.
How does Boom Esports come back from this, right? I think the playstyle of Boom Esports is really different compared to what we've seen back in the PKL Grand Final. And coming in towards this series, they seem to be more reserved, good on the map. They were doing really good in those split pushes, but when it comes down to team fight execution, it took them quite a while to actually realize they have to be on the proactive end.
And speaking of that, I think maybe for game 2, they will like hard to play his Yukio. Because I still remember his showcase by using that Yukio.
Well, right now, the IKL Spring second place team Nemesis got an advantage on top of the PKL champions. Let's go to a break, and when we come back, game number 2 to see who's going to be moving forward into the upper bracket.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
The IKL and PKL rivalry has always been one of the emblematic things in our game. And right now, IKL is just taking the advantage on top of the PKL. Sagi, have we seen this before? What are your thoughts? Because the game, it just felt like Team Nemesis had better answers than Boom Esports.
They were more daring in taking risks, right?
Yeah.
We did see Boom Esports, they had the first few moments of excellence in that small little goal lead. But after that, every single play with such an offensive knockup team composition, it was just fights after fights after fights in favor of Team Nemesis. Always starting by a Skyfall, never by an engage coming in from Boom Esports.
So, Boom Esports drops because of their fault or because Team Nemesis had a better strategy?
I feel like it's pretty much to the draft that they picked.
Okay.
Because the draft just pushed them or forced them to farm up. So you can see like they play really passive. I feel like they put a lot of efforts on accelerating Zilong's farming pace, as you can see Lorian's positioning, right? So actually they just neglect the strengths at the bottom. So you can see like Danny suffered so much in the early game.
No, like Danny, like he was 0-3 all the way until the last fight.
Yeah.
Like in the last fight, like he kind of like just polished a little bit his KDA, but at 0-3 channel, there's no damage that he can actually deal.
We want the channel to have like good item power spikes. Make sure that he goes into the late game with guns blazing, good damage, cutting down tanks. But every single moment that we've seen, he's being targeted down by Tubsy's auto attack flash on that Byron, the Starfall coming in from TNX. Those are the moments that you are thinking to yourself, is it Danny's fault or is it Boom's fault in not being able to protect him?
Well, let's just flip the page and let's just wait and see what's going to happen right over here in this game number 2, because the PKL champions are going to have to really demonstrate why they come here with the PKL crown. And then IKL, they're going to want to just take that crown out of their heads.
And Nora, the last time we've seen these two teams, right? It was back in KIS4. And it was a full series between these two. But Nemesis was the one that came out on top, took a, 3-2 win over against them. Do you think it's going to be a 2-0 in like our previous series here? Or will Boom Esports manage a reverse sweep or at the very least equalize the series?
I feel like it's all about the draft, right? If Boom Esports, especially they picking out the blue side, if they can really just form up a like aggressive composition, it is very possible for them to even it up. But on the other side, if it goes to Nemesis again, then it's going to be a 2-0.
That's just the difficult part, right? Because Nemesis so far, their plays, their setups, the way that they lane around CC has just been amazing to see. Yes, there are signs of excellence where we see Tatsuri picking off those early few kills. When it comes down to structurizing those team fights, fighting around those objectives, I think Nemesis currently, from that game of performance, they seem to be much better.
Exactly. So I would say just highlight the Tyrant fight and also just trying to build up a more aggressive composition in game 2. And as we can see, they're picking out this Limpo quite good with this Haya, because like Zhang Fei was banned away. I'm not like take away on the side of Nemesis. So it's a really nice draft, and also with this Flax Chicha pick, I would say they are looking for fights.
Yeah, with the Haya especially, yes, game 1, Tatsuri had all those kills, couldn't really convert it into big catch. It's not his fault. It's much more of a team effort in being able to structure those fights. But now, when you are on the Haya, one ultimate, you force 8 people to come towards you to wait for that.
Well, I feel like I'm crowned if I can do that. I mean, like everyone is waiting for my ulti coming
Wait
out.
outside.
Exactly. But this time, Limpo and also Zhang Fei waiting outside. Well, just put a lot of effort on these two roamers, how they're gonna use their ulti.
And if we were to look into the bans as well, right, a much more Clash laner and junglers are being targeted in these specific drafts. So you have to Pei, you have to Jing, Agudo, Floor 1 Tank, all removed from the pool. And surprisingly enough, even Florentino is also one of the specific bans, because I talked to some of the pro players here. They mentioned like, Charlotte is pretty great if you can survive the early game into those mid-game power spikes, but if you fight a strong laner like Florentino, it can get really stressful for the Charlotte.
Exactly. So that's the reason why they just banned away this Florentino. And also, actually, Nemesis, they just highlight a lot, showing their trust on TNX, this jungler, using this Luna. I still remember when TNX is playing Jing and Luna is pretty showcased in game. It's just like totally leading the game pace.
And it's a bit of a bait coming in from the side of Boom Esports. You can see they banned Floor 1 Tank.
Yeah.
They banned Agudo. Is it inviting the Luna here? Because who else is going to be countering this Luna? The 3 Cork Assassins, Jing, Pei, and the Luna, all removed from the pool. And it goes back to what you said. Carl's Ukyu Tachibana. It's here.
Yeah, I really held my high expectation on this Yukio. Like for Carl, Yukio is definitely one of his signature hero. But this time with this Luna, I'm not that sure actually, because both Luna and also Garuda and even the Shadow, they're quite like long attacking range hero.
And that's a Devara farm lane.
Even longer. I mean like 4 poking heroes.
Yeah, four scaling heroes here. If for the side of Nemesis, they lose that mid lane push, that Ukyu Tachibana is gonna eat the Luna jungle.
Oh, exactly, because it has a like stronger power in the early game play against this Luna. So definitely it forced Carl to play more aggressively in this game too, and also because of the UQ play, they need to, save the time. I mean, like the alarm is setting for Boom Esports this time.
And we go into the Boom Esports draft. You have the Chicha, Haya, Lianpo, Ukyo, and the Clash lane is Ata. These 5 picks, I don't think there's any single late game. So if they don't find a lead in the first 8 to 10 minutes, it could be difficult of them. But where there is risk, there is reward. If they explode the early game and make TNX fall behind, this is definitely their early to mid game to make that snowball.
The well they make it all relies on Carl this time. Can he rescue his team? Or it's going to be Nemesis with a clean 2-0 getting into the upper bracket.
Only time would tell. It's an important game for Boom Esports. They are coming in from the respective group. They don't want to go into the lower bracket. When you go into the lower bracket, there is so much worries here. What if I lose? What if I drop one game? What if I go home? What if I disappoint my region? All these are unnecessary stress for both of these teams.
But as Nemesis, they are reaching the match point. You can see CC is playing Devara right at the bottom. It's really rare to see Devara as a flex pick. I mean, some players might use this to play against Koso E or like this time for Chicha. So pretty much this game we're gonna see a lot of big team fight because there's double warriors for both teams.
And for double fighters or warriors that you mentioned, you need them to scale slightly after 4 minutes when Devara starts getting that Sparks Forge dagger, get that red buff, and then he starts punching people left and right. So it's still a traditional farm lane playstyle, but it depends on how fast he can actually get into those item power spikes instead.
Exactly, and maybe they will just swap lanes after 4 minutes and just trying to let CC this Devara to have more red buff that he can.
There will be a fight around that specific point because so far, if you were to look into this first 4 minutes, my personal player to look out for is Carl, Tatsuri. They need to force fights. They need to make Nemesis uncomfortable. Before Nemesis gets those item power spikes on Tough Z, on CC, that's where they need to start forcing those momentum so that it shifts into the momentum of Boom Esports instead.
If they want to do so, I think that Haya is going to be a necessary choice for this Yukio because you can't rely Yukio to be at the first 10, right? You need to rely on this Haya, and nice try by Tatsuri, but it was dragged away by TNX Luna.
It's just a Luna thing. You can just dash around as long as you get someone marked, and currently TNX, he's yet to miss a single ultimate, but if he misses one, it's going to be detrimental for this pick.
And that's one thing I do want to highlight because we are amazed by Luna's features, right? And it's kind of different with its Yukio because you can see less controllability on the side of Boom Esports while allowing TNX just showcase in the mid game.
That's correct. And we talk a lot about Boom Esports. They need to play aggressive early to mid game. What about Nemesis? What do they need to do if they want to win this game?
Well, trust Luna. The only thing that you need to do is just trust Luna because you can see a lot of poking damage on the side of Nemesis, right? You can just let Garuda just gently poking down the HP bar and just let TNX to shine.
Okay, that's a pretty interesting one. Trust Luna, trust TNX. That's one of his signature picks here coming in from the IKL. And so far, not a lot of aggression coming in from Boom Esports. Yes, they have the goal lead, but it's still... How do you bully him? You're on a ticking clock, Boom Esports. This coming 4th minute mark on that Tyrant is going to be really important for the side of Nemesis.
I mean, just watch out the positioning of Miggy. He's trying to make something happen. He's trying to do something upon this 10x because usually when you're taking out those assassins, you need more items, you need more ghosts. You are just going to share the mid lane with your mid lane.
Miggy is the one that has the crowd control. You have the spell to enhance basic attack. Luna flying, pull him back. Maybe that's something that they can actually do. But so far, nice flash coming from Gerald, canceling Tatsuri's ultimate here. That's going to be an important spell not available coming in for the upcoming Tyrant fight.
Exactly. So for Boom Esports, they really need to buy a little bit more time for this LT to be ready again. It's around 20 seconds, so no worries.
Yeah, you break the chain. It gives you 80% refunded into Haya's ultimate. So that's going to be a good trade-off here. Tatsuri's position is very peculiar. He might be forcing a play on the TNX right here. Wait, where's Tatsuri?
Tatsuri just rotates down and let Ada to gain the veteran control. And sneak into another bush, actually.
That is a very good position coming in for the side of Tatsuri. He can find TNX. He found TNX. It's a 1v1. Brought into the Mirror Dome in the Broken Mirage. Tatsuri
Tatsuri without the ulti, like Luna can do nothing
He's a
without
walking
ulti.
Luna! And with that, Carl secures the Azure Golem towards the backline here. Gerald gets locked up, he has no flash. Gets taken down by the side of Miggy here. Tatsuri is still running away from the thunderous palms off the side of CC. He manages to limp away, and with that win, 3 kills in favor of Boomies, plus the mid tower, plus every single jungle camp available on the map.
Tatsuri, the shot caller, definitely just lead the pace for his team. You can see the positioning, the roaming of Tatsuri. That was so good, so smart. He's predicting, he's reading. He's like, read Nemesis, read 10x as a book.
I was thinking like, okay, they're gonna go for the Crimson Golem, find the play. But what does Luna want? The Azure Golem, and he removed the Luna in that play. And Luna is one of those heroes after level 4. You start to have the momentum, and if you lose around level 12,
yeah,
Luna is really, really bad in late game.
And when they encounter, the most fun part is that 10x trying to do the same trick, use his ulti and try to cancel Haya's ulti. But the thing is that the range isn't enough for him to do so.
And you have like a reaction time, like someone in the bush starts pulling, like, oh, wait, I'm getting pulled. And it's already too late when you are reacting here. So in that specific play, Tatsuri plays so well in hiding his vision and limping all the way into that specific bush for that specific win here. And with that win, already almost a 3,000 goal lead for Boom Esports.
Yes, and definitely the tempo's on. And right now, like for Boom Esports, they just need to pushing forward, play around Tatsuri. I mean, you know, sometimes when we're looking at those high-level competitions, it's not only about your mechanics, but also like pretty much like a psychological game.
Exactly the case here. TNX goes in, finds a steal. TNX is still fresh with the ultimate here, but once he goes in, he is not able to go out. Gets pulled into the Moonscape Mirage, isolated and taken down by the side of Tatsuri. 2 quick kills in quick succession for the Boom Esports mid lane. On the flip side, CC takes down Danny in a 1v1, but that doesn't matter.
That does not matter at all. I mean, like Boom Esports, they're totally leading the pace. 5-1. It hasn't been even 7 minutes. So definitely they are pretty on the upper hand. And also like for Tatsuri with those double buff, she's gonna shine.
This is the Boom Esports I wanted to see from game 1. Aggressive, controlling in terms of the gameplay. They want to fight around objectives, and CC with the rep up, that is pretty scary, almost taking a life of draw. Now coming back into this specific game state here, 4,000 behind for the side of Team Nemesis. It's gonna be hard.
Yes, and because of the those difference that they have, allowing Haya once he's taking 10x into his ulti, capable of killing 10x.
TNX wants to jump in, reset, go out. But if Tatsuri links on towards it and he predicts the time that you're going out and flashes forward,
exactly,
you get removed.
Exactly. And if we just, you know, take one step back, we mentioned about Orion, it's gonna be another engagement happening right now.
Tatsuri still holding on towards the ultimate here, doesn't have it, gets blown up. Tatsuri has to run for the hills. Tough Z finding the backline, but can he find it? Draw goes down. Tatsuri is to fall later on. CC in the midst of multiple men. TNX's ultimate is still up and available. He can still reset. Dashes on towards draw, picks up the kill. That's 3 for 2. Still in favor of Nemesis. But take a look at Carl. He's stealing away the Azure Golem right now.
Exactly, he's doing his own job, but the thing is that Nemesis did a really nice push back against Boom Esports around that red buff.
Oh, Miggy, he doesn't get it, and TNX, his ultimate is still up and available. He's still refreshing, he's still dashing, he's showing the moonlight. Miggy, pretty tanky, he's out.
Yeah, since the tier 1 tower is still standing there, and also it's a little bit terrifying for TNX waiting for that higher. But just check this initiation, right? Zhangfei got a nice breathing control, and also after Devourer out in with the ulti coming out from Joe, you can see that the poking damage is totally enough, and then just leave the field to TNX.
CC did so much damage this entire team fight. Yes, he almost fought, but in that specific moment, he flanked towards the backline, got Danny, got Tatsuri, and from that goal lead, yet it's still not the biggest, but at the very least, there's still fighting chance for the side of Team Nemesis.
Exactly. And also, I mean, like, just take one step back. It's all about the logic between those engagements is totally different. For Nemesis, if they just landing those poking damage preset, for the preset, then it's gonna be the time for them to use TNX and just trying to win against Boom Esports.
2 fighters as well from the side of both team compositions here. Chicha, not the most traditional marksman. When it comes out to the late game, it doesn't shine as well compared to Charlotte. That's at the very least for my take. Umbrella Alvarez catches on towards multiple targets here, but is removed by the Moonscape Mirage. from the outer side. CC secures the Crimson Golem here. He has strong fighting power. Pops to Frenzy. Looks for a bit of a poke. Stampede towards it. This is where the moment the Thunder's Might comes in for the side of CC. Finding towards the back line here. Tatsuri first to fall in towards hands of Tubbs. Tubbs Z goes down towards the side of Danny. Danny still charging, still ripping apart all the members from the side of Team Nemesis. CC so low. Gets taken down. That's 3-4-1 in favor of Boom Esports before the spawn of the Shadow Overlord and Shadow Tyrant.
I mean, like, everything just went so optimistic on the side of Nemesis at first, but after Haya's ulti was broken, you can see like how Miggy and Carl just enclosed the whole team fight.
And for me personally, alright, CC on the Devour, that was amazing. You were chasing down multiple members here, but you're not hitting the same target. Yeah, you got Tatsuri, but what's next? You run out of your ultimate, and then Danny is still ripping apart of the multiple members in towards the backline. That's not what you want. And with that loss of the team fight, it's going in favor of Boom Esports for the next, at the very least, 2 minutes.
Exactly. And I mean, like, Carl, you can't just neglect Carl, right? We mentioned about how good he is playing with this Yukio, not even mentioned to he's with a 2,000 gold lead right now.
You did your research, Nora. Ukyo Tachibana on Carl, one of his premier picks, and he is definitely showing up right now. 2-0 and 5.
Yeah.
He even has the Frigid chart just in case he wants to lock down TNX.
Exactly.
Beautiful.
So, like, double preparations made for TNX. Highest ulti and also Carl's equipment.
Not gonna be an easy game for TNX. At the very least for now, all 2 minion waves will be marching in simultaneously in towards the high ground. CC trying to fix a wave in towards that bottom side. At the very least, try to slow down the momentum on the side of Boom Esports. Boom Esports, they are almost chipping down this top tier tree. Melee form coming in from the side of Danny. They got it. They are backing away.
But the thing is, we mentioned about both teams are actually going for those melee fighting compositions. So the high ground tower might cause an issue on the side of Boom Esports.
Oh, that is an interesting flash coming from Z.
Yeah, I feel like it's like a miss.
Like a fat finger sort of move?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, Miggy goes in. Finds a play on towards TNX. TNX has to use the ultimate, has the refresh still. Tatsuri walking forward, pressing for vision. Tyrant has already been expired here at Boom Esports. They want to clear one more wave before moving to the Shadow Overlord.
Exactly. And we mentioned about the item that Carl made, and another Splendid made by TNX just put another more, like one more layer to the team fight.
Could you explain more on the Splendor coming in from Luna? Is this specifically for the Haya?
Yes, exactly.
Like when
just for the Haya.
When you go in, you can use the Splendor to break the Haya chain, right?
Yes, yes, yes. You can trigger it out, and also allowing you to just slash back with your ulti in. So it's gonna be like put one more layer to the engagement, but because the control is so huge, like the whole map is controlled by Boom Esports right now, so it's kind of a bit hard for Nemesis to push back so far.
They need to find a perfect team fight. My perfect team fight is Haya misses the ultimate, gets picked off by CC, then TNX gets the free unlimited dash towards the backline. That is my dream scenario for Nemesis. But whether or not it happens, it depends on Carl whether he hits that CC.
Exactly.
Blue team has destroyed a tower.
Vanguard's at bottom with a red buff. I mean, Carl can do such a great insta-kill right now.
Slowly, Overlord double waves in towards that bottom lane. TNX finding a bit of a poke, but good wave clear, good defense that's being held up by the side of Team Nemesis here. So, at the very least for the side of Nemesis, they still have time to farm. Let CC, let Tubbs skill into the late game.
Because of the Garuda that they picked, they don't need to worry a lot about the wave cleaning, but still they need to worry about this Limpo pick.
It goes in, finds the engage, good wave clear coming in from the side of TNX. Carl being forced out by the Wings of Judgment here at the very least for the upcoming 2 minutes. It won't be much of a push here. The Stronghold is still holding on great for Boom Esports. This is the problem with Chicha. Chicha, when you go in as a tower pusher, is not as great compared to a traditional farm lane.
Exactly, and so does Devara. So that's the shortage that both teams sharing in this game 3.
Like you have to prepare your passive as Chicha, then walk up, push for 3 seconds, and that range is so short that you might actually get engaged on. So that is a good thing for Team Nemesis because it actually gives them more time to farm.
Exactly, and especially there with this Garuda pick, right? So that's the reason why we just see like the tempo slow down a bit.
CC got caught. Tatsuri Pull
I'll
CC
take-
in towards the Moonscape Mirage. Everyone is moving here. TNX is very far away from this team fight. This could be a once-in-a-lifetime chance for Boom Esports to isolate the members. They find CC, and that was off of a very smart bush check coming in from Miggy.
I feel like that is very clever for Miggy to clean up all those bushes. They're not lower their guard, even though they got a huge back control. They're trying to make sure that every bush is clean for this hire.
It's like what we say about discipline, right? It's like a protocol. Has this bush been checked? Can I go into that bush? And then Miggy's like, okay guys, I'm the tag. Let me go in. I'll clear the bush for you. Bottom wave coming through. Umbrella Outburst tags on towards the back line. Draw, assisting by tanking some of these damage here. It's a good play coming in for the side of Boom Esports. Mission is done. All two Clash Lane and Farm Lane towers have been taken down. TNX gliding, trying to look for a potential comeback play. But damage has been done. Boom Esports, they pull off cleanly, and they will reset for the Shadow Overlord.
I mean, like, this is totally enough for Boom Esports to push right now, and they just trying to design another promising engagement around the camp on the top side of the map. But as for Nemesis, both side lane high ground tower has been taken down, so they need to get out. But since Zhang Fei without any ulti, there's no initiation can be seen.
Ultimate Flash coming in from the side of Boom's draw. Not a lot of follow-up here from the side of Boom Esports. They want to take the safe route and go for this Shadow Overlord.
If they want to go for the Shadow Overlord, they need to make sure that Zhang Fei's ulti is prepared. But there's no minions, no monsters, but TNX alone trying to steal away.
Oh, TNX still dancing. Got the refresh. Draw, tanking all the Wings of Judgment.
Just being annoying, actually.
It's being annoying. Just poke in with the ultimate coming from Luna. Rep buff being picked up by the side of CC. CC farm towards the late game. It's gonna be an overall tussle, but at the very least, for Boom Esports, they can wait. The ball is pushing in.
Exactly, they got a winning lane at the bottom, so they are not worried about Bahaya break out his ulti for Zhang Fei.
Okay,
so we're just gonna pause a little bit and wait for the outside.
Okay, they're coming out. CC on the side lane. Overlord down to half. TNX trying to chunk down the Overlord for the potential cast. Nice on Brighter Outburst, but Carl finds the steal. Immediately changes in towards that Sea Sanctuary. Comes back up, gets taken down. 4v5 in favor of Team Nemesis. This could be Nemesis' chance in that one-time double kill. Going over to CC, the farm lane. Waves coming in towards that bottom lane, but it doesn't matter. These are the late game moments that you need for Team Nemesis. Maybe they can push it to 20 minutes.
That is a 0-2 fight, 0-2 trade. I mean, like, Nemesis, they are playing in such a smart way. Everybody just waiting for L breaking out, and as soon as he just get out, everyone just using all of those ulti and just put it all in.
And this is Devara's main power spike. We talk about how Devara is a hero that needs so much items, so much gold, that sometimes doesn't work in rank. But when it comes to competitive, every single one is giving CC the room to farm, and with this specific late game here, is looking to be back in control for the side of Team Nemesis.
And it's still continuing. As you can see, they're doing something onto this Tyrant. Haya, this ulti has been cancelled by his opponent, so it's gonna be such a great threat upon this Haya. Haya has been taken down instantly, and it's coming out the ulti from this Leon 4. 3 member has been knocked out, but here comes Zhang Fei with this well-prepared ulti. Getting it seems to be as a close on the side of Nemesis.
CC is still chasing towards the backline here with minion waves marching in towards that mid wave. 30 seconds on 3 members of Boom Esports. It was looking good for the Hungry Wolves, but now Team Nemesis, they have the shot in going for that game-winning push. Yeah, 3 gets taken down.
Come in, because the minion is also on the top side of the map. Limbo is trying to sacrifice himself, trying to rescue his fine time, because there's Vanguard spawning on the top side of the map, but there's still a little minions coming into the crystal, and it is going to be a victory. Goes over to Nemesis.
Heartbreak for the side of Boom Esports. They were in total control for the first 80% of this game, but one key team fight on that Shadow Overlord turned the script, and this is Team Nemesis, IKL second place, advancing to the upper finals.
They definitely just play so well today. I feel like they're well prepared for this KWC to showing their power. Because you just mentioned, right? They got their spot into KWC as the second place of IKL Spring. But this time, they play up against the first place from PKL Spring, Boom Esports, and they outplayed Boom Esports for today's matchup.
Boom Esports played so well in the first 80% of the game. But then the team fight, CC just popped off and he started punching every single one coming in from the side of Boom Esports.
It is not the way that you start, but the way that you finish. And Team Nemesis with a 2-0 advantage. They're going to move later today, this afternoon, into the Group D upper bracket final. Congratulations to Team Nemesis on that amazing victory.
Oh, wow, that was a breathtaking win, right? Every single moment that we see, like, okay, Boom Esports, you're doing good, Tatsuri, finding those flanks. But this is the thing. For a all-in or nothing composition like Team Boom Esports, you can't afford these mistakes. I think Haya broke her ultimate 3 times. And all that 3 times, it led to disaster.
Exactly, and also because of the splendor that we mentioned 10x just made. And also when it comes to like late game, actually nothing is really promising.
Just difficult. Like, for Boom Esports, what do I tell them? You already play so well. It's just, patience is a virtue. If you just slow down your tempo, potentially wait for the Tempest Dragon, then you can use the 2 silent advantage in winning out the game. But they were too hasty, unfortunately.
I think that the Devara was just coming in that moment of the game, just was going to become just the spotlight, right?
Yeah.
It was just going to become the main hero over there in that specific moment, because the Luna over there, like as the time passes and after the other team just start making the magic defense, then it's going to start dropping a little bit more.
So, because of the Devara, this hero, you can't just treat it as a normal warrior. I mean, like, taking on those backliners. As for Devara, you need to use your own body and just dash in and just separate. I mean, like, scattered the whole setting. That's the point about how you're gonna play this Devara well.
And it was a shocking one, right? We only had 1 or 2 Devara in towards the play-in tier. I remember one was by Nongship Red Force on the side of Rattel. That played pretty well. And one by Chami won. It was like a 50% win rate. And we never had a first ever Devara farm lane coming in HOK.
Yes, that's what I mean. You know, I really enjoy to seeing those flag stakes. It's just like, use your imagination, maximize your possibility.
Come on, like that is really amazing that Team Nemesis is going to move forward into today's game. For Boom Esports, they're gonna have to go back to the hotel. They might not be able to enjoy a lot of the Paris, a lot of the sightseeing, because I'm totally sure that their coaches are going to send them directly to start practicing.
Curtains closed, log onto your phone, it's time to train and review for your mistakes here, Boom Esports. But congratulations once again to Team Nemesis, because that was a really good showing. They did not give up until the very end in that game too.
It is not all negative for the PKL champions, right? Because they did have the game in the bag. It was just like one little mistake, one fight, and then everything just fell apart. But PKL champions actually did really well.
And I feel like something went wrong on the side of Boom Esports from that red buff invasion, because like for 4 minutes mark, everything just went so optimistic on the side of Boom Esports, but check Nemesis, how they just handle, how they tackle this kind of invasion, right? They just playing as a team, just do the group farm. And this is the thing, that I want to highlight, because they're waiting for it and Zhangfei jumping in, Devara ulti in, even though the controllability seems very possible on the side of Boom Esports, but the damage down isn't there.
Laura, question for you. Early game, we see a lot of Haya ultimates on towards the key targets. Why did Tatsuri start ulting Zhangfei?
Because it kind of gives them the feeling that with the GOAT lead, we can easily just taking them down. And when I take away this Zhangfei, my teammates will just dash in and just let the opponents collapse. But
there's no tank anymore, right?
That's
As long as you just take the tank away, then the backline is already open.
Yeah.
What a comeback instantly. I mean, we were looking at CC, we were thinking like, how does this Devara farm lane work? And he showed you. Super tanky, with the ultimate shielding and spell 1 shielding. He soaked so much damage. I think the full burst coming in from the Chicha, and that made it such a big problem. If you can't use the Chicha to break a double fighter and a singular tank composition, you don't have any damage.
And I do like the way how they're using their own understanding, helping them to create advantages both on laning and also in team fight. So I do feel like not only the mechanics, but also the resilience that we can expect from Team Nemesis.
Nemesis, yeah.
Nemesis, sorry.
Nemesis.
I'm so thrilled about their performance. I'm so sorry.
No worries. Team Nemesis L is right over there with Mara, waiting on stage to share a little bit about their thoughts. Mara, take it from here, please.
Here with me, the smiling L. Congratulations. Now, your opponent, Boom Esports, wanted to dictate that game, but eventually they were the ones reacting to everything that you guys were doing. How were you able to turn their aggression against them?
I think for the last game, the second game, our early game, it's so bad lah. So I think we just need defend with our item, and we know when late game, we can beat them easy.
Previously, the Indonesian teams normally have a hard time against the Philippine teams. In fact, this Philippine team placed 4th in the Boot Camp Cup, and you placed 16th, correct? Last place. So what did you learn from that boot camp that's being very effective in today's match?
From our boot camp, I think we learning more discipline, and we lower our ego, and we more trust each other lah. And for sure, me and Gerald have good history against PH lah. We never lose against PH team, so we're very confident this game.
Congratulations, and it's always great to lower that ego and to have more discipline. And you know what? It's paying off. You defeated Boom Esports once again. Congratulations.
Thank you. I say to supporter Dominator, thank you for keep supporting us, guys, and I hope we can going to playoff lah. So yeah, and also fighting to Team Vitality lah. Let's go playoff together.
Job well done. Congratulations once again. And now we'll head back to the casters. Lead the gorge.
Ego is not a bad thing. It's something that just needs to be kept in check, right? Like it's something that you need to learn to understand. It's something you need to learn to control. Patience at the same time is something that you need to always keep in there. And Team Nemesis, even though they did not have the best performance, they were able to take that patience and just at the end just cash it into a victory. All the 4 first matches of this group stage are already done. Today we still have 2 more matches that is going to be the upper bracket finals. The playoffs first 2 tickets are going to be done right after this break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back. The KWC 2026 is a beautiful tournament that we are hosting here in Paris, France. It got the play-ins, it got the group stages, the playoffs, and all the way into the grand final. There are 20 teams that have been invited all over here into our tournament. In order to know a little bit more for those of you who are not very clear on how this is gonna work, I have a video right over here for you to understand.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings World Cup, happening right here at the Esports World Cup 2026. Before we get into the action, here's how the tournament works. The global ban pick system will be implemented, and there will be 3 stages: the play-ins, the group stage, and the playoffs. The 8 qualified teams have been split into Group A and B and drawn their placements on the bracket. The play-ins will have best of 3 matches, where the top 2 of each group advance to the group stage. The 4 teams who advanced from play-ins will be joined by 12 teams that qualified from their respective leagues, forming a total of 16 teams for the group stage. The 16 teams are split into 4 pools based on their performance, with teams in Pool 1 being the top-seeded team in each group. The rest of the teams will be drawn into the groups, with each group having a team from each pool. The group stage will once again have best of 3 matches in a double elimination format, where the top 2 of each group advance to the playoffs. Teams that advance through the upper bracket will have an advantage, so placement matters. The playoffs is where things get interesting. The team who advanced through the upper bracket in the group stage will first draw their selection order. Then, they each get to pick one from the other 4 second-place teams to play against. When all teams are picked, the stage is set for the playoffs. The playoffs will have best of 7 matches, and where teams tie 3-3, the ultimate battle will be the deciding factor. No second chances, no room for mistakes, and only one team will be crowned the champion of KWC at EWC 2026.
Thank you very much. I hope that everyone is very clear about how the tournament is going to work. And if you still have some questions, just put them right over there. We want to hear about what you're thinking about, what has happened in these last 3 days, what is clear, what is not, and then we will always help you out. Now, in order to explain all of those things, Blam, Ken, what about if you guys explain a little bit about the global ban pick?
I love the global ban pick because it means you can only use that hero once in the entire series, unless we go into game number 7, but we'll talk about that another time.
Yeah.
So, meaning if you pick a hero, you must find success with it, because if you don't, there is a price to pay.
Absolutely, and then also if you do pick that hero, generally like something like, I don't know, the pay, if you get that first game, you generally get to ban that away, and the enemy team's kind of like left without this tremendous pick.
Yeah, you'll actually get lesser and lesser choices the longer the game and the series goes. So you want to start off on your best foot, and you want to start off on the right foot.
The tournament bracket for Group B on your screens is going to determine our next match of the day, match number 5. It's going to have Aurora Gaming against Rock Esports. Aurora Gaming with a 2-0 game against Titan Esports Club, and Rock Esports against Influence Rage at 2-1.
Okay, now let's talk about this one, because you know what? Both MKL teams, Aurora Gaming and Rock Esports, they are the powerhouses of MKL. And MKL is a very difficult league.
Yeah.
But what surprised me today was Rock Esports. They actually had to take 1 L against Influence Rage. Talk BR is coming up.
I mean, they could have just had the morning coffee, right? But no, instead they took a bit of a beating on the gorge by the Chuck BR team, Influence Rage, which, to be honest, very, very emotional. We saw the players on stage. It was definitely one of the displays that we love to see in KWC.
Okay, so we'll give you a little bit of a background for this before we head into the match. Yesterday, when we were doing the draws, the coach of Influence Rage was actually really scared. He was like, I do not want to be in Group B. And hello, behold, you go into Group B and you go up against the one team you did not want to play against. And we can see why. Because the opponents, Rock Esports, are really strong.
Very strong team indeed, absolutely. I mean, we saw them actually playing against them. They are the 3rd seed, now going up against the 1st seed.
Aurora Gaming against Rock Esports. One of these 2 teams is going to be our first qualified into the top 8. Winning this game is going to mean that you already have a spot in the top 8. It means that you can already start preparing for the best of 7s. Now, last time that they met each other was in week 1 of the MKL Spring, when Aurora Gaming won 3-1. That was in February. Right now it's August. What has changed?
I think this is a more focused team. When they first showed up in this year of MKL, everyone was asking questions about this Aurora squad, right?
Yeah.
We haven't seen them for quite a while, since 2025. Do they have the synergy together? And they surprised every single member on the cast. They came out with the guns blazing and they had a very strong performance.
Well, I feel like after KIC 2025 as well, right? Obviously, they were the third place team against below Nova Esports, now Rock Esports, as well as obviously the team that is now Geekay, right? So they had something to prove. They didn't want 2026 just to be another 2025, just always being the bottom feeder of MKL.
And these are players that we did not see for extended period of time, like players like Shihong, players like JR. And they were, I would put it as left behind because everyone was growing with experience. But when they came back, that was a completely different story. You could see the fire in Shihong's eyes. You could see the fire in JR's eyes. And that fire transformed into the Gorge as well.
I think that from today's performances, when you watch the Aurora Gaming games and the Rock Esports games, I do believe that the jungler matchup is going to have to be the most important matchup in this game.
Yes, it is. And I think we've seen the prowess of both teams' junglers, but I prefer the side of Aurora because I sense a little bit more consistency on his end.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it kind of depends on the time of the day, the match itself with Conling is, but with Yulong, and you expect and get what you expect here with this jungler. And to be honest, I have to give obviously props to Zhong as well. Obviously, Lorian of that first series. Beautiful.
Come on, man. Zhong, he was the FMVP for the MKL Spring 2026. So if you're an FMVP, you've got to have something in your bag.
You definitely have to, right? At the same time, if we were to really just go back to and take a sneak peek into this jungle matchup, Conling against the likes of Yulong. Both junglers, they are very well versed. They have very deep hero pools as well. And here's one thing that I really like. The old junglers in HOK, when we started 2024, 2025, it was really like the tank meta, right? We have the Ogrins and we have the Menkeys. But right now, this patch itself opens up doors towards the assassin base. We've already seen the power of Pei. This is one hero that both of them will wrestle over because both of them have had splendid KDAs and dominating performances. 0 deaths, a lot of kills.
The Peis, the Yukios, the Jings out there. It is just going to be a patch right now for the assassins in the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be, but I mean, there is obviously teams and comps that obviously happen with obviously the junglers as well, the jungle tanks as well, right? Obviously, we've seen a bit of Nurture come through as well into the jungle, generally just kind of giving more of a global presence for the team, being able to kind of play the macro from anywhere across the gorge.
Yes, and one thing I'm curious about, because we finally have its first win, the Florentino. Do these teams bring it out? Because Xiang did pull out the Florentino today. He is the one that has given this hero its first win in KWC.
Yeah, but I mean, I want to go back to the point. What's more impressive, Xiang's Florentino or Zhong's Lorian?
Oh, okay, that's a good question, because you know what, both of them have performed really well. But here's the kicker: both of them are the same team, so it doesn't matter what you pick because domination is in store. Now, we won't get that option. We won't get this storyline. Lauren has been banned. They're gonna pick up the Haya first. What do you think about Haya?
I think the Haya is a great pick, right? Obviously, especially if you want to go for what we've been seeing down to the bot side of the map as well in terms of the support. Support is always going to be Zhongfei, Lapu Lapu first games, right? So being able to have that Haya, you're able to take away that tag from that team fight and basically make it kind of more of a dance for the enemy team to kind of be like, right, okay, we've lost our front line. What do we do? What do we do? Make them panic? But the other way you can obviously get rid of that panic is if you go for a secondary front line here, which is going to be the Byron.
Okay, while we have eliminated that panic for a while, I'm going to put it back in the picture because Florentino now is here. We also have the Agudo, and this Agudo is probably going into the jungle as well. So you have an isolation hero. The Haya, first pick Xiang here, able to isolate members away from the fight. And what does that give you? It gives you space. And who loves that space? Xiang does, because he's going to pilot this Florentino. And we know Florentino is a 1v1 beast.
Absolutely. I mean, there's the unlimited refresh with those little flowers across the floor as well, right? Obviously, he has his own little mechanic within terms of CC, as well as a bit of a CC immunity effect as well. So, really, we're going to be seeing that, trying to obviously counteract something like the Zhangfei if we see that Zhong is not quite as successful to take away this beast off of the Gorge. But, like we were saying pretty much moments ago, it's normally game one is kind of like a Zhangfei, Lapu Lapu, kind of like who can drop the better ultimate. But Rock Esports aren't a fan of entertaining that one. They have taken the Lapu Lapu away.
Okay, that's a big difference in terms of the role matchup, right? So, and with the Lianpu as well, they have taken out the big major 3 tanks, right? These are the standard ones we are looking at when we're talking about tank in the roam position. So you might have to go for utility, heals, recovery on the side of Aurora as well. But you know what? The healing comp in the farm lane duo actually works against Zhangfei's favor.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you may get the Unbridled Burst, but then you're going to get that kind of second sustainability, right? Like any damage that has been done can be healed up here. But it looks like the Yukio has been taken off here as well. Obviously, we did give props over to the Yukio in the introduction, but it feels like Aurora Gaming's like, okay, you took away our tank, we're going to take away those big assassin picks for you. Jing is still available, however, if the side of Rock Esports does want to go for that.
I'm going to contest you on that. I feel like Alarm is a great position here. You have 2 big CCs, 3 if you want to count the Aoyans ride the win as well. And the Alarm is a natural counter against the Agudo, right? Able to use the space split into perfect synergy with the composition. And here we go. Rock Esports picks up the Nuwa. And Wendy, if you didn't know, this guy is one of the strongest players. He also hailed from KPL, and he's bringing his talents to the side of Rock Esports for years. He has found success, not the kind that they want, because he wants to win it all. And Aurora is standing in the way right now. What do you think this matchup is going to be? Because the mid lane wave clear, he's going to lose out. Wendy, that is.
Yeah, he's definitely going to lose out there. Obviously, higher with her first skills. It's just kind of like slow cooldown refresh. He's able to spam from quite a long distance. But I feel like it gives you the late game here for the side of Rock Esports. You kind of already start to see the picture being built here for them. They want to play towards that latter part of the game itself. But if you look over to Aurora Gaming, they're going to go for the Orgrin here. A little bit more frontline, which means that Agudo is going to fall into the farm lane for the first time within KWC 2026.
Well, we are in Paris, so we talk about romance, and the romance is here. Orgrin along with the Diadea, this is a couple date, and this couple is a power couple as well. The heals and the sustain and the instant execute. So instead of Lam, they're going for the other natural counter of the Orgrin, which is going to be the Musashi. I'm just curious how this is going to work out, because in most cases, you are looking at a 4v4 fight. This is no longer a 5-on-5, right? And if the mid lane higher on the side of Zhihong, which we have seen Aurora players, he seems to be the best mid laner up to this point. He's going to win that 1v1. It becomes a 4v5 immediately.
Yeah, it may do. It may do. But I feel like we have the Musashi to counter the Orgrin. Obviously, he's going to use the duel to the death to make him in that imperiled state so that he cannot heal up. But then you've got the added attraction of Diadea, right? Musashi flies in, you get the bit of farewells, you lock him into place. That's when we start to see the wraparound from like the likes of Siang to just to close in on that team fight.
And you know, those microseconds he buys with the mini stun might be the one that changes the fight. Because in this particular exchange, if you take a look at Xuan, who's holding on to the Byron, he needs to make sure his Storm Strike, the second skill, slams them on the floor. The most important person he needs to stop is the Florentino. And Siang is known to be a very defensive class name player. He does not over-aggress too much, right? Until the time is right, he's going to play a really safe game, which means you probably will be at a level disadvantage.
And absolutely. I mean, I feel like the performances already from both of these two teams is influenced massively in that in-game vote there. You saw that is a huge lion's share of the in-players votes going towards Aurora Gaming. People want to see consistency. People want to see wins with ease, and that's where they're putting their money in for Aurora Gaming.
Yeah, but you can see right off the bat, this is a completely different case Yulong did not use a smite for the ball camp, gives it away back to Kongling, which was the original plan, right, for the side of Rock Esports. But this means they know that Kongling won't be able to invade.
Oh, okay. We'll see Siang's actually taking a bit of a beat in there and a bit of a switcheroo for the side lanes, right? Obviously, don't want to be going Florentino against Byron in that early phase there. We know that, obviously, like I said, 1-to-1, Siang is that guy. So really the one is like, okay, let's swap up top side. Let's get a bit of a distance away from that Florentino. So Muchi's going to be at one hard task there, being able to get that ball. The Phoenix is going to be JR, just collecting these little neutral points for the team.
Yeah, the Firehawk is such an important one. It's the one that defines your lane, essentially in the farm lane, right? The second one is on the way on the other side of the map, which is the class lane, which is going to be at the top. The space sprite for the Primal Portal is another important objective you need to gain for the team. And I like this movement from both sides, right? There was a tri-lane on the top, and Rock saw it, immediately mirrored that movement as well. So this is very tight-knit, but Aurora does have a slight goal lead at this point.
They have a very slight goal lead. I mean, it's nothing to kind of be like, okay, this is going to be the end of the game, but definitely a very brawling game one, right? Like you said, the top side of the map was definitely a trio. They're looking to be a very big buddy system going on here between Saber, Yulong, and obviously Zhang as well. Just kind of trying to share that gold in the mid lane.
Yeah, the sharing is caring is very important, right? Especially when your opponents know how to do it up to the T. Three members sharing the EXP and the gold is the ideal maximization of efficiency for our HOK teams here. It looks like they want to keep that pattern. And the faster wave clear at this point will be the game changer. If everyone does the same moves, faster rotation wins.
Yes, and I mean, the good thing about obviously having Orgren on your team as well, being Yulong, is you can create your own rotations with the Path of Passing. But it looks like they're going to go on the top side of the map just to try and keep a hold of that Spike Tail Beast here, try and stick around for potential of the Space Sprite as well. But you just see that they're both junglers and just going back to their natural rotations, right? They spent a lot of time in those lanes.
I'm kind of concerned about the rotations. Wendy does have like the emergence to TP up and down when necessary. You know, that's even out by Zhihong, who's able to clear the waves a lot earlier as well, which means he gets to start running towards the either side of the map. So we're kind of really neck and neck, and we really compare the composition. Rotations pretty fast, wave clear, all good as well. So it really comes down to, at this point, what I would see as the 4-minute mark. The Tyrant is going to be the tipping point for both teams.
Absolutely, it's going to be the fights around that neutral objective that's really going to kind of tip the scales on who is going to come out on top of these this game, right? Obviously, like you said, the way that they kind of not countered but counteracted the picks on what they do and what they allow, like the wave clear, fast wave clear into the mid lane means that Haya can rotate up and down, but then also you've got the likes of the newer here able to clear the wave but use the emergence rather than having to kind of like skip through brushes. So I feel like the newer is a little bit more of a safe choice when you have that emergence available.
That's true. And I like the fact they pointed out about wave clear, right? In most cases, we're talking about, hey, we want to have a fast wave clear, we want to rotate fast. Muchi did the exact opposite of that, actually, right? He did a lane freeze, so he has an EXP advantage against the likes of Xiang. And right now, you can see they have put on a completely different gameplay. It's about the T1s here. I think they might actually be able to get it.
They potentially might be able to here as well. Obviously, the minion wave is still at the gate of that T1, but it just means they are going to be able to negate that push for now. But I feel like if everybody on the side of Aurora Gaming makes a focus down to the bot side, it just means that they're giving over that T1 for free. So what do they desire more? The Tyrant, the T1, it looks like Aurora Gaming are just keeping this one split. That Annihilation almost claimed it for the side of Rock Esports.
Okay, Wave Pit, that was kind of overzealous at this point. Tries to get the Mirage down onto Muchi to try and force out the Infinite Vastness, which is the Dragon form. Was not successful. Rider Wind pushes him away. So you can see, right? It's the little things, but you can see the difference in terms of the players' mentality. They know how to play at the absolute limit.
Oh, absolutely. They know the limits of these characters. They know the limits of their communications and team comp as well. Xiang being drawn back to the T1 there, just keep himself safe. Han Ling is looking for the duel to the death. He takes down Saber. First blood going up to Rock Esports as well as that T1 top side of the map. They were just waiting for that defining moment here. Rock are on.
Yeah, 2 for 1. they get the T1, they get the first blood as well. While it is on Saber, which is a roam, not say the most valuable member on the side of Aurora, they have to also kind of watch out for the rest of the map, because at this point, while they have made the trade for the Overlord, T1 at the bot, farm lane has been taken, and this one was taken by JR. They need to watch out for this Agudo, because late game, Agudo is a tower shredder, it's a tank shredder as well.
Agudo with a frenzy as well, like that. That's an aggressive Agudo. Okay, the Umbrella Burst didn't quite catch on to them there, but it means that it is going to be the setup here for Rock Esports to come through. A double kill on Wendy. He is going to be the carry of this one so far. JR's able to get the pick off here onto Schwan. He's looking for those that he's protecting the backline of his team.
Yeah, for Rock, that was a great trade. We can trade the life of Xuan any day, but we got Yulong. And Yulong is one of those MVP junglers we were expecting to have, and Rock Esports recognizes that as well. Right now, with a level deficit and a potential buff to steal from their blue side of the camp, Aurora is in a tight situation here.
They are, but they haven't really overextended into... Rock's not overextended into Aurora here, and vice versa. We'll just see the Annihilation come through just to chip a bit of damage away from Aurora Gaming, just to keep them away from that mid T1 there, just making sure it's a bit of a stalemate. The replay here.
Yeah, so with the Emergence itself, this was a nice ultimate by Wavehit. They were stuck in the air for 2 seconds at least before Wendy got the perfect timing and aiming on the Annihilation. That combination we can see here from the side of Rock is going to be so important, right? So Xuan together with Muchi as well as Wavehit, the amount of knockups you have, you can't do anything when you're knocked up in the air, and this provides Wendy with one of the easiest Annihilation ultimates ever.
Yeah, exactly. It was just a beautiful follow-up from each of the skills of their team composition, right? I mean, it's definitely kind of put a little bit of a wedge between the gold lead. It's just now thinned out a little bit there, thanks to Aurora Gaming from their rotations, from their farming potential here as well. We got around about just under 60 seconds till that next new dual objective comes online here. I feel like the game state for either of these two teams falls when that mid T1 falls.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. They're going for the 1v1. Xuan caught in the middle of no man's land, but it's not the biggest moment yet. Zihong though
it's not.
Has been caught.
Ooh, yep, Zihong is in the Moonskin Mirage. He's able to get the takedown into her own realm as well. He was invited. He got the takedown onto the side of Aurora Gaming. That's going to be a big takeaway here now as Rock Esports are into the enemy's jungle as well. What can they do to stem the bleeding here onto Aurora Gaming? Conlink has to get out. He gets out just with a lick of health. This could be the T1 takedown.
Yeah, it's not working. Whatever they have in mind for the side of Aurora is definitely not working. And here's the thing. I feel like Wendy, he is super trigger happy with the Annihilation. Yeah. And for good effort as well. Why is Wendy doing this? Because he's going for the 25% cooldown build, right? So instead of going for the full burst damage with the Savant's Rod first, he's actually going for Venomous Staff, Twilight Stream, Mask of Agony. In total, you get damage over time, but you also have 25% cooldown reduction. You can keep throwing the Annihilation for free.
Yeah, absolutely. The itemization allows you to do that, and I feel like that pressure also, if you're able to chip away a lot of your enemy's health, or at least a chunk of it before a team fight even happens, I mean, look at that. That's like, what, about 1/5 of a bar of the health there. I mean, they were able to get the Tyrant. It wasn't quite as successful as Annihilation in terms of stealing the objective, but it's enough to put fear into the hearts of Aurora Gaming.
It is, and with the Matrix, it's not going to be fun, right? No. And right now, Zihong, we talked about this guy. We were expecting him to be, high flying from the get-go. He has been currently, I think muted is the good word for him, right? He's been trying to get Muchi to use those Infinite Vases early. Never in range. No. He gets the start of the ultimate. This is how close it is. Muchi allows him to get close, activate the ultimate, but pushes him away with the right to win. Instantly, you go into cooldown with your ultimate.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's even harder, right? Even if Xiang is able to get into close range, there's so many obstacles. Obviously, you have the creation blocks. You have, obviously, Conling. You have Schwan to protect the side of Rock Esports' Muchi here, but it's going to be a big fight for the Crimson Golem, which really kind of puts into perspective the game state here for the side of these two teams. JR was able to get the last tip there. They didn't quite steal it, but it was just enough here to put the pressure into the mid lane before this starts.
I loved it. They wanted to put pressure on Yulong to get the smite out of him, but I like the patience from it, right? So they did not all, but at this point...
Oh, okay, a double Unbridled Outburst onto 2 here. Saber and Xiong are looking down pretty low. The major Mirage is coming out into effect as well. He has taken Conling into that realm, trying to get a bit of a punishment there, but it's going to be Jha locking down Wendy. Yulong waited for the return and got the kill here as well, meaning that that Tyrant is going to be completely uncontested here now.
0% of a steal at this point. Conling is out, he does have his smite, but more importantly, Wendy's out of the fight. There is no Annihilation to try and attempt the steal as well. So the one thing they need to do now is to protect their resources, of which Rock Esports have already done. Muji said, it's okay, Conling, I'm going to have to hold this Crimson buff for you at this point.
Yes.
But the cost is the T1 in the mid. Now we talk about the fight. This catch from the Moonscape Mirage onto the backline, that was the important one, because this is where Conling was caught in no man's land, isolated. Exactly what Zhihong needs to do. Meanwhile, the rest of Rock have to deal with the backline. The aggression coming in from Yulong was perfect. The spacing, they split the fight perfectly for Aurora to get the win against Rock.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they were able to get the T1 into the mid lane, right? They just kind of like neutralized the game state at this point, right? Obviously, we saw that Rock before that point was definitely having a steady go at the lead on this game #1, but now Aurora Gaming, after that successful team fight there, have definitely mustered up a bit of a gold lead for themselves. Conling is waiting in the winds there in that solo bush next to Lung Bush, but isn't going to commit any kind of go on to the Yulong. It's just, I feel like the fight's too splintered here.
It is a bit difficult, right? Because the way that they have itemized on the side of Aurora, it's all to make sure that JR as well as Xiang have space. And it's working out perfectly, right? On the side of Conling, for his Musashi, he went for the Rapacious Bite build, which is a damage build.
Yes.
For Yulong, he went the complete opposite. He's going for Giant Script. So he's going to be always consistently in the face of the Rock players. And to put into perspective, you also have Zhihong locking another player out. So when we talk about a 4v5, JR gets all the free hits, Xiang gets to have a free one-on-one on the backlines. This is where we want to watch. Here comes Musashi.
Unbridled Outburst. Is this going to be enough of a time saver for Conling to come through? But no, it's going to be the Moonscape Mirage keeping him locked down. That's going to be Wendy going down once again. This is the same show and dance as the last team fight as we see Conling go down in that Mirage. But they are able to pick up Yulong, which means they can't really make a play for the Shadow Overlord.
Yep. This is not good news for the side of Rock Esports, right? The trade, yes, immediately it's the same trade here. Conling and Yulong, both of them falling. Mid lane for mid lane, jungle for jungle, but Waypit, he's caught in no man's land, does not have the madness. They want to force out the infinite vastness, successful in doing so. So Rock, they get to walk away. But this means the situation stays the same. They still have a 2,000 gold advantage for Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, Rock Esports was really kind of hoping that that last team fight was really going to turn the tides into their favor, but unfortunately they fell short in the same means of disaster there. But now, obviously, with the emergence, means that Wendy can get in on this one, try and get the creation blocks to block out JR, but there is Xiang as well. But we really need Yulong here for some kind of steal, because it's not going to take place. But Conling, he is a little bit too far behind enemy lines and gets taken down.
That's why I said, do you really want to fight this? Rock Esports, yes, I know they feel the pressure of taking the Overlord, and Shadow Overlord at this point, it buys them a little bit of time. But you gave the life of Conling for free. So at this point, it also means you are opening up spaces across the map. There is no one to stop Yulong. The heals will come through. He's going to be attacked. This gives all the room for JR. And boy, this guy's already on a rampage.
Exactly. They're really relying on the anti-heal of the optimization rather than the effects that we know that Conling can do with the Musashi here. But is that going to be enough? Is that anti-heal from the items like the Venomous Staff going to be enough here to stop this basically blunder on the side of Rock Esports? They place the Vanguard down bot side of the map here, hoping to get that T2 takedown thanks to the Vanguard.
Okay, one more time. Waypit gets that opening.
He does get the opening. They get the Annihilation, but once again, you are in the realm of Zhihong as well. Now we see the fight for the Tyrant is going to be stolen here over to the side of Rock Esports. Conling is within means, but that is going to be the takedown for Rock Esports. They claim it. They've got the Vanguard bot side of the map. This is the perfect moment for Rock Esports to strike. Xiang is on the run, as well as JR trying to clear that mid-team 3, but there it goes down as well. We still see the approach. Oh my goodness, the Annihilation almost wiping out the rest of Aurora Gaming.
They really struck fear in their hearts on the side of Aurora down there. Rock, they have made a great decision. It was looking so shaky, right? they already had the Primal Pawn. I was wondering, did you really want to try and fight them? And at this point, the freeze comes through. Muchi has to give his life. But you know what? JR, godlike. But they need to finish more.
They do need to finish more. They need to kind of mop up these minion waves as well. But just in time, Zahang is back. And there is going to be a double kill going over to the side of JR. Is this going to be the turnaround? Can they do it from this point forward, Ken?
I don't think so. We'll take a look at the replay here, right? The whole focus here, I always feel like, okay, Waypit's ulti was kind of early at that point. But here is one thing that I like what Xiang was doing. He was trying to lock down Kongling on the backlines. But Kongling, because he has such good mobility, it doesn't matter. He actually pushes them away. And this opens up space. Take a look at the position of Muji. He was left untouched in the entire fight. Once Yulong is down, everyone on the side of Rock gets to pick their target in Aurora.
Yeah. Aurora here. Just looking to try and get some kind of siege on the enemy base. They need to pay back the dividends that they just paid themselves after a non-coordinated fight there. Obviously, we did pay attention to Waypit, ulted a little bit too early there, but maybe this is just the result of that run play.
No, I feel like maybe that was a good decision, right? Hindsight bias, if we take a look at it, Waypit actually allows Yulong to be in the midst of 3 different Rock members. They get the kill on him, and once Yulong is out of the picture, there's no one left for defense actually. Everyone else is really squishy. Yes, you have the heals, but so what? If Kongling doesn't have to use his duel to the death, it's going to be a freebie. He can catch multiple people, everyone gets imperiled at the same time.
They do get imperiled at the same time, and that's going to be a potential problem here for the side of Aurora Gaming, right? But you can kind of see a bit of a Hail Mary play here for Xiang down bot side of the map. He's just trying to get some control there, trying to get some pressure to keep them away from that mid. But the Mirage is going to come back anytime soon, and the health bar is not looking low enough here for the side of Conling. And there it is. They all collapse onto Zihang as well. He falls down there now playing a 4v5 matchup. I don't think that push down bot side is really going to give them the space that they need.
Yep, that positional advantage. You could tell, right? The moment Zhihong used the Moonscape Mirage, and once our Rock members surrounded him, there was no way. You knew they had the ending in mind. And right now, T3s have been taken down. This is a completely empty base, and Yulong cannot fall here. If he falls, this game's over.
Yep, the raid boss, he is the anchor of the team right now, but he's into the backline here, just taking a little bit too much damage. JR has to buy and save Sanctuary as well. They do have the minions approaching the crystal. I think this is going to be Rock Esports taking game 1.
Oh, you know this one means a lot to them. The screams of victory for the side of Rock. They had a very shaky series the previous time they played against Influence Rage.
Yep.
This was also kind of shaky at times.
Oh, yeah.
But they figured out the puzzle. Let's just get rid of Yulong. Once there's no more tank, no more shield, the backline is easy for us.
Yeah, definitely not like the perfect display of what we've seen of Rock Esports prior to this moment in time, right? Like, they definitely have had more of a hand in perfection when it comes to handling their opponents on the Gorge. But this time around, I feel like Aurora Gaming definitely did trade blows for blows.
I was kind of disappointed for the side of Aurora, right? We were expecting more from Zhihong.
Yeah.
We praised him. He has been phenomenal coming up to the event of KWC.
Yeah.
But I feel like Rock Esports have done a lot of homework on him, and they're not allowing him to play his game.
No, of course, but Zhihong, what hero was Zhihong playing?
He was playing the higher.
But that's it, right? And how does Rock Esports reply that? With the Musashi pick, right? And then that makes everything very difficult for him, because then there's one person less that you can actually not pull in because of the way that Musashi works. So I think that Zhihong was just put into a very difficult position with that pick. Rock Esports shows us a little bit of how we can reply to that if you're going to allow that hero out.
But impressively so, though. I mean, even though they lost, Aurora Gaming here, JR on Agudo, that normally isn't put down to the farm lane for like since like a couple of patches. 7-0-3, man, and taking the frenzy, he knew what he needed to do. Just launch the furball into the enemy. He gets the on effect from all these items as well. It's kind of like having a 6-man at one point.
Yeah, but knowing what to do with the hero and having a good KDA is not enough. It's a team game, right? So, you know what? The vision that Rock Esports have, I'm really so in awe of it, because they knew what the answer was. They could leave JR alone. They can tank the damage, it's fine. We just need to get rid of the shield. After the 6 or 7 minute mark, they realized, actually, if we just isolate Yulong, get rid of the shield, what kind of defense do you have? Saber has healed, sure, but you have no other thing. You don't have enough life points to survive the damage they can give on the side of Rock Esports.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of like this game itself and this draft itself really highlights the importance of having a tank support, right?
Yes.
That's how visual they are within these drafts. They are kind of like the backbone, because something like the Aura only becomes your chunky front line with automation, whereas a tank as natural as Zhangfei or Lapu Lapu generally are tanky.
Plan makes a very valid point, right? Like that's why when you analyze the data from these last 2 days, like the most played supports over there has been Lapu Lapu and Zhangfei, because they give you that shield.
Yes, and also the next most played hero is also Florentino.
Yeah.
You know what? All our players here love Florentino because they're allowing him to come through, but they love him too much that I think it's suffocating. This is the third or fourth loss that a Florentino has had on our stage.
But I was actually talking to Holler and Sagi while we were watching the game, and they were talking about how incredibly good work Xian was doing on that Florentino. That even though the KDA was not showing, but just the way that he was pulling people apart, it's what kept Aurora's gaming just really online.
Yeah, when you got such like a mobile hero, it's kind of like, well, how do I attack him? How do I keep him in place? And I feel like that's all the job of Wei Pit, right? He kind of like goes in with the Stampede, uses the stun from the common skill, but then also gets the Frigid Charge as well. It's just enough time to keep Xiang in place, but it just wasn't enough to actually push Aurora gaming into victory.
And all this means a lot, because I think Rock really had a shaky start to the day.
Yeah.
And when you take a look at the face cams of the players, this win, it's a 2 times reward for them. Number one, they recover the confidence, they get the composure back. But secondly, they also beat Aurora that has beaten them before in their previous games.
Let's wait and see if they can seal the deal in the next game too. We're gonna go to a break, and when we come back, we'll see if Rock Esports can make it 2-0 and get their ticket directly into the playoffs.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than me hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Welcome back. This is going to be game 2 between Aurora Gaming and Rock Esports. Rock Esports, if they win this one, they're going to make it direct into the playoffs. They're going to seal their ticket into the top 8 of our KWC 2026. Now, we got to understand that for these players, for this specific roster, making it into top 8 is not going to be anything new. You got to remember that 12 months ago, they were the first team that was able to take one game out of a KPL team.
Yeah, that one was a big achievement.
Absolutely.
Now that you've said it, oh my goodness, I'm getting the chills again. Like, that was good, right? Because this is like international stage. You have to be able to put your foot down and really just step on the gas, go full forward. And this first one to win it in the fashion that they did, I think is impressive. So I feel like Aurora will have something to say this game though.
Yeah, like I said, they skipped the morning coffee. They took a bit of a beating. That was the realization they needed. But it's also obviously like we were saying with Venora on the desk, right? If you are literally the 3rd place team, you have so much pressure on you that it can either make you crumble or it can make you rise, like with Sheen right now, right? Obviously, Rock Esports able to take 1 from Aurora Gaming, 3rd seed from 1st seed. There's definitely been work being made here.
Yeah, and the one thing we were comparing is the jungle matchup. I'm curious what it's going to be like in this game.
Well, we're gonna have to wait and see, because the way that it was played right now, I do not think that the junglers had that much of an impact as I was expecting for them to have. but I actually do believe that it was a problem with the roamers. It was a support differences. The Diadia against the Tramfei just completely just gave you a very strong light onto what the patch is asking of.
Yeah, I definitely think so. The Unbridled Outburst was a big set because the huge stun slam against the wall, you get like 2, 3 important members.
Oh, yeah.
They finish the fight. Okay, I'm not saying Diadia is weak, but hey, with the Destined Encounter, you can have it on the 5-man, but for that particular game, what good was that?
Exactly, especially when you had like Masashi dancing around, you had obviously Nua be able to use the creation blocks, and kind of just being able to just move out of the way of the Destined Encounter. And we have to remember who was piloting the Zhongfei in this game number 1. It's Wei Pit. Wei Pit has always been renowned for that Zhongfei, especially like even casters like Sir Cloud absolutely love this player with this pick and always give him praise for it.
For good reason.
Yes.
This guy has been really consistent, right? Him as a player individually, it's rare that Wei Pit doesn't shine in his role. He may not win all the MVPs all the time, but it's his input, the way that he structures the fights with CC, that sets the stage for Rock Esports, and he did set the stage for them to take this win.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this first ban here, right? Does this mean that Rock Esports, being on blue side, are going to go and try and lock in the Guan Yu here for game number 2 to try and just get that early 2-0 victory here?
Well, no longer available, right?
That Aurora game was like, no, we'd rather you have pay than have the Guan Yu. Just take it away from us. I feel like it'd be the first pay of the day coming through as well here. Our Rock Esports are definitely taking this one up for Conling. This is the pick we were kind of spotlighting for the entire day on how aggressive this pick can be.
Yes, and these are the specialty picks for both Yulong as well as for the side of Kongling, right? And this also means we get to consider the responses in terms of the jungler, right? We might see bans on the number 1, the Jing, the Ukyo Tachibana, or the Luna as well. And the other answer you could have, we've seen this in other professional games, just go for a super hard tank.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yes, he has the damage, but if you can kind of just like resist him until the late game, that's where his damage starts to fall off because you've kind of outscaled him in terms of that shield in there. But it looks like potentially onto the side here, it's going to be the Mai Shiranui for Zhang as well. I think that's also a good, like, not lane counter, but definitely a counter for the pay.
Yep. Early game, right? Fast paced. Not the best wave clear, but that's what the Lapu Lapu is for, right? It gives you the extra defenses, both physical and magical. At the same time, you're also able to wave clear a little bit faster with your first skill. The Chicha coming in though, they need some time for this Chicha.
Oh yeah, Chicha, it definitely takes a little bit while, but I mean, it's also a bit of a flex pick as well, right? Obviously, the Chicha here is going to be able to be flexed into Clash, into the farm lane. Let's see how that goes for them as well, right? Like, I feel like that, for being on red side, you can kind of like perma-lock your support like they have done, and then giving that Chicha there just means that, right, okay, so what are we going to ban in phase 2?
Well, if you did look at the previous series before this one, we had a Devara farm lane, right? Devara farm lane, that was a very fun matchup against the Chicha. And I feel like that is a consideration, but this is MKL we're talking about. I don't say that they're not creative, but MKL has a very structured approach. They want to show you domination in its finest form. So I'm curious, what does Rock Esports have? I mean, this is Mushi we're talking about.
Yeah, it is. I mean, to be fair, they've probably taken the inspiration of Devara farm lane from me. I mean, I played it on stream once and actually won a match, so I think I'll take all purposes of the reason why they went for that one anyway. But like you were saying, yeah, MKL, they know they're a region that knows what works. They don't necessarily have to be creative. They just need to master the basically the prio kind of like compositions, the picks here that we know all well work on the Gorge.
Yes. So let's discuss what a pay needs, right? Since we have pay as the prio pick for the side of Rock Esports, we have seen a couple of the combinations available. Normally it would have been the Mai, but this time they're going to switch it up. They're going to go for the Lorion. So Lorion wins in the wave clear department, but Mai wins in the early game burst department.
Yeah, exactly.
Which you would prefer?
I mean, to be honest, we saw Wendy on the Lorion earlier, and I mean, I feel I would prefer this Lorien here, because again, like you said, Maestro, you were able to obviously not have the most effective wave clear, but you are able to traverse around the gorge a little bit easier. And when you're going to get something like the Arlie, it's something you really want to use to try and get that pickup onto that farm lane.
Also talking about the Arlie and also talking about Muji, this is Muji's signature pick. Yeah. Right? We've known him for many months now. In fact, I think close to at least more than a year. Muji loves the Arlie, but he loves it for a good reason, because he is so damn good with this hero.
Yeah, exactly. You know that a mechanically skilled player like Muji here is definitely going to have so much fun with this pick, and then pairing it with the Diadea as well, right? Like obviously if Maestro comes through, you just kind of just stop them dead in the tracks, right? Give time for Muji just to escape and just get back to a safe fit in here. But if we look at the rest of the side of Aurora Gaming in terms of draft, we have Siang onto the Charlotte here, a little bit more late game potential for the team, and then Yulong's going for the Zilong as well.
I like the Zilong pick, right? The lower your health, the more damage you do.
Yep.
And you know, the recovery is insane. It's more like you're playing with more than 2 health bars at one point.
Yep.
But with that being said, one of the difficulties of playing with Zilong is that if you do get a good synergy of CCs down on him, he's gone.
Yeah, exactly. It's a hard one to kind of like muster and master here as well, because effectively, until Charlotte gets into that late game, she's not going to be really much of a front line, right? She's kind of like, she needs to dive into the back line, do the damage, then get back out. So we're really looking at both of these two teams. Kind of, obviously we have the Lapu onto the side of Aurora Gaming. We have got like the pseudo front line of the Dharma here as well, but who also needs items to be effective into that front line.
So I would figure that maybe, at least for the side of Aurora, from what I can see, Saber needs to be the one that initiate the fights. You can't allow Yulong to start. Yes, he has more value when he's low on health, and then he gets the recovery through the fights itself. But here we go.
Ooh, okay. He teleports out there. Wendy maybe just trying to pull them in a little bit too close for comfort there. So Hong has to use the Kachusans to get out alive.
Yeah, that is not what you want to have as a Mai, right? You want to use the Kachusans to make sure that you get the damage in. One more round, maybe.
Oh, okay. Double knock up there. Oh, and then followed up by Yulong. Oh my goodness. Double kill here from Siang. This will be even more impressive because they got out alive.
And they got Kong Ling. This is exactly what you want to see, right? The Tiger, if he gets an early game, it's not going to look good at all. And right now, they have managed to tame this Kong Ling pay for the time being. Yulong gets a free growth in gold, in EXP. This might be a punishing experience.
And also, obviously, on a minimal scale here as well. That all goes to Siang, means that obviously he's going to be already out-farm and out-resourcing Xuan on this Dharma as well, right? Like giving those 2 kills over, the extra bit of gold bonus for that first blood kind of enhances that 1v1 potential here that we might see.
Yeah, so 4 minutes is definitely one more moment we have to take a look at. Oh, that's quite a bit of skills thrown with, you know what, not much value. But I want to talk about the next thing of value. Zhihong, you know, using that flash at that point, I think Rock Esports, you might have to have expected that, because that was pre-2 minutes.
Yep.
When it's 4, Tyrant comes out, Zhihong is going to have his flash again.
Absolutely. If there's a right time to use your flash and procure all those results, there is definitely that moment in time, because we are approaching around about 1 minute until those neutral objectives do come online, and the votes have definitely changed, right? Obviously, game 1, Rock was literally not even a sliver of votes, and now it's kind of shifting 50-50 here. That's going to be a big motivator for Rock Esports fans.
Yep, and we'll see, because if Aurora manages to steal that Overlord, then it becomes the Aurora pit, and I think Aurora fans would love that. But for now, at least on paper, right? Rock Esports is the dominating force.
Yeah, they have the point up onto the board, right? They have 1 score against them, which is always going to be a favorable opposition here. But there it is. Xuan's able to get the Truth Mantra, but he's able to get out alive, not even using the flash there as well. So they really wanted him to exhaust that common skill.
3 ultimates, 1 flash, 0 kills, and we are 15 seconds away from the first time of the game. Aurora, on paper, this should be in the bag. This should be the Tyrant take.
Should. But we all know that miracles can happen and things do change upon the gorge once that Tyrant does spawn here as well. Obviously, we are seeing presence from Kongling as well as Xuan down bot side of the map here. Potentially going to go and try and get the Crimson Golden first before attempting this invade here onto the Tyrant.
Okay, they want to buy some time on the side of Rock. It feels like they won't be able to contest this. Xuan is keeping the vision. He does have his ultimate, but no flash. So this is not worth the risk taking. right? So Aurora will secure that first one in the game, but Xiang...
He's looking, he's trying to get out of there. Will he get out? Nope, it's going to be a 2v1 takedown, top side of the map there for the side of Rock Esports. Can they represent the same thing down to the bot side? The poke from JR. And there it is. Minion wave here as well. Means they're able to claim that T1 down to the bot side here. But can Rock take something from the enemy jungle whilst that's taking place here? It's going to be the smite that gets taken onto Yulong as well. So they enter the enemy jungle and they don't get a single penny.
I mean, at this point, I would think that that's absolutely necessary for
Rock. Okay! We see the charge, we see the flash, we see the knock-up onto Kong Ling. That is who we want to be picking up.
Yeah, this is an angry Aurora, and it's showing, right? Angry, they have channeled their anger into ferocious focus at this point. The combinations have been real, and we're taking a look at a 2,000 gold lead going to the side of Aurora. Well, this game did not start good for Kong Ling. It's not looking like it's getting any better. 0-2-0, not the highest of deaths, but he's far behind, 2 levels behind, in fact, from the side of Yulong.
Yeah, this is like a homing missile precision for a grade of hate, right? Like, they were like, okay, we didn't take that first loss very, very well. We definitely want to be playing with our best foot going forward in this one. And obviously, putting that pressure down to the bot side there as well. Trying to show the Rock Esports they are not welcome into their jungle is definitely the plays they should be making here.
It's so difficult because Yulong, they can't even get Yulong low. And that's not even the first part of the problem, right? Yulong gets more attacks and attack stats based on the amount of his health. If you can't even bring him down, I don't think you win any fights as long as Yulong is present. At the same time, he can enter the fights first. There's no need for Saber to take that risk anymore.
I mean, he's hard to catch, right? So unless like Xuan gets like a great dive from the pit and uses the Truth Mantra there to actually lock him down, who else is really going to be the one to do that? Obviously, if Waypick goes in with a bit of farewell, then he's kind of like stuck himself behind enemy lines, which we've already seen once already. It's a hard way for Rock to actually answer that problem with this team comp.
Yeah, I find like they need a lot more time. It's a 2,000 gold difference, but it feels like it's more than that.
Yes.
Look at Saber. He's waiting for the perfect opportunity to get the Raging Sea. If he gets it, I think T1 is gone for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have a minion yet, so I feel like that's safe for now. Using that phase check there, maybe the launch up onto Wendy. That's going to be enough burst damage there from Yulong as well as Zhang as well. Wendy goes down. That's plenty of damage here from Rock being taken off of the gorge, but Muchi comes through on his signature pick. Can he get out alive? He's able to get another kill there as well. And there it is. Waypit falls, so a 3-1 trade overall. Support for Clash, mid and support. I'd take that trade any day, especially with that T1 falling.
And to be honest, Rock Esports, that actually was the ideal setup, right? They had the AoE, everyone locked into one small corner. What was missing? Wendy was missing because he was down 6 feet under. So if they did get that combination, even with this gold differential, they could have turned that fight. So this was a smart decision by the side of Aurora to take the fight at this particular timing. Unfortunate that Wendy shows first because he was the prime target and they had no combo. Look, this was great.
Absolutely perfect. And I mean, the fact that he used that orb as well, right? Like, what was he going to do? Bring the orb back to him? Fly to him? If he pressed the wrong skill, he'd be literally behind enemy lines once again. And that's where, if you are Lorien, you don't want to be. And this is the biggest criticism I have about this hero. If you're playing from behind, it's much harder to orchestrate these big plays that really upset these team fights.
It is, because he is responsible for the AoE. There's no one else.
No.
If Xuan doesn't get his Truth Mantra, what kind of AoE do you have? Single target burst, great, but look, okay, Saber gives his life for what? It doesn't matter, the rest of them will catch up.
Yep, that's it. He's literally like, okay, guys, I'm trying to give you some hot meals here, but it's going to be Xuan here trying to get the lockdown onto Yulong, sweat as well with a bit of farewell, but it means that he's now able to dive back on top of the team of Rock Esports, take down their support, take down Xuan, and what was we talking about moments ago? That is their main access to CC to try and get any lockdown.
Yep, divide and conquer, right? They have absolutely no team fight. It is a 2v5 most of the time at this point. And Aurora, they will keep playing this unfair fight because that is the winning strategy at this point. And there's nothing that Rock can do now. Nothing.
No, it's very hard to play like a two marksman comp when you have no front line, right? Like I feel like that's where the kind of like the identity of Straps kind of faltered here with this idea. They only really had the chance of having a Liam Poe for this one if they really wanted to kind of have that sustainability, that kind of front line, so you can actually maneuver around it.
And the biggest difference here is, okay, you know what? A lot of times we think if we want to defeat an opponent, let's get more damage. Let's get it all in. yes, they can go for the damage, but right now JR already has a spike meal. He has both defensive stats and aggressive stats as well. And if you do not find the perfect, and I mean picture perfect combination of Xuan, Wendy, along with Waypit, you will never win a 5v5 against Aurora at this point. The gap is just too big, 7,000.
Yeah, exactly. You put it perfectly there, right? Like, in terms of the way they could actually turn this into their favor is kind of not viable. They have to find a new means, whether that be macro.
And what, are you looking for like single pickoffs? I don't think anyone is going to be straggling off on their own. And even if it is, it's Xiang. And Xiang is 2-1-4. He's level 13, already has the Pure Sky. So he gets a 30% damage reduction against anyone that hits him first. So does he care? No, he does not. Aurora, full control in the driver's seat.
Hey, just like Justin Bieber says, never say never, right? People do wander on the gorge sometimes. So maybe that's what they're waiting for, right? Maybe they're thinking, okay, Aurora Gaming, we know can kind of get stuck in their own head. They know that they're ahead and get into that ego mind state, that they may be able to make these kind of mistakes and actually capitalize on that one, like they did in game number 1. But right now, Aurora Gaming is like, no, we see our mistakes, we've checked ourselves, now we're going to wreck yourselves.
Yeah, this is a great adjustment, and this is what we expected from Aurora. Now, start knocking on the door. They will not get too much damage. I think they want to secure the Shadow Overlord before this, but they have a Primal Bond, right? So 55 seconds of, I would say, imagined safety for Rock. They can't really come out of their base too much.
No. They've literally just got to make sure they are tending all their garden there. But the garden might falling down. In terms of Xuan, obviously just using Saber's ultimate there just to zone them away back into their base so they can free up room for these minion waves to come through here as well. They're going to make a good play for this T3 bot side of the map here as well. Saber tries to go for the Waypit, goes for the bit of farewell. Not quite as successful as it needs to be.
Okay, so first target down, right? T3 at the bottom. They chase in though. Xiang, he will be happy to give his life at this point, but he doesn't even have to. Aurora, this is how far ahead they are. And they can't overchase, because what if the rest of Aurora are waiting for you in the brushes?
Exactly. Someone would always be waiting in the wing. But fortunately for them, obviously, if they did take that chase, 2 members obviously already into the mid lane there, kind of preoccupied. It would take a little bit of time to actually get top side of the map there. But it's okay. Aurora Gaming are looking just to make those big neutral objective plays here, looking for that final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, and I thought, there was quite a bit of damage coming from JR. He hasn't even completed his 6th item yet. And with this, they have an 8,000 gold lead. Aurora Gaming, this is looking like the beginning of the end.
That's it. Just put that Vanguard top side of the map, already kind of creates a need for Rock Esports to be there so they can now tend these other 2 lanes, right? Just try and put like a trifecta of these 3 lanes all together so it's a little bit harder to mount a defense for themselves.
I just saw the item that Kong Ling bought. It's 12.5 minutes. He just got his Rapacious Bite. That's the final form of the jungle item. Normally you complete this by the 7th.
You want that before the 10-minute mark.
8 minute, right? And he just got it. And I mean, okay, maybe that is a saving grace, but the Shadow Overlord is already flying down here.
They are flying down here. I feel like it's just a moment's notice before this T3 top side of the map does fall down as well. But it's going to be that knock there from Wendy, but it's going to be Zolong into the back line there. Looking for a pick off. The damage reflection comes through thanks to the spike mail there from JR, keeping him alive. Kong Ling falls down once again. And this is the problem. We always say Kong Ling is the focal point, but now Saber into the back line. It's going to open up a 3rd game between the MKL teams, and Aurora Gaming take game 2.
What a recovery coming in. This is deserves an applause for the MKL side. Aurora, this is what we were waiting for in game number 1. And it took them a little bit to get the engine going, but now you can see, right, why they were number 1 and why they deserve a chance and some consideration, at least in the Overlord's pit. We want more votes for them.
Exactly. They definitely need to pay respects to the side of Rock Esports in that one. Aurora just knew how to dismantle that team draft, right? Like, as soon as they got the lead, they knew that there was nothing they could really do to play from that back foot, which is where that Lorien falls apart.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where the jungle comes in. I think we kind of mentioned at game number 1, yeah, it was a different state. Junglers didn't really take too much of the control, but the second one, oh my goodness, the difference between the junglers defined the game.
And not only defined the game, right? Like, it just defined everything just from the gold advantage. It came down to an 8,000 gold advantage at the 11th minute. Just for everyone at home, if you are already that much in a bigger disadvantage, what do you need to do? Like, you're on the 11th minute, 8,000 gold behind. What is the strat?
I mean, by right, you want to stay behind and farm, right? Get the gold. But this is exactly what Aurora Gaming was waiting for. They wanted you to slowly get the farm, but they were coming out slowly, bit and bit, one by one, and they were getting picked off. There was never a 5-on-5. It was always 2v5, 3v5.
Yeah, for me anyway, I mean, if you have that goal lead, like as you see here, it's kind of right about the 8 minutes to 13-minute mark. It's kind of almost hard to come back from. If that goal lead is somewhere closer to 20 minutes and then you play for the Tempest, then there is the comeback potential. But at this early in the game, I feel like it's very hard, if not even possible.
13, you had to go 7 minutes. And if we put the same timing that we see on this goal graph, they would have doubled their goal advantage by that time. So let's take a look at the stats here. The important one I want to look at is, look at JR. JR is looking so good, 29%, close to 60,000 worth of damage. And it may not look too high to you, but bear in mind, this is within 13 minutes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's very impressive for a 13-minute game, right? I mean, if you break it down, I think it would look even prettier by minute, right? In terms of the ratio of damage dealt. But you have to give props over to Wendy. I mean, you see where this Lorien really comes into effect, and it's all about that damage. But what really good is damage when you are playing from behind.
Yep, the goal difference made life so much more difficult. Number one, they couldn't really check for vision. One of the main reasons why Wendy actually took a fall towards the later parts of the game was because Waypick can't really check the brushes, right? So Wendy, he unfortunately has to step closer to the brushes and be a victim. And once he's gone, there is no combination to have. This reply by Xuan was wonderful, but Wendy was not there to capitalize. They had no other AoEs, single target. The way that they position themselves on the side of Aurora, you have to switch your targets every now and then, and by then you are out of ammo.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of hard to keep throwing around those orbs when you've really only got like a limited amount of times of those orbs can be thrown around, and you can actually teleport to as well, right?
Yeah, so with that, this is a good recovery from the side of Aurora. What I'm curious now is, how does Game 3 go for Rock Esports? Because that was not good.
That was not good at all. But you know what? Right now it's 1-1. We're going to have Game 3, and that's going to decide who's going to be the first team in our top 8. Let's go to a break, and when we come back, we're going to have the action of Game 3.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
KWC 2026 comes to its first big decider game. This is going to be Rock Esports against Aurora Gaming. Right now it's 1-1. Whoever that wins this is going to come straight into the playoffs. But let's discuss a little bit about the implications of this result. Let's imagine that Aurora Gaming were to take the dub. Everyone is expecting that every single team that was seeded into the groups is going to make it directly there. If Rock Esports take that dub, then it means that when it comes down to the playoffs, they'll be able to pick who they want to play against.
That's a very important process of our brackets, right? Because having to choose, the power to choose, actually might decide your fate of the entire tournament.
Of course.
Well, everybody wants to be the predator, not the prey, right? Like, you want to make sure you're getting that top spot so you can choose whomever you want, and that's obviously second seed, right? And that is obviously a powerful position to be in, because like, if you choose one of the, per se, weaker teams, you are guaranteed to go even further into that semi-final.
And then what we're talking about picking is going to be a very random opportunity for them to pick, which could put, in the case that Aurora were to finish second, it could put Aurora playing against one of the KPL teams straight into quarterfinals.
My. That is not your dream scenario here if you're either one of these teams. So right now, they have to make sure that the BP goes in their way. I mean, we can take a look at the Aurora boys here. How do you think their game number 2 performance was like?
It was much better. Obviously, the way we saw it, it's orchestrated a lot better. I felt like that maybe they underestimated the potential of a tank support, you know? Like, obviously, into this meta, they thought maybe we could get away with a bit of a pseudo, obviously, try and get Orgrin up to scratch, but a team like Rock Esports knows that you can't give any kind of space for a pick to just keep scaling in terms of defense, because then that's where the problems would have arisen for Rock.
Yeah, man, one of the things that I want to point out about Rock, especially for Muchi, actually Muchi was doing pretty well in the early game. His Arnie was coming out on top, but once the goal lead and the other sides of the map were, you know, going in favor of Aurora, then the game just completely flipped on itself. So we'll take a look at the first few bans here. Guan Yu is going to be taken out, and we're going to have the Aoyan being taken out for Rock Esports as well. Do we want to entertain the idea of a Princess Frost Liang combination?
The potential, it's a very big potential. I mean, they don't have to necessarily go for it because the Guan Yu's not here, but maybe they're anticipating maybe something like a Jing, maybe something that's a little bit more high mobility like we saw in that last game. So if they do go for that, then you can kind of see that where Aurora Gaming or Rock Esports expects Aurora Gaming to go into. But in terms of obviously blue side's picks here, if they wanted to, JR could get the early this time.
Okay, JR getting the early. JR is also another specialist at the early, right? This is something that I was always very impressed with from the earlier days. Before even Chicha was released, JR was already someone that we had to fear when the early came up. Right now, Zhihong, he wants to seal the deal here. The Lorion is going to be in his hands.
Yeah, speaking of fear, I mean, you say fear the early. I mean, this is basically fearing the Reaper. We've already seen how he plays this one. And a little bit of insight. Apparently, like, we have players coming to Zhihong to ask him how to play Lorian. If you're that good and you've got other pro players asking you how to play this one, that's a scary hero to be left in this draft.
Yeah, for sure. If you want a guy to go to for advice, I think...
How'd you play this hero? Let you pick that hero first.
This is not something that's going to be favorable. Now, okay, on the side of Rock Esports, right, they can potentially go for the Haya, right? The Haya was not used. Yeah, the Haya was not used for the side of Rock. So there is a challenge of wave clear, maybe faster rotations. Or you can do what the other teams have done, which is to take Garuda in the mid lane, play from the super long range, and just get the Wings of Judgment to outpoke your opponents.
Yeah, well, you've got the likes of Xiao Qiao, but they're going to go for neither of those. Clearly, we're not quite there in terms of that one, but it's going to be the Mai Shiranui this time around. They saw how Aurora Gaming was able to orchestrate this hero into the mid lane, and we have to obviously give props once again and shine the light onto Wendy. Like, this is not just another mid laner picking up Mai Shiranui. This is Wendy.
I mean, I don't want to shine my torchlight on him too much because it felt like you were blinded in game number 2. Right? And I want this boy to shine. So, Wendy, I mean, we all know this. If you're new to HOK, Wendy is one of the superstars of Mai. If you want to learn a good Mai, you have to take a look at his gameplay. But here comes the problem that I see that arises from the Aurora side instead. The response, or at least the answer of Zhang Fei, a super tank. That is one of Mai's weaknesses. If you can't outburst a tank, you lose your value because your skills are pretty long cooldown in team fights. Your Kachosens and your Ryu engines, yes, the knockup, the fireballs, and your ultimate as well. Once you use that, you're kind of like not as effective. I don't want to say useless, but not as effective in team fights anymore.
Just pointing your two fingers together like, I'm sorry for trying to do damage. I'm stuck here. Can you let me escape, please? But no, yeah, I swear it was just a joke. But no, the ban on Byron here I feel is a really good call for Rock Esports, because obviously having that Zhang Fei, if they have the Lorien, if they have the Flowball Marksman, what they really need is something that's going to deny any access onto the backline. And Byron's one of the greatest heroes to do that kind of catch.
Yeah, it definitely is. And at the same time, you know what? We've seen this answer before. The Jinglet is actually a great answer against the Lorien. So Lorien's weakness, yes, he's really strong when he gets his combo off, but if you outrange him or you super dive him, the Lorien is easy pickings. So Jing is definitely a great ban. But we have to see, do we go for the tank jungles or do we go for the assassin jungles? And it looks like Rock Esports, Nerza is the answer here.
Yeah, like we did talk about this in the pre-game as well, right? Obviously, Nerza for either of these junglers is generally one of the better tank junglers to go for, right? Because obviously, yes, you still need the itemization, but it's not just that what we're counting on here for the Nerza. It's the intel his ultimate gives. If somebody's waiting in the wing, if you're trying to find the Zhang Fei to make a play, that ultimate's going to give you that green light go, right?
And to add on to that, he can dive you from anywhere on the map, but the more important part is he's able to use his second skill, the bind, right? To jump and change his angles, which means this is going to be a distraction play. I don't think this Nerza is going for the kill. This Nerza is definitely going to be someone that he wants you to lock eyes with him while the rest of the team gets the damage in, particularly from the side of Muchi. But I love this answer. Ukyo Tachibana as well as the Fati. What do we want to do? We want to get the huge burst. Wendy, my instant squishy, gone. If we get our hands on Muchi, stun, gone. So let's see if this game plan works for the side of Aurora.
Yeah, the squishier targets onto the side of Rock Esports are definitely going to be the main targets here, but we're looking for the potential clash lane, right? Other than, I mean, we don't normally see the Nerza be given the priority into that clash lane. They're generally into the jungle. So in that case, obviously, Dharma, Byron up, they're going to go for the Arthur here. We know that Schwan loves this pick, right? Obviously, just being able to be just another layer of frontline. They have the Lapu, they have the Nerza, they have Wei Pit. But like you were saying here, Kin, is that Nerza is probably going to be further into the backline just to kind of like harass them so they're harder to get on top of the Rock's backline.
And I like the idea of this Xuan Arta pick, right? Okay, the Xuan Arta pick, if we take a look at the gold ship, in most cases, a lot of people will be thinking, okay, that is like a container play. I'm going to lock you in a cage. But the way that I picture Xuan playing this hero of Arta, it's not to contain, it's to separate. The gold ship actually will divide the backline and the front line on the side of Aurora Gaming. And if he successfully does that, I think the Nerza pick is going to make a lot of sense. But you're dealing with a Fatih as well as a Ukyo Tachibana, so you have to get rid of them quick.
And I mean, naturally, Arthur's quite a tanky hero as well, right? Like, he has the health bars. He doesn't fall to the same problem as the likes of Orgren and tanks that follow that kind of suit here. He is going to be pretty tanky from the word go. But this is game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, either of these teams need to get this point to be in that upper bracket, to be the first team into the playoffs as one of the first seeded teams, to be the predator, not the prey.
Lots to be in, expectations to fulfill. This one is a spicy one, and JR right off the bat gets punched in the face by Wei Pit. If Wei Pit gets his way, he's going to have an outstanding game here. And the laning phase does not look too good for Aurora, to be honest.
Yeah, and we know Wei Pit loves more of the tanky supports, right? Obviously, we saw him on the Diadea, didn't quite do too well. But that Zhang Fei first game was really the kind of like the tipping point there for Aurora Gaming to try and like overcome that obstacle. But now they both go for tanks. This is both the showdown that we spoke about within the pre-game earlier. Aurora Gaming just trying to kind of take these little points away. The Spiketail Beast is being committed here. I don't feel like JR might be able to get the last hit here. Oh, okay, he gets the empowered last hit. Muchi was pretty much always surrounded by that one. Had every mean of claiming it.
Wow, do not doubt him, man. It's JR. He's back with a vengeance, and this guy is focused as well. Now, if you take a look at the exchanges across the map on the mini objectives, we have had Rock Esports take the Firehawk. I believe Xuan got the space right at the top as well. So that was absolutely necessary for JR to have gotten that Spiketail Beast away to even up the odds, because we're at 4.5k for each team roughly.
Yeah, just balancing out that one. I mean, you talk about obviously JR's back for revenge. Do you reckon JR stands for just revenge?
I think, given the choice, he will want more. But
just revenge and victory. So his real name is JR Av.
Maybe his name is, there's a dot in his name, and then it's the numbers of pi, 3.1 whatever.
3.14 reoccurring, just to keep your enemy team just counting the numbers. A bit of a nightmare fuel there for those that have dyscalculus. But right now, we are seeing that Aurora Gaming are still able to kind of just maintain that early game state that we saw in game number 2.
It's status quo, right? I think this is what they wanted. And even though the farm lane might not be as easy of a lane that they would have hoped for, it is still something that's possible to win, especially when they play the numbers game. Saber here, making sure that he's going to try and give the Leaping Savior, but Muji.
Oof, Uchi is definitely looking very scary here as well, but Saber obviously does have the Unbridled Outburst. He's waiting for for Cotton Link to fly in. He's going to take too much damage there, so First Blood does go over to JR, but they're able to get the counter back here as well. And Wendy with a nice rotation, just denying Yulong of any access onto Muchi.
Was that a mistake though? Like, you got the kill on JR, but JR got the First Blood.
Yes,
and he took Kong Ling's life as well.
Yeah.
So financially, that's a horrible trade for the side of Rock Esports. And right now, Aurora, that one play, they're close to 1K ahead already.
Yeah, it's not a good place to be. We was talking about what you do when you're 7K gold ahead between 13 minutes. When you're 1K gold ahead around about 3 minutes, that starts to be kind of like a scary pit that you need to climb out of, right? Like, you can't allow this to keep snowballing if you're Rock Esports.
Okay, so we put a count on the timer, right? Rapacious Bite already completed for Yulong. This is 3.5 minutes. Less than 30 seconds away before the first neutral objective. I believe both teams have to contest for this. Now, Kong Ling gets a little bit more time because he should have his ultimate by the time the Tyrant comes back up. But does he really want to come back in here?
I mean, after the way that Saber just dismantled him with Zhangfei, I don't think that will be the case, right? Like, he's waiting and using the Unbridled Outburst to absolute precision, because that play would have worked completely well if Saber just wasn't that good with that ultimate, right?
I mean, the tower was there to help them, and it looks like there is a potential for a steal. Something needs to happen.
There's no steal happening here. We got our receipt. We purchased and pre-ordered that Tyrant first. Aurora Gaming is able to claim that one as well. So that's going to be another bit of damage, and also just further enhancing that gold lead that they've already surmised here.
Yeah, Weipet was showing his ultimate a little bit too early on the Raging Sea, right? Allowing Yulong to just sidestep it. It didn't even need to use any
slide.
use any movement skills, and Weipet did not have flash at that moment. He couldn't reposition himself.
No, that was the whole problem, right? It's just the premature use of these skills right now. But me, we obviously I haven't really seen Zhong pop off yet on this Lorien. I feel like this is something that maybe Rock is scared of. They have not seen the full potential of Zhong yet on this pick. And it's just a matter of time, right? Obviously, we do see that he has built the Venomous Staff here, just obviously for any kind of healing, to try and obviously chunk down Xuan a little bit more. Everyone knows that if you want to kind of make Atter a little bit more easier to destroy as a target, you want that anti-heal, right?
Yeah, that's true. I think Zhong definitely needs the Venomous Staff. At the same time, looking at Zhong's gameplay over the past few months, he is one calculated guy. He wants to make sure he gets the kill. No kill, no attempt. Even if he does, it probably is to lower your health. Something else has to be at play, right?
Yeah.
So when Zhong goes quiet, I think it's a little bit of a scary sign for Rock Esports, because when he finally speaks up, you're not going to like what you hear.
Yeah, you're going to hear the siren song. But speaking of which, Ghost Ship does get poured out here as well. We do see Wendy having to come in for the rotation, forcing out the flash, but it is going to be the takedown here for Xian. Kong Ling maybe a little bit too deep. There we go. It's the pickup for the side of Aurora Gaming. We are trading Jungler for Clash Lane, but we may be trading a little bit more here. We do have the minion wave crashing top side of the map here as well. They do get the kill. However, can they retain that T1? The answer is no.
But who was there? Zhong was there, the Lorien was there. It was his setup that helped the team secure those 2 kills for the side of Aurora. And of the 2 kills you had, Kong Ling once again was part of the death roster. This is not what we want to see. This guy has already died twice. Yes, he has 2 assists, but you are the jungler. You're supposed to be the one pushing them back. For now, he can't even stand in the front.
I mean, but if he doesn't push them back, who else is going to do that? Obviously, Xuan needs to kind of be there to chunk the damage a little bit, right? Obviously, just try and split the team fight into the favor of Rock Esports. So I feel like he kind of has to be this punching bag. And currently, judging by his KDA, whether it's mistakes, whether it's whatever variable, it seems like that is currently the goal here of Conling. He's just going to be the cannon fodder at this point.
No, but Muji's not ready yet, right? I mean, one of the things why you would want your jungler to jump in is there's damage to be followed up, right? Muji has it here. The setup.
Oh, okay. The setup does come through here. Muji's able to get that red buff, however, so the claim onto the Crimson Golem is going to be enough. The Unbridled Outburst actually was just enough just to move Muji out the way. Wasn't actually able to lock anybody in place to get a real setup here for the side of Aurora Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, it was a sight to see, but once again, like I said, where is the follow-up? And in the meantime, yes, there was a movement from Conling, but he was getting shredded down by JR. JR is now close to 5,000 gold. Is it a lot? Not really. He's neck and neck along with his counterpart Muji. But as a jungler for Conling, you need to have the level lead. You need to have a goal lead. He is the same level. No, he's under level. In fact, JR is one level ahead.
He's one level ahead right now. Yulong's able to just skip out that one in a beat. But I feel like what Rock Esports are doing here, it's just kind of like a smoke and mirrors, right? They're kind of like, oh, obviously Congling's gonna dive in, can we get the pick off here? But they're looking for something else across the gorge, so they're just multiple doing different things.
Yeah, and no one's there's no synergy here. There's no sync, right? The synchronization of thought process is gone.
No, it may be not gone quite just yet. Xuan is looking pretty low here. Wendy's already took a chunk of damage there, but it's going to be the takedown of Yulong. That's a payback. He almost wiped out Wendy here, but now we're seeing this all fight around the Tyrant here. Xuan taking a little bit too much damage for my liking. We do see the Radiance being popped here to slow them down. The stuns catch Muji. Can they get the follow-up here? Siang needs to be in the back line, but also somebody else needs to be supporting because the Stampede comes through, locks him into place. Muji gets the kill, and currently that is a good game state in terms of the team fight for Rock Esports.
Okay, 4-4. Yes, Aurora still has the goal lead, and but here's the silver lining, right? They aren't able to go and take the Tyrant just yet on the side of Rock Esports. So Aurora, they have kind of taken a better part of the fight. They will start working on the time right now, and it feels like Aurora will give them this advantage.
Give it over, but I mean, at the same time, they're able to get that T1 into mid lane, right? Mid lane is obviously a very important objective here within Honor of Kings. It just means that everything else opens up after the close of that turret.
I want to point out Waypit's play right there. Yes, that Unbridled Outburst was beautiful coming in from the side of Aurora. But thanks to Waypit, Muji got away safe. The Waypit had to give his life, I don't remember at that moment, but he saved Muji as well as Kongling's life. That is the more important point.
Exactly. I mean, if one tank falls onto the side of Rock Esports, it's not the end of the world, right? They have Xuan, they have Conling to just kind of like fill the boots of the fallen Lapu Lapu. But it's all about a dance here for Rock Esports. If it doesn't go the right foot first like this, the waste of all those ultimates there as well. That's a very expensive start of a team fight. That engage didn't quite go the way it did. The rate of interest is not here for the side of Rock Esports. Waypit is on the run. He cannot get out. JR gets the kill. T2 into the mid lane is under assault.
A tale of two complete opposite worlds. Muji having to face his opponents face to face. Meanwhile, JR has all the time in the world, all the space in the world to land those arrow shots, arrow showers as well. And the prize is well worth it as well. 5-4 and kills. Aurora gets the Shadow Tyrant, and this one will hurt.
Yeah, that was definitely not a good deal, right? I felt like we saw the fall apart and the potential kind of like sigh of like despair from the side of Rock Esports. We saw it see all those ultimates start to fail. The Goat shit caught nobody. The Rising Tides caught nobody, right? Like, it's just nothing came out of that one, and that's a problem because it's such great expense here for the side of Rock Esports, and they know that. And now they're having to play with the disadvantage of the goal lead as well as the Tyrant buff.
Yeah, I'm so confused. Like, Waypit, the Raging Sea, or nobody? Like, what was that? Like, something wrong? This is the defining game of your tournament. You don't want to lose this. But I feel like, you know, maybe they were hoping or they were expecting the Aurora was going to be there. They go in on Wendy.
Oh, Yulong as well. Looks pretty low. He's not going to be able to escape that one. He tries to get a little bit of a saving grace onto Wendy. However, nobody falls onto the side of Rock Esports. They do have 2 members down now for Aurora Gaming. Can they start to even out this game state into the mid lane?
They have to. This is the best chance they've had in 11.5 minutes. They have to find something here. Even if it's not a kill, get a turret machine.
No, he's looking pretty low. He's able to escape though. It's fine. In terms of damage, is kind of dwindled here onto the side of Aurora Gaming. Obviously, Siang was pretty low. JR not able to obviously get that reach there and enough damage with the Arrow Storm, but we do see a bit of an effort from Rock Esports trying to claim this Overlord. The Unbridled Embers from Saber. The Stampede follows through. It means that Muchi falls, but it does, however, mean that Overlord goes to the Rock Esports. So yes, the Marksman falls, but at what cost? It's to save that neutral objective.
Yep, they buy a little bit more time, but here's something you can't buy: the life of Wendy.
He falls. He was too high. How can you breathe with no air? And Wendy answered that one. You can't. You are sustained in a state of despair when it is Zhong on this Lorien.
And he forces a very early spawn of the Shadow Overlord, right? Ideally, Rock Esports did not want to use that now. You want to use it when your waves were in sync, but it's to protect your T3s. And right now, even though they summoned it in the middle, the side lanes, pressure is coming.
It's kind of like they made a good choice out of a bad decision. Like, it's like, right, okay, what lane are we dropping in? I don't know. It's coming at all 3 angles. We're going to lose at least 1 T3. Obviously, top side of the map is a little bit still more fortified here. They're going to be careful. But yes, that goal lead into the jungle there is definitely not the game state we want to be looking at around about the same time that the game ended in last game.
Yeah, Kongling is not having a fun game at all. He has not gotten a single kill, 0, 2, and 5, which means his goal deficit with Yulong is starting to drag on bigger and bigger. It's a 2,000 goal lead, as you already said. And with 13 minutes, these are objectives you have to win, and these are the shadow variants. The more you lose them, you know, the chance of you losing your slot and your dream of KWC gets a bit too real.
It does. You start to kind of have the prospect and the POV of the prey when you go into that next bracket of the tournament. But Aurora Gaming are just really holding on to the chance of being a predator here. But Zhong, he gets caught out into that lung bush. A little bit of a doozy play there from the side of Aurora Gaming.
Yeah, and right now, Rock Esports, they are trying to get an advantage. It's a 4v5, Zhihong is gone, but Zhihong is one of the squishies, right? If there's anyone that's going to get caught and taken out, it probably would have been him besides JR. JR is still alive though, that's the main point.
It is the main point, and there it is. It's going to be the full climb onto the backline of Aurora Gaming, but JR is being saved here by Saber, but for how long? The minion wave is coming through into the mid lane. There it is, the takedown! Rock Esports seize the moment and seize the mid lane.
Yep, that's 30 seconds. Very long time before Aurora can actually put up the defense. They're going to clear this wave in the mid. So Rock Esports, they will have the backdoor defense unlocked. Aurora, this is their last chance. 2 members standing only.
Oh, Godling's into the backline. He's just trying to put pressure onto Zhong here. He's like, yes, you're on the Lorien, but can he get enough damage here onto the enemy? He's able to clear out that minion wave. Maybe the pressure down to the bot side is enough of a saving grace here for the side of Aurora.
I feel like it had to be ended right there and right then for the side of Rock Esports, right? Because if you take a look at what's left on the other side of Aurora's side lanes, they still have T2s. They don't have any more T2s on the side of Rock Esports. So if they make a bad decision, lose a team fight, Aurora might just end the game right there and then.
Yeah, I feel like the focal point here for the side of Aurora is they need to pick up Muchi, right?
Yeah. I mean, JR as well, he was a victim of this one, and I love this dive. This is exactly what you need to do. Muchi coming in, it was a cause of confusion. Aurora didn't know who to go for.
Yeah, it's like, there's like 3 tanks at our door, lads. Which one should we stop? And they kind of just threw their hands up in the air. I don't know. Let's just see what we can do here. But it definitely gave them the footing and the standing they really wanted to be in this best of 3. Game number 3 here, because this is the decider, Ken. If you're not putting your best onto the gorge right now, what really separates you from being the top seed or the second seed, when would you do it?
I know, right? And Wendy, look, he's locked in. He has the most damaging item in the mid lane category, which is the Sage's Tome. This is my favorite build. 6 Sage's Tome, the library build, I call it. But, you know, this is a pro game, so we'll talk about it later. But Wendy, if he gets a knockup now, onto JR or onto Zhihong, that could be the end of their life.
Yeah, they got to be careful. Normally waiting in the wing is normally something like a Byron, but when it's a burst tank, a burst assassin here, and it's Wendy that's piloting it, you've got to be careful.
Yep. 3.5 minutes before the Tempest game. And you know what? It would be a beauty to end it in that way, but I don't think either one of them wants to drag the game this long.
They can't afford to. They can't afford to because everything just becomes so even. It depends on who makes the wrong mistake at that point. Not itemization, not anything. Nice. It's a team fight, but it's going to be the big dive there. The commitment of the ultimate is not going to be enough. Saber has the unbridled outburst. He's willing to take that damage because he's going to get it back in dividends.
I like that you pointed out because Waypit has already used his Raging Sea. So right now, Saber actually gets prio pick over the perfect moment he wants to get the team fight in check. At the same time, the waves are crashing. Aurora, they want to fight. They want to fight now.
Yes, they have to force that one down to the bot side of the map here. It's going to be the takedown onto Wendy. The burst damage is lost. They have the ultimate here from the side of Saber. The Stampede JR is a little bit too left open in the wind here. You have to get him out. He falls with Saber, his counterpart, his buddy pal for the side of Rock Esports. This is definitely, if not the end here.
Yeah, there is no more Tempest game on the card here. Rock Esports wants to end this now. All they have to do is to stay apart so that Xiang doesn't maximize his slashes. The damage has to come through. And with the first Vanguard, can they break it right here, right now?
But who are you damaging? There's 3 tanks there with Muchi as well. He's keeping him alive. Keep Mr. President alive, Rock Esports, as they wait for the Vanguards to come top, come bot, so they can take the T3s here. Zhihong is back online. He is the saving grace here on the Lorien pick, but we have the Sage's Sanctuary. He forces the flash A from Yuchi. He flies up into the air. He is down. Rock Esports are your first team to make it into the playoffs.
Well deserved, and you could hear the shouts of the boys. This place is pretty noisy, but Rock Esports, they have done it. They have shown that they are here to play, and Aurora are their first victims.
I mean, this is so wild. This tournament, you just can't predict it. I feel like I'm on a roller coaster of emotions. Like the loser game to Chuck BR. We look like it's going to be a complete switcheroo in terms of where the power is within HOK. And then they just come back within that series and be like, you know what? I'm going into the playoffs. Forget it.
They came in here as the MKL 3rd place, and they're going to be the first team in our top 8 of the KWC 2026. Rock Esports, they have made history in the past. They want to keep making history right now.
It's so difficult because, you know, actually, if I were to kind of try and remember the commentary we had, it felt like Rock Esports was always on the back foot.
Yes.
And Aurora was supposed to win the game.
Yep.
So Muchi, what a way to come back. That last fight, so important. Both JR and Muchi were on the sidelines. They were praying and hoping, is someone going to protect me? But for the first time in a long time, Waypit outperformed Saber.
But you know what the thing is? The Aurora gaming composition was supposed to just scale up stronger and stronger as time passed. But those 2 last fights, just starting minute 15, is exactly what just kind of like pushed them at the end.
Yeah, and to be fair, you have to think of the opposite side of the team as well, right? You've got the Nurta scaling, but in a defensive measure. So that play that we saw in the first 4 minutes when we saw the goal for JR, which was unsuccessful, into the later game became much of an easier breeze, right? Just to be like, right, I'm coming flying in with a Starfall, and then just literally get the rest of Rock Esports coming through, able to claim turrets, lives, and the game.
Okay, if you are watching on social media, I want to rewind the game back to like 4 minutes. Take a look at all the KDAs on the side of Rock Esports and take a look at the KDAs now. My goodness, what? Look at the goal, recovery. What is this?
The gold was always for Aurora Gaming. They had an advantage. It came to a moment where they were like 5,000 gold on the lead, and then it just finishes in this way with Rock Esports making it to the top 8.
If you didn't watch the game, all you had to look at was this goal graph.
Yeah.
This is a comeback game.
Yeah. Where did it go wrong? Here and here. You know, like it's literally just point as those 2 there. But you do have to give props over to obviously Aurora Gaming as well. They did bring quite a lot of flavor within this best of 3. It wasn't enough to secure them the top plays within their respective group, but can they just ride that lower bracket now and get there? But they will obviously be at the behest of who gets to choose who.
And you see the names right over there for Rock Esports. Muchi, man. what a lad right over there. Like, he was in such a difficult position, but he kept that channel going, always alive, finding the angles. There was a little fight where his position was a little bit off, and that was the one and only. And then after that, he decided to carry the whole team.
Yep, it was the complete opposite, right? Muchi at the start of the fight, he was running away, trying to keep his distance. In the last, 4 or 5 skirmishes, Muchi was in the face of Aurora. He was face to face with JR, and he kept shooting his shots. At the same time, you have to give praise to Weipit. Weipit, to me, is the MVP of this game. Yes, Kongling did recover, Xuan did a good job of tanking, but Weipit saved the game for Muchi so many times. He made sure he gave his life so that Muchi could continue farming. And that's the whole point. This is the farm lane. You're supposed to get the goal.
All right. What about if we go over there with the man that we've been talking so much about? Muchi is on stage with Mara. Guys, please say something to us.
With me, Muchi, congratulations! You know, before this game started, before this matchup, Aurora Gaming basically said that your group is really easy. In fact, Jihong said to eat well and sleep well before you meet up with them. But in this match, you answered with a victory. How satisfying was this matchup for you?
Because I think I ate well, sleep well, so I can win.
Okay, now, prior to this, during the past year, your team has always had a hard time against your opponent, Aurora Gaming. What has changed with Rock Esports? What is this new identity coming into today's matchup, coming into KIC? What has been the biggest improvement in this new identity?
你帮我翻译哦答。我觉得最主要是我们5个人团结一心吧，然后还有教练组的帮助，还有中国教练的帮助，所以我认为我们可以战胜他们。
I'll say the biggest part was the unity within the team. All 5 of us are united as one. Plus, we have to help our coaches and the Chinese coaches from our bootcamp. And I think this has really helped us prepare to face against Aurora Gaming.
We could really see the teamwork and you playing as one. Once again, congratulations. You're moving on. And now we'll head back to the casters. Lead the gorge.
团结一心, to unify as one, to have multiple people together as one heart. That is the most important thing over there for Rock Esports, because they came in at the beginning of the day, they did not have the best of the performances, but they completely turned everything around, and right now they sealed their ticket straight into the top 8.
Yeah, this one really makes you understand it doesn't matter how you start, it really depends on how you end. And what an ending from these boys.
Exactly, it's all basically a marathon, right? Obviously, it doesn't matter how you start, it's how you finish. But I felt also it's kind of like we see the loss of identity in that first series, and we see the regain of the identity. And for a team to basically make that adjustment so quick in the same day is very impressive.
It is just one of those moments when you are in front of a disadvantage that you need to really look at next to you, to your brother, and just say like, let's get this done together.
Yeah, I mean, to add on to that, it was, yes, recovery from one series, but they also recovered from this in the middle of the game. That was how crazy fast they were adapting to the likes of Aurora. And let us remind you, Aurora is a team that beat them cleanly 3-1.
Yeah, very well. I mean, look at just all these highlights, right? Obviously, this is over the span of that last game. Just every so often to be like little glimmers of hope between each of these teams, a little bit overextending, but I think it just goes back to the point that we was making, right? Like, somebody has to be the punching bag. Yes. Somebody has to be the right, okay, guys, I'm gonna die, but I need you to get what we need. Like, put ego aside, put it on the line. We just need to come together as one to get the victory, and there it is. We see, obviously, Rock Esports getting ever so closer to that step, that 3rd place that they had last year at KWC 2025.
Rock Esports right now, as you can see on your screens, they really exploded over there in all the energy and happiness that they had just completely inside of their hearts. Right now, our Group B is already done. Rock Esports will have the opportunity to pick who they want to play over there in the playoffs. Group D is waiting for us because the last match of the day is going to define our 2nd ticket to the playoffs. Let's go to a break, and when we come back, the action of the KWC 2026.
Esports World Cup.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back. We're live from Paris, France. This is the KWC 2026. Group B already has awarded one ticket to the playoffs. It's going to be Rock Esports. And now Group D is still waiting to see who's going to win this last matchup that is going to be the second ticket into the top 8. Sagi, Holler, what are your ideas from that last game that we just watched, Rock Esports against Aurora Gaming?
Let's say it was just absolute cinema. Let's be very honest. I think that the storyboard was like the storyline for Rock Esports, for them to have a way to kind of come back. There was a lot of questions going in. How would they do? And they exercised some demons as they took over, of course, this MKL squad here.
And as always, it's nice to see that ROC Esports or Rock Esports come back as the Nova Esports self, where they did really well back at EWC 2025, and coming back here, they proved themselves and they march into the playoffs.
They march into the playoffs. It's going to be a second team that is going to make it, as we see the Group D bracket on your screen. From the performances today in matches 3 and 4, GK Esports beat 2-0 Deep Cross Gaming, and Team Nemesis beat 2-0 Boom Esports, awarding them the chance today in this best of 3 of getting their ticket into the top 8.
Yeah, there were. For me, it's the Team Nemesis Boom Esports one, right? I think that they was looking to be very competitive. Boom Esports had the leg up, but Team Nemesis was like, no. We are the far superior team, representing IKL. We will take you down, PKL.
I think that this Group D has the closest teams in terms of levels. That is my idea. Right now, when you think about like these two that we have right now, and then you think about the fact that we have Team Nemesis right over there, we have GK, we have Deep Cross Gaming, we have Boom Esports. The 4 of them, very compact, man. All of them very compact.
Oh, but you have to measure the opponents coming in that individually based off, right? GK Esports DCG, the level of gameplay showed. Can it measure against Team Nemesis against Boom Esports?
We're going to have to find out. I think that that's what this is all about right here. I think that there were, again, going into this one when you're talking about, like, you know, for me, it's about the junglers. Correct. Right? GK Esports, Musan King, you know, the TNX from the other side, also from Malaysia, but representing Team Nemesis. These two have been going at it for quite some time, and to kind of bring it onto the international stage to see who's the better MKL jungler.
And it's always a interesting one where you mentioned TNX. Yeah. He's been always trying to rival himself against Zhang Q, also from MKL, but he's stuck at second place place. But if he can topple and triumph over Musang King, known as the best jungler from Malaysia, maybe that status will come in towards effect.
But you know what? Like Musang King is just have had such an amazing 2026 up until right now. He comes in as the MKL 2026 regular season MVP. 12 MVPs in regular season, 5 MVPs in the playoffs. When it counts, you can always count to Musang King.
I feel like you can't be good if your name has King in it.
Oh.
And obviously, he's a Durian right there with the Musang King. And obviously, he's representing. And obviously, he's one of the best junglers out there. And it's still kind of up in the air as of who the best jungler from Malaysia is.
It's always a argument. It's always a competitive title that you want to gain it for yourself. And if we were to deep dive into both of these jungler-specific hero pool, and I gotta say, it's really, really similar. Okay, they love the assassins, Jing, Luna, Pei. Those are going to be hot ones coming into our series.
Yeah, it's about that impact, right? Yes. And being able to just be able to dive in, to get to the back line, and just basically control the game. I think that that's why the MKL junglers are so much fun to watch.
And an important thing that we need to also deep dive into, Guiyu. Yes, yeah. FMVP from KSC 2025. But Guiyu was also part of Nemesis, or otherwise known as Dominator back then, with the roster of Jurl and L. So this is a reunion, but on opposite ends.
But when you know your opponents that clearly, like when you have already played with them for so many years, for such a long time, does that give you an advantage or it actually works against you?
I think that it's a bit of an advantage because you know the tendencies of those players.
Yes.
But I think at the same time, there's a little bit of a disadvantage knowing that, hey, you left me, we're going to go after you.
And also puts pressure on Tough Z, right?
Yeah.
Tough Z is like running Clash lane. It's like, oh, you're the X of my team if I don't perform against you. What does my team think of me? It's like, do they go back for the X?
Yeah. No, it's personal, right?
I don't think that contracts were like that.
But in this case, it kind of does in the sense that, right? I mean, it's personal, right? Of course. You want to be the best of anything, right? And being able to prove up, I think Tough Z, there's going to be a lot of eyes on making sure that he can perform. Can he outclass Guiyu? I think that is going to be a lane matchup to watch as well.
Right now, all the 10 players are already on stage just waiting for us to start this last match of today. It's been a very long day, and right now they might be already start to feel that stress, and it feels already how tired they feel right now.
Well, I mean, you may be tired, and yeah, this is your second match of the day, but you're in a great spot. Okay, the loser is not out. You can continue on, and you can punch your ticket into the playoffs. That is a big honor here.
You want to go for that playoff spot because in the sense that you qualify as your group's #1 seed, you don't get to be chosen. You get to choose your opponent instead.
And that is so important. Like when you start thinking about like the teams that you might be able to pick from against the teams that might pick you, that is a completely two ends of the spectrum.
You might be picked by stronger teams like expected ones. We just saw Rock Esports. They made it to the quarterfinals, top 8 as the first seed. So they're waiting for the pool of Pool 2 teams, the second placers here, that qualify through the lower brackets. It's like, who am I going to pick today? Like, is it going to be you? Is it going to be you? For the competitive edge.
Yeah, and that's the greatest point, right? The competitive edge, because being able to select one and not being selected yourself is a huge honor, but it will really help you in terms of the final standings and avoiding some of these big dogs out here.
Well, right now we already have Team Nemesis, as you can see right over there, sitting in front of GK Esports. It's going to be the MKL second place against the IKL second place. One of these two teams is going to have a good rest because if you win right now, you don't get your next game until 3 days from now.
Oh yeah, you don't have to play after tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow is the group A and C.
Yeah, exactly.
And you get to rest like 2 days straight. You don't have to play the lower brackets here. So it's not only qualifications on the line, it's also rest and observation.
You get to see everyone. Yes. You get to take so many notes, man, and you get to at least tomorrow just get 1 day off and just go around Paris and enjoy the city.
Yeah, but they're probably not going to be doing too much of that. They're going to be scrimming, right? It is a grind. I think that until you come out with a victory, I don't think that you should be going to do any sort of sightseeing at this moment.
The only sightseeing that you want to do right now is to check out the pick and bans. Nemesis on towards the blue side with EK Esports going on the red side. It's already a bit of an action here. That pay is still not available in that draft. Guan Yu as well. Some of the key picks in terms of that early game and also the team fights are not available for this specific draft itself.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, for me, it's about obviously the banning of the pay pretty key. Doesn't look like, Nemesis want to go that direction as well, especially since they've got that first pick. So, but I do think that early game tempo is going to be key.
It's definitely going to be key always, right? You want to be able to control the game, make sure that you get it as much as possible. And so far, DK has been on a roll with the Princess Frost and Liang combination here. They are one of the few teams that can actually pull it off with a very high mastery rate as of this point.
Yeah, and I mean, every time I'm like, yeah, I don't really like it or whatever, then GK comes out and they do it again and they win with it, right?
Yeah.
So they're always proving me wrong, which I'm okay with, but like, if they're not able to hit mid to late game properly and just end games, they really will struggle. This is a bit of a crutch and a bit of a weakness, I would say, on this team.
It's high risk, high reward.
Yeah.
It gives you so much farming tempo on that Ogren that will be piloted by Musang King in making sure that he gets all the farm that he's looking for. And then the Princess Frost Liang, starting from the level 4 of the Liang, starts picking off those map pressures here. Because every time we see Princess Frost Liang being picked up, both of the side lanes coming in from the enemy team, they have to hide until the Liang shows.
Yeah, and so also, now that you've kind of locked yourself into with this Princess Frost, it's not the greatest of mid laners, right? So it's also vulnerable in that sense, but does it, can it create chaos? Yes, of course, especially when Liang hits level 4.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they play through that early game here. Coming in for the second phase of the pick and bans here, Luna, Agudo, two junglers that have a good historical track record in the counter phase here against the Ogren will be removed. And if you take a look over to the side of Nemesis draft, Zhangfei, Dharma, it's a bit of a reminiscence back to their KC 2024 dominated draft that they always like to go for.
Yeah, but now, I mean, look it. I think that when you're seeing the thing like the Chano, okay, it looks like they're going to go with the Lorien. This is definitely going to outclass the Princess Frost in the mid lane. Then you have the Zhilong as well. Also ways to kind of get to that back line. And so now it's going to come back to this initiation. How is this Liang? How is Zhe going to find the perfect opportunity to lock somebody down?
He has to find something, right? Any troll of any way, be it mid lane, be it side lane, he needs to open up the game for his team, set up the tempo, set up the snowball so that Gem, Guiyu, Musang King, these three core players get to play the game. And I'm looking at this Zilong pick here from TNX. We've had Carl play it, TNX play it, and also Yulon playing it, and has been having sufficient levels of success thus far.
Yeah, definitely a bit of success here as we're going to go into the game. I think that the players are kind of getting locked in. I think that, if we're talking about draft, though, who are you giving the edge to here, Sagi?
So far, in terms of proactiveness, you have to give it over to the side of Nemesis, and the difficulty in terms of execution. It's easier for Dominated by Nemesis because so far, Nemesis draft, it promotes proactiveness that they have shown in Game 1 against Boom Esports. They go in, they pull the trigger, and that's all it takes.
Yeah. I think that when it comes to playing a simpler lineup, not to disrespect the team, but when it's a very complex game and things are on the line, it's very competitive. You want something that's very simple come those team fights, so you can worry about the other pieces to this. And I think Nemesis lineup does that, but it's about that early game. If DK is able to kind of get going, get those controls and that lockdown and those kills, you're going to have a tough time.
The first thing that you need to do is to check those bushes, make sure that this Liang doesn't hide in any of them. Once the Liang hits 4, it's Nemesis. They need to make sure that their side lanes are fully disciplined. If this Liang gets an ultimate after an ultimate after an ultimate, it's just going to be snowball galore and it will go out of control, especially Guiyu is on a Devar once again.
Yeah, snowball after snowball. I'm not looking forward to that if we're going to be completely honest here. But if we're talking about this lane matchup here, let's talk a little bit about CC and Gem. I mean, the Lung versus the Chano, very classic matchup, nothing to worry about. But if we're talking about one of these two guys having a slight edge, maybe?
I mean, historically speaking, right, based on stats, Chano is the better one going up against the Long, but it depends on how well the Long plays. If the Long plays extremely well, it's a 50-50 matchup. If the Long plays slightly careless, it could go in favor of the Chano here. We've seen it from time to time. The only bad part about Chano in this lane is that it has no built-in sustain like the Aoyin, for example.
Okay. And now let's talk a little bit about the Devarro, one of the later, newer heroes that have been kind of added in. Going up against Tough Z, Dharma, right? Like, how does this lane matchup work overall?
But before the main matchup here, we do see Tough Z going in for that specific play on towards Musang King, but Musang King stealing away the Azure Golem here. That's going to be a big punch towards TNX in the jungle.
Yeah, and it looks like nobody's going to lose too much. Shisan coming along a little bit low in terms of his health. He's going to recall on back to kind of reset everything at this point. But now, if we're talking about Jurl, This has been the guy. Him and TNX and L have been teammates for quite some time. They have a lot of familiarity, especially even against Guyu here.
It sort of reminds me of the roster coming in from Blacklist International, where they have so much success with together here. TNX missing the ultimate coming in from the Zilong. Gets taken down by the damage here. Just look at the level discrepancy coming in from Musang King and TNX.
It's a bit much at this point. I mean, just to kind of start things off, like for me, it's about TNX in this game, right? Can he outpace Musang King? Is he able to kind of outfarm and create a little bit more pressure than Musang King, who is, let's be very honest, he's very efficient with his farming.
Look at this. From mid wave to bot wave, back to jungle, back to mid wave again. Shisan holding the wave for Musang King's arrival later on. It's the King's service, if you were to say here. Everyone is serving Musang King.
Yeah, everybody's like bowing down, kneeling to the king, if you will.
Here's the farm, here's the minions, here's the gold.
I mean, here's what they're doing. They're like lowering the health of everybody and just making it so that Musang King, I'm sure he's going to be very tired as he has to only hit the minions one time to get this, secure the net worth.
He's full of carbohydrates right now. All the gold going in towards his stomach. Like, he's already almost level 7 as of this point, and he has a timer of the Azure Golem coming from TNX. Level 5 versus level 7 here. Zo has already unlocked the power control. Where is the first play gonna be coming in from this Princess Frost and Liang?
I mean, Musang King level 7, that's pretty high, especially at 3 minutes, but they funneled, again, it's all about the prioritization. Plus, level 5. At a moment's notice, whenever they feel comfortable, and they don't need to rush it, but it will definitely help out when Musang King has those items, because they're going to just burst him down. Plus, Shisan is there as well.
I'm pretty comfortable with Team Nemesis right now, right?
Yeah.
Just making sure that, okay, lanes doesn't go explode. They need to make sure that bottom side, Rider Alpers tags on towards Gem. Gem unable to flash away. The CC galore stacks on towards him here. Gem forced to be sacrificed under the tower here. Beautiful and clean dive coming in from the side of GK.
Oh, absolutely clean. Set up by L, and the way that they were able to do that, I mean, Gem had nowhere to go. He was actually going the wrong way. Maybe he did enough to kill L before he was killed, but it was just way too much in the end. And again, feeding the machine that is CC, never very good.
Musang King back towards the farming goal, and I think it's a pretty good play coming in from L, right? He hit the vision, stick on towards the bushes here, use an Umbrella Outburst from away of the vision here. That's how they caught Gem in that play itself.
Yeah, and now it looks like that 4-minute mark. You see the teleport into the mid lane by Guyu. Already set it up. They burst it down. Look at how fast Musang King took it down. The rest of GK were there, but man, you blink and you just took down a Tyrant.
You blink and you miss it. At the very least right now, Nemesis, they need to start looking for these activate team fights here. Where every time you see Zhang Fei having the ultimate, you need to mark where is the Liang. Follow the Liang's tempo here. Wherever Liang ults, Zhang Fei needs to disengage for that specific champion hero.
And you see how Nemesis, they usually farm at a certain pace. The pace is quickened here. DK here going in.
DK here going in, finds the power control on towards the side of TNX. TNX gets frozen up by Shisan's skill 2 on that Princess Frost. Coming up from below, we do see Guyu using the Thunderstorm going up towards the backline here. Every single one gets a punch towards their face. CC forced to use the Infinite Vast to run and escape towards safety with that 3 kills and above. This mid lane tower will just accelerate the growth of GK Esports.
GK Esports or just Musang King. I mean, like at the end of the day, he has almost all of the net worth. He is such a beast. He was just literally walking it down, executing anybody wherever they wanted it, and they've taken an early T1 mid at the 5-minute mark. Huge. But as we look at this breakdown to see exactly how things went in, look at that control. The Umbrella Outburst kind of knocking that around, but they're stuck in. They had nowhere to go. TNX was completely controlled. And look at, again, Musang King with the walk down. This is the easiest thing for him to do as he gets all of these kills.
And there was a perfect play coming in from Ze on the Liang. He used power control on towards TNX, and when the Umbrella Outburst comes in to disengage him, he flashes over the wall so he can fully channel the power control.
Yeah, very smart there. And again, Jia has just proven me time and time again that I'm wrong and that he knows how to play the Liang, because the way that they play it, it's great. And it really sets them up for success because they love to snowball. They love to end games quickly.
And that was the only first ever power control, and it just pushed the goalie into a 3,000 comfortable for GK Esports. And rinse and repeat, they're once again coming along in this Azure Golem.
Yeah, and it looks like, again, they have the timers. They understand exactly when to be there, but you have Musang King. How do you even get close to him?
He's just too tanky. You can't do anything towards him here. He's taking so much damage. Goes in. Guiyu comes in from the back. Pops a Thunderstorm here. Goes towards the backline. Freeze. Power control. You can't even press your spells, but that's a 4-man knockup coming in from Jero on the projectile knockup here towards the backline. But Musang King is just so darn tanky. He's full with gold, and you can't take down the king in that play.
Yeah, he was getting low, but I mean, he was able to just kind of withstand all of that. Jhe, though, let's give props where props are due. Normally, when you're looking to play the Leon, you just jump in, you just grab whoever, and then the rest of the counter initiation happens. He actually let the fight
between Guiyu and also TNX. TNX gets frozen up, but still an equal trade thus far. That's a shutdown going over to the side of TNX.
Yeah, so let me continue my point where the team fight was kind of developing, and then Jhe, at the last moment, ensures that they get the lockdown and they get the kill. So very patient with his play. Incredibly smart by GK Esports.
And they're just pacing it really well, right? Every time it's about a fight, it's never just like, oh, I met you at the river, let's brawl about it. It's always at the objective points. And where is the objective points? Azure Golems, Tyrants, your red buff becomes my red buff.
Taking everything, right? I think that this is why this team is incredible in the sense that the coordination, they're always together. And then when they make plays, they have backup and enough damage to ensure that they get these conversions, and why the movement is always going to come out successful.
Yeah, it's just precision as of this point, right? Yes, Ze has suffered one death, but it's the death for the team, which allows Musang King as of this point. Umbrella Alpha towards the backline here. Shisan gets tagged by the Zillow Ultimate, is the first to fall in this team fight. But where is the follow-up here? Tough Z lashes on towards Musang King, but that's the wrong target. Guiyu on mark, coming in with the Thunderous Might towards the backline here, forcing every single one to back away towards safety here. This Crimson Golem still goes back over the side of GK.
Oh, Guiyu, he's like a homing missile. He saw TNX very low, and he was away from everybody else. GK had no way to get on top of him, but he homes in, understands who is low, who needs to die. They get TNX. So again, another conversion for GK Esports.
Very scary Ogren coming in from the side of Musang King. His damage calculation, how much he can soak, how much he can actually walk out for the team, and his calculation is just so on point. Every time you see him, oh, he's about to fall, he just comes back up.
Yeah, comes back up here. I mean, he's 4-0-4 with his KDA. Jokingly, he's an error, right? And the fact that he's able to just do whatever he wants, he's completely controlled this game. I mean, he's got wall hack, so he kind of is like an error, right?
Half a passing, right? Just walking through walls, making sure that he finds the markers here. Guiyu has the Crimson Golem here, so if L doesn't escape, he's going to be taking a lot of punches towards the face right now. It's a double farm lane marksman composition coming in from the side of GK, with Musang King being the big, tanky, beefy boy. So this game has to end quickly for GK.
Definitely needs to do so. I mean, they're taking the Tyrants, and they've picked that up. It's not even 10 minutes at this stage. They've taken almost literally everything in this game. I mean, they've played so well, and the way that they've been able to kind of move across the map, you can see that 10 Team Nemesis are panicking. They don't understand or how to counter-move the amazing movements of GK Esports.
There were signs of excellence, right? Where we see Nemesis finding multi-man knockups into big team fights, but they were just so far behind in gold that doesn't make it work.
Yeah, and now it looks like the Siege. I mean, GK Esports, they might as well. They can just put the full core press on. You're not even able to go outside of your base. Team Nemesis right now just fighting for scraps.
And GK Esports, they just have to clear up the waves, pick up the final few buffs, and then look at the timer right now. Shadow objectives here. These two will be game-ending. Unbridled Alberts goes wide. You do see TNX going the backline, but immediate counter engage coming in from Shisan. Shisan does fall, but backline, what happens here? Ze surprisingly gets taken down as well. This is a pretty good trade-off here coming in from Team Nemesis. They only lose 2, but in the losing position, getting 2 is what you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, you'll take what you can get at this point for Team Nemesis, but they went all in on the 2 guys that are going to be the poorest, or the support and the support number 2. Let's be honest, Shisan and Jhe, both of those guys are happy to trade away their lives for both of those cores. Finding TNX yet again, he's died 4 times as well as Tough Z as well.
But I think in a way that we can actually explain it, at the very least,
yep,
they don't get to start double objectives immediately, and you can stall 1 or 2 minutes to push the game further a bit. At the very least, it gives you more chance. Guiyu coming in from the back, finds L, and CC, he's running for the hills, but CC has no ultimate here. If Guiyu finds more damage here, he might potentially get more kills here. Guiyu pops the Millennium Echo, and he's chasing down the backline here. But a very defensive and good Raita wins. disengages Guiyu.
Yeah, running right directly at them. I mean, Guiyu, he is never scared to be aggressive. And I love that about him because he's making plays. He's just like, yeah, I'm a Clash laner, but I'm doing more than just CCing everybody. I'm getting my own kills. He's 5-1 and 5 as well.
So he's CCing the Aoyin CC, or is that what you're talking about? Because I do see a CC coming in from Nemesis as the player.
Yeah. I mean, CC there. I mean, he's been CC'd, but he's always gotten out. So CC has really stepped up in the sense of just, you have to stay alive, right? When the onslaughts are happening. But the rest of the guys are trying to make plays. They're trying to create space for CC to eventually carry them. But I don't know if they have enough time in this one.
Time is an essence, and time is a virtue. If we do see a wombo combo engage coming in from Team Nemesis, potentially at the higher ground, you see that little wall between the mid and bot high ground tier trees, that could be a beautiful spot for Tough Z to set up like a 5-man knockback.
Yeah, that would be best case scenario. I mean, that's the dream, right? Whenever you pick a Dharma, that's the kind of thing that you want to do. But the positioning of GK Esports will not allow that. Plus, they're the ones that generally initiate on them, right? You're going to see Jet or Musan King look for that jump.
Well, Zhe does have the Splendor here, so anytime that he goes for an aggressive engage and they come in counter engaging, he can just drop the Splendor and bait out all the spells coming from Team Nemesis here. So it's about precision of spell usage on Team Nemesis that they have to look out for.
Look out for it, definitely. I mean, but with a 6K lead, you have to do more than just look out for them. You got to find some sort of pick-off because, again, without that, there's really no way. GK Esports, the way that they're kind of deathballing it, it makes it so tough to fight into that, that ball.
You're just not giving any chance, right? Because see this 4-1 formation coming in from GK Esports, riding the Overlord and riding the strength of Guiyu here. Millennium Echo popping on towards two members here. CC getting so much damage in towards his face. Guiyu not scared whatsoever here. And with the Overlords marching in, it's the Musan King show riding on towards the side in the front. L forced to use the Unbridled Outburst to disengage. Musan King running dangerously low. Has to pop the Blood Rage. They need to retreat to recuperate here with the minions marching through from 3 waves.
So they were doing what they could. It was more of just like they weren't going to take the crystal, right? But it was more to create space for Guiyu in the bottom to potentially take that bottom T3, but the minions had been cleared out, and that's kind of what stymied the approach here. But GK Esports, very smart and intelligent in the sense of just like, hey, we need to back up, we need to regroup, we'll come back in later.
They understand the comeback potential coming in from Team Nemesis, right?
True.
There's just so much knock-up and crowd control that Team Nemesis can actually try to look for the big numbers like Gem. He's 11,000, but if you remove him, that could be pretty big. Musan King gets crowd control for days and he gets taken down. That's going to be a big target down. Gem towards the backline gets assassinated by CC with the infinite fastness here. So pretty good Splendor, dodges the triple flames. But what comes next? Guiyu, he's still healthy, he's still coming in. He's looking for CC, but CC's running for the hills. Guiyu, 1v3, where does he go? He's still continuing, he's still latching on towards LL, gets taken down, killing spree for the side of Guiyu. Guiyu 1v2, CC has damage, CC pushes him back, CC, he mistimes his flaming palms on towards the walls, and he gives Guiyu a triple kill to potentially end this game 1.
Why is he the finals MVP? Because it plays like that. He's all by himself, and Guiyu says, I got this game. I'm taking all of the T3s, taking 3 members with me. Guiyu with a highlight reel.
8-1-6 on the Davara, baby. You know it, and he was traded away back to GK Esports, and I know for a fact that Nemesis, they are regretting right now.
Definitely regretting it. They were like, why did we let him go? Guiyu, I mean, when he's making plays like that, and everybody was so low, but he was dodging everything, doing enough, finding that everybody was enough for him to go in, and as we check out this replay, it started poorly, right? I mean, especially with Musan King getting killed, they were like, okay, we slayed the dragon, they find the infinite fastness on the back, they find Gem as well. Things were looking very dire. Everybody was so low, but Guiyu was like, bet, I got everybody. I'm taking everyone down. Find CC once he goes down, and they're walking around. They're thinking 3 members, but like, how do we kill this raid boss? No chance. Dodges away. Jural's like, I can't help you, buddy. But CC's trying to go, misses the play, and then now Jural tries to go in, and Guiyu outplay gets the triple.
And he's going in once again. Divers towards the backline with the Millennium Echo here. CC forced to use infinite battle to escape towards safety here. Guiyu not stopping and still going in for the punches. 1, 2, kick up and 3. You get the crystal for this game number 1.
GK Esports, just too much Guiyu. I mean, the rest of the guys put them in a great spot, but man, Guiyu with that play to just cement the MVP in this game for sure, as well as that game. Just, oh my gosh, Guyu is so much fun to watch.
I think that was probably the best Devara performance that we have seen in a while. That was insane coming in from this young prodigy, which is Guyu in that Clash lane.
And it is not only the fact that Guyu is just him, right? Like, it's just that the hero that he's playing in at that specific moment in time, this is just gigantic. There's no way that you can actually fight against that Devara in a 1v1. And he took a 1v3.
1v3, like that was crazy. He was at full life. Everybody was running at him and they were like, okay, we just kite him. But he was too fast to go in. He had enough damage to take them all down and he was dodging everything. It was like the Matrix for him where he was literally the one.
The one and only 9-1 and 8 on that Devara. Bootless has the frigid charge, goes in with that 4-core attack speed build. He was just going in at it every single time. If CC comes close even towards the Devara, he has to pop the Infinite Vastus run.
And then we're always talking about how you not only need to be really good, you need to be very lucky as well. Because as CC wants to go straight up just to send over there the damage is just divided in between the Devara and the jungle.
Yeah, and look at this gold graph. Everything, I mean, just completely in favor of GK Esports. Little bit of dips, but in the end, I think the Guyu mark was just like, I got you, fam. And then they were able to close that game out.
I think if they didn't misplay there and they managed to get Guyu during that dip, that could be the comeback potential for the side of Team Nemesis in this game one. But nonetheless, Guyu on that Devara, 35% damage down on this particular pick.
Crazy. I mean, 135,000 damage. He was just like, you were thinking, oh, Musang King or Gem would be the guy, but Guyu was like, no. Actually, I'm the guy. I'm the one that needs all the space and the farm, and I'm going to carry games like this and just take over here.
I think that even if they would have lost that fight, GK Esports had already played such a strong game that losing that fight over there, losing those 2,000, 3,000 gold advantage, I don't think that it would have given Team Nemesis enough to turn the game.
It wouldn't have, but at the very least, it gives them signs of hope because these moments...
A little bit more time at least.
Yeah, knockups galore coming in from Juro and Tough Z. It was looking good. But at this point, Musang King was too fed and they were just too tanky for them to handle.
Yeah, too much space for Musang King, and then all of a sudden, the Guyu got online. But the team fights, this looked like it was just an all GK Esports game. And yes, Nemesis had their moments. They had a chance, especially in this team fight, as they finally slay Musang King early.
It's just Musang King falls, and then right after that, Gem is going to fall as well. So that you imagine, there's no one else. And then Guyu just stood up, man, and then he just takes that 1v3.
He just pops in here, finds CC in that isolation here. L, Juro, CC, Guyu with that 1v3, takes down L first, and then you can see, okay, Juro escaping towards safety, but this one on towards CC, the wolf cap, man!
Give me
the flaming palm, and that turns it around. I mean, they get to go, and actually Juro was like, oh, you got him? All right, I'm gonna walk away. He was walking the other way, and then they missed the flaming palm, and then it was a complete disaster at that point.
Well, right over there, Guyu just showed us that when you are him, you're him. Right now, is GK Esports with a 1-0 advantage on top of Team Nemesis. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, it's going to be game 2 of our match number 6 of today.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026. Right over there, we just saw how Team GK Esports is taking the 1-0 advantage on top of Team Nemesis. At the beginning of the game, we saw how Mustang King was just treated as stat, right? Just treated as a king. Everyone was just feeding him. He had an amazing advantage, great start of the game. But then when he fell over there in the last fight, it was Guiyu the one that had to stand up.
Yeah, Guiyu was just like a catch, buddy. They were doing like trust balls, right? Right when Mustang King fell, that was when he like took the throne, took the crown, and became the new king.
And that's the main idea, right? Like sometimes in your team, you need to have multiple cores. You need to have multiple carries. Whenever the Mustang King was not able to start over there, someone else needs to jump in and take that role.
And it just shows the beauty of the draft coming in from the side of GK Esports, where you draft the Liang Frost, you want to accelerate the growth of your early to strong mid-game jungler, which they did. Mustang King was practically unkillable for the first 10 minutes, but when the damage items start scaling in for the side of Nemesis, that's where it's an issue. But the supplementary picks, Chano, Davara, stood up, especially Guiyu in that final play. That's why the draft makes sense. But the problem is, it's a very, very difficult to execute draft.
Now, the problem over there is TNX, man. I don't think that TNX had the best of the games.
Correct.
And we just spotlighted him over there like, okay, it's your chance to try to get in there as a jungler that is going to have people respect him internationally. This first game was a swing and a miss for sure.
He just didn't get enough farm. Like the play style is correct in the sense of being aggressive, and that's what we like to see from TNX. But when you're like a poor man and you're trying to go for those type of ganks, never gonna work, right? And so they needed a little bit more time and space, of course, for TNX as well.
And TNX definitely needs to come in strong in this second game. Yes, Zilong might be an experiment pick. It's still not revamping it on this server because we're basing it off the season 16 August, I think July 16 patch. So for this specific Zilong pick, it works, but you have to tread with cautious.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And I think that it was like the last pick for them. I think that this is something like a pocket pick of like, hey, let's bring this one out. They were trying to surprise, but GK Esports are like, actually, nothing surprises us. We've got all the power picks with like the Davara here.
It reminds me of the KC 2024 Dominator lineup, where they like to play Mai, Zhangfei, Dharma, and go for the hard engage style because they know for a fact if they try to out-rotate GK, it's not going to work. Because DK, in terms of power ranking, I know a power ranking is just like something to rate teams, and it's not actual gameplay, but that discrepancy in experience and team environment is just lacking for the side of the Nemesis. So they need to find a way that breaks the equilibrium through team fighting.
Through team fighting, so are you saying that like come early game, they need to take more fights, more like gank attempts? Like walk me through that process.
Like, just now, the composition is built around team fighting. CC galore, layering crowd control after crowd control, giving them more edge. Even if they're losing 2,000-3,000 gold, it still allows them to team fight, like we saw in the last fight. If Guiyu didn't pop off, that could have been Nemesis win in that team fight.
Actually, you're right. You're right. I do agree with that. I think that, again, if they were to slay the demon that was Guiyu on that, I think that they would have had a chance. But I think, it is what it is in the sense that Guiyu just outclassed them, right? Outplayed them. It's like, hey, it doesn't really matter. I'm able to do my thing. But going into this draft now, okay, the Zilong pick didn't really pay off. Are you looking for early, late? Like, what is the thought process here for Nemesis?
I think the idea points out really simple, right? GK Esports batting out the Luna, where TNX had an amazing game just now against Boom Esports. And right out the get-go here, those picks that you mentioned all locked away. They lock in the Byron, wanting to play an aggressive clash jungle synergy, giving more room for TNX to aggressively invade the jungle. Because in that previous game, what did we see? Azure Golem stolen away, the first one by Mustang King. And that's just a heartbreak if you're on a Zilong. You're like a tempo jungler, wanting to gank, wanting to make plays, but all of a sudden, guys, where did my Azure Golem go? Oh, Mustang King took it.
Yeah, you can't give up anything. And I think that was a huge issue. There were just too many times where they just like left the door open into their jungle, but now it looks like Nemesis, they're going to go back to the tried and true, the Byron and the Lapu Lapu, like team fight galore. Plus now it's about this Mai Shiranui from I do expect a much better performance here.
But that's the interesting part. Annette is known to be something of a similar to Zhuangzi, where you can get CC immunity with your ultimate here. And you have so much knockup. How do you work against an Annette that can actually dodge crowd control for the team?
While true, it's also those things where you have to just bait it out. Like, it's already been picked. I mean, if you don't pick any CCs, then you might be open for a potential assassin-style jungler that needs that lockdown, right? You need that CC. So it's like a damned if you do, damned if you don't, if you will.
Exactly, right? So it really depends on how they structure their team fights. They can't go all in the get-go. Bait it out, start kiting, and then when the perfect moment arrives, and that doesn't have the whirlwind, then you jump in.
Best case scenario, assuming you're able to find that. Not easy, very difficult to do in terms of these team fights, but if we're going to this one where like the Agudo is going to be picked here to kind of counter some of that, they're looking for like one big team fight, maybe a pick-off, and then start taking towers down.
Yep, one by one, right? And this is shaping to be a very, very aggressive early to making composition coming in from the side of GK Esports here. And you pan over to the side of Nemesis. Who is your late game here? You can't pick a channel into a Chicha. That is a horrible matchup because Chicha can just utilize those spirit walls, get that spell to refresh and consistently poke out the channel here. So they need something to actually be able to side of CC to scale. And we've seen this specific matchup. It's going to be the Devara going up against the Chicha once again.
Yeah. So, yeah, they're going to go with the Devara farm lane here and also adding TNX's Lam to the mix. This is going to be fast, furious, going to be aggressive, and these guys are definitely vulnerable, right? Yeah, you have the second life with the Umbrosa, but, you know, if it's constantly just hounding you down, you might have a bit of an issue.
And it's interesting, right, where we see the Lam. It's one of those traditional counters against the Agudo that gives him more space split resets. Like, he consistently space split with Agudo spawnlings, but Lam has since been for a while kinda outdated in terms of the stats, damage stats. So the Agudo Lam matchup is pretty 50-50 nowadays, depending on the hero mastery. And talking about hero mastery, Agudo has been one of the staple picks for Musang Kings all the way since 2024.
Yeah, he loves that one. I mean, it adds quite a bit, right? What do you want to do? You want to be tanky? You want to be doing damage? You have range? And plus you have the wild growth. You have many different options, right? Which is kind of a very flexible pick. He's not the best at anything, but he's very good all around.
And there's also one thing you can do in the Agudo. If you sneak to the enemy jungle and you cast your passive retrieve, can actually steal the enemy buff if you can find out where they start off first.
Okay. Yeah, it definitely has more options in that sense. But now if we're going into this one, is this lineup, are you comfortable if you're a Nemesis fan? Is this enough to take down GK?
Very risky draft. It really depends on how well Juro and L, the double L plays. If they aren't able to set up the early tempo before Zerg comes online on the Annette, that could be a very major problem for Nemesis and IKL fans back at home.
Yeah. And I mean, this lineup, though, to me, if we're talking about GK Esports, they have sustain galore, you have the Agudo, you have, I mean, the Chicha and Annette, very annoying heroes to deal with, but now you've added the Umbrosa and the Haino with secondary lives, essentially. This is a lot of sustain, and those team fights are going to be long and winded and kind of annoying to deal with.
I like that point, right? Where you have Guiyu and also Shirsang on those double ultimates. It gives them more leeway to survive CC's ultimate. Once you drop down the Millennium Echo coming in the Devara and you sustain through the first initial damage phase, he becomes sort of not that high DPS centric.
Agreed. And you're just extending it, right? I mean, CC is looking to just burst you down in a way, but if you've got that, again, just more ways to out-heal it and just to kind of stick around, it's going to be much more annoying for them. So for GK Esports, I think the draft gives them a slight edge here.
Hell, stealing away that little camp here from the side of Gem. But talking about draft, I like what you mentioned in terms of edge. If you were to dive deep in towards this, it really depends on TNX, right? TNX, Juro, and L. They need to find and engage, and bottom side here, L misses the spell to flash on towards Gem. Gem has the CC immunity here, dodges away the death from below. Death from below gets tagged on here. TNX almost getting tagged on by the tower here, managed to limp away.
I mean, they're gonna survive, which is one thing, but again, L just barely not able to hit with that stun, that charge, if you will. And I think Gem, I count as blessings. I mean, he was very lucky to survive.
And back-to-back games, Gem has been the main guy to be targeted by the side of Nemesis. In Game 1, the Zhangfei ultimate on the channel, and in Game 2, L still trying to use the skill 2 flash to pop Gem in that bottom lane. But unfortunately, it was a bit too short.
Would you feel comfortable knowing that, hey, if you lose this game, you're out, but you're going to go with the Devara farm lane?
Well, you're not essentially out, right? You're going to the lower bracket to meet potentially Boom or DCG. And Devara farmlane, he did have a pretty good performance in making that comeback against Boom Esports just now. So I would say it's much more of a trial and test the pick coming in from Nemesis and CC.
Okay, all right. So I think that, again, it's more of like, for me, I think that he's willing to take the risk. We know that he can be a bit of a late game monster as well. So life, like number 2 or not, I'm going to eventually outdamage you.
And so far, Navarre has been an interesting pick in this group stage. In play-ins, it was like picked like what? Twice with I think 50% win rate if I'm not mistaken, and then coming in towards the day 1 of this specific group stage, there's more and more Navarre shining light, and meta is, I would say, slightly different for group stage compared to play-ins.
I wonder if it's because it's been picked more because CC's been picking it more, right?
Well,
is that 2 series today? I mean, global big ban pick, is throughout, but if the same team is going to look to pick it, and they've had success, right? Even against Boom, as you rightly pointed out, but now a little bit of action.
Oh, Gerald doesn't get the Flash Drew engine off. That's going to be a big cooldown expended coming in for the side of Gerald prior to that Tyrant pick.
Yeah, very smart there. Shisan, he goes 88 miles an hour. He rewinds. He gets on out of this one. But again, TNX, I like that aggression, right? I think that in the last game, he was really not able to get going because Musan King was outclassing him on the Ogren. But now a little bit of action, even in the bottom lane.
Oh, Jam here tags on the fatal arrows onto the side of L. He's going to be really low. Can take the recall here. He will make it back on time for that play in towards the top side here. TNX finds to engage on towards the side of Musan King. Musan King gets later down with CC. Uses a furball to escape towards safety here. Beautifully played coming in from GK.
The perfect disengage by Musan King. Just being able to survive. Things did not look good. Any other hero might have had a bit of a problem, but he's tanky enough and mobile enough to get on out. But Nemesis are shooting their shot. They're trying to go for ganks. I mean, we talked about how they need to be aggressive. They have definitely upped that level.
Yeah, they need to find more of these plays, right? Gerald needing the flash in the upcoming 90 seconds. That could be the big cooldown here. But so far, this upcoming Tyrant in towards that bottom side will be given away freely towards the hands of Musan King. Potentially, if they have the timer, they might even invade the red buff.
Yeah, I don't like it how they're giving it up for free. I mean, they knew that it was going to be that 4-minute Tyrant. Probably TNX, his rotation was a little bit late in terms of just like clearing the top side of his own jungle, so they didn't really contest there.
Yeah, bottom side 2v2 Frenzy and ultimate pop here by the side of Gem. Gem gets the knock up on towards his face, but a beautiful Hurricane Wall disengages for the side of Gem. Musan King is here, lands a furball on towards CC. CC has no immunity towards crowd control here. He gets taken down for first blood. And TNX, he continues to jump in from the dive from below, but doesn't catch on towards anyone. But Shisan towards the back, he's tanky. Fatal arrow lands. He manages to limp away towards safety here. 1-4-0 for the side of GK.
L was so low, he barely survived, but CC was caught out of position. That GK, just like the perfect play. Like the way that they were able to ambush right under the tower. They were not playing scared whatsoever. TNX came in a little bit late to that party, if you will, not able to find any sort of cleanup as well.
It's a worrying factor. It goes back to what we discussed. How does the Mai Shiranui and Lapu Lapu heavy combination go against the Hurricane Wall of the Anet here? And so far, Anet has been a very crucial hero in disengaging from these heavy knockup compositions.
Just been on point. Yeah, rightly pointed out in the sense that he's been able to keep them alive, and the value that you're getting from the roam, anytime you save one of your cores, you're going to call that a huge win.
Oh, just a bit of a wave clear here coming in from Juro, but you do have the wild growth here to just clear up the waves, push out the towers. Shisan here just being a bit of a nuisance in towards that mid-river.
Yeah, and he'll poke and prod, right? L is tanky, but he's going to keep taking those scepters to the face. He's not going to really like that too much. He definitely wants to be topped off before any sort of team fight happens here as we hit the 6-minute mark.
And something special about Anet, right? As long as you're moving and walking, you will get cooldown refunded as long as you're walking.
Yeah. But I don't like to get my steps in when I play Anet. Hey. I just like, you know what? Just get on that couch.
Get on my couch, and Shisan's getting the hell out of there.
Yeah, and Shisan, though, will get on out of there, just staying alive again. It's about that vision, using that maximum value, but at the same time, Nemesis, they don't really have the burst to deal with a Shisan Heino.
Bottom side, TNX latches on towards Guiyu here. Nice step from below. Forces out the revive. But Guiyu, you have no friends in towards that side. You will be taken down in towards the mid lane. Nice gorge mobilization towards the back line here. L finds a knockup on towards Gem. Gem manages to find a fatal arrow for that counter kill here. Has to pop the flash coming in from Gerald and Tough Z to get the kill on towards Gem. TNX has arrived. Everybody scattering towards safety here. Tough Z very tanky here. 1v1 between TNX and Shisan. TNX finds the kill on his ex-teammate Shisan on that counter kill. This Lam is online.
Yeah, TNX is finally there, able to just run it down.
Duh! Oh, nice flash to actually dodge from below.
Yeah, and now it looks like they're going to be taking the aggression and taking over the map, taking over the Crimson Golem, and Nemesis are now looking to even equalize here. DK Esports on the back foot, if you will.
They're looking good, right? At the very least, Gen X, he's been finding pretty good ganks on towards this Lam, and he's showing his mastery.
Yeah, and checking out this replay. This is the moment where Guyu was already solo killed, but then that team fight, the nice little play by Gerald to push him onto the tower, and while Jem did salvage this by getting L, he trades his life away because, again, he's not able to get away from the Nemesis team that's just literally running right at him.
The double flash coming in from Tough Z and Gerald means that they really want to set Jem in towards the stones here. But we are coming back into an 8th minute mark where both teams are neck and neck tied. At the very least, for Team Nemesis, they are in a much better state compared to game number 1.
Yeah, much better state for sure. And I think that, you know, Nemesis, they got to feel a lot better as well. But keeping this mid T1 gonna be key. Look at how GK Esports are like, actually, we're gonna be fine. We still have the Hano if we need to Fate Rewind on top of that tower to heal it right back up. And we are, again, they find a pick off, they're gonna start munching on towers because they also have this Agudo.
They are really munching towards that tower that you speak of here. Jem jumping in for that specific play. Tough Z really tanky here on that Byron here. Nice re-engine on towards the side of Musang King. Musang King has to help the Hurricane Wall to disengage himself. There won't be much of a follow-up here. L gets tagged by the multiple levels of damage here. Come from up above. CC landing with the Thunderous Might towards the backline here. But you are against 4 man of GK Esports. And GK Esports finds 3 members of the side of Nemesis.
Yeah, and this is a moment where when L gets killed, and then CC was like, okay, let's continue to fight. It's, again, a numbers advantage, right? Why are you fighting 4 versus 5? Oh, but the steal.
A bit of a consolation prize, right? I mean, at the very least, it's not a shadow variant.
Yeah. So I guess that there's a silver lining in that sense. But letting that happen, I don't think they expected Gerald to be in that spot. But going back to that last team fight, CC had no business to continue on. Yeah, I mean, your main CC is L. He had been taken out. Why are we continuing to fight?
1v1 between the side of Guiyu here. Has to pop the spike mail. He doesn't have the ultimate on this Umbrosa here. The teleport coming in from the side of Jem, trying to save Gerald. Has the ultimate in the final few seconds. This is a disaster for the side of Team Nemesis. It was on cooldown and Guiyu managed to get it back. This is heartbreaking because it's 10 minutes now.
Oh, the play. I mean, the fact that he got it, the secondary life right at the right moment, plus you have the teleport here, but now Jem is also going to look to clean up CC.
It's a bit of a muscle memory, I would say, for Devara players here. Every time that you actually play for these specific games, you will be wondering, like, oh, am I strong enough? Am I tanky enough? Is this muscle memory from last game?
Yeah, I think so. It's continuing on. I think that this is one of those things where if we're looking at how to play this one, a slightly better Guyu, again, outclassing at this point.
Oh, Tough Z, he's pretty tanky. Can he survive? That's a lot of damage coming in from Jem. Gets taken down by the Agudo. Now, this is the worrying part. Nemesis is falling one after another after another. It was 3 to 4, but now it's 3 to 9 because they just keep going at it one at a time.
Yeah, it's like the impatience. It's the, hey, I want to make a bit of a play. I think I'm ready. But GK are like, actually, if you're going to go one-on-one, you're not going to have a good time. I think that you need to come with friends and to ensure that you're getting kills. And again, Guyu and Shisan are able to bait a lot of spells up.
Shisan's coming in from the back here, just trying to play nuisance with those Scepter of Fates. That's a lot of damage here. Marks everyone with the Fates Rewind. Just a bit of a poking game.
Yeah, a little bit of more poke, right? This is, again, map control. DK Esports, look at how far up they are. This is going to be so tough for Nemesis now that they have to huddle behind in their own pace. But TNX, maybe he gets some appropriate flank here.
And he's walking through that bottom river here. Maybe he can actually find key members like Musang King or Jem, but coming in for this specific play, Jem pops a Frenzy, pops the Grandmaster Forge, isolates Tough in towards the backline. TNX, where do you go? He finds Step from below, and CC comes from above. CC finds a beautiful damage angle towards the backline here. TNX is still going in. TNX, he manages to ace the T with a beautiful flank from downtown.
The play, the flank, there were not many that were able to survive that, and TNX had them all grouped up and ensured they gets the quadra kill, leading to, of course, that ace. But now they need to get some sort of value. They need to get some sort of objective, create a little bit more space for them, but that is a small or a huge play in terms of this comeback.
Let's look at this replay here. Nemesis, for the side of TNX, he is hidden for the majority of this play, and once he just ultimate wears off. He has no damage here. Before Joe dies, TNX comes in, swoops everyone with the space split here, utilizing the healing and chops everybody on that chopping block.
Oh, that's got to feel so good for TNX. I mean, the fact that he got the quadra, but everybody, again, just that we're grouped up. It was like the perfect situation. Tubsy is like, I'm going all in, just trying to take as much as possible, dies right before TNX arrives, but it was just enough for TNX, again, to just keep them together to get all those kills here.
And they're back to square one. Goal lead is barely 1,000, and it doesn't really matter as of this point. It's about who wins the upcoming fight between these two teams.
Yeah, and now it looks like, again, with this mid T1 still standing, though, I think that GK are going to be okay as long as they don't keep throwing some of those team fights. And now TNX, again, being a bit of a problem. They need to find out. They need to be very cautious with how these team fights go.
12,000 on that Lam here, already completing his full build. His next potential item power spike is probably the item swap from the Pure Sky into the Sage Sanctuary here. So the next upcoming fight might be the big decider coming in for both of these squads.
It's got to be huge, right? And I think that TNX is more than ready to start fight here as the mid lane.
Oh, Tubbs, he's facing on towards few members. He has to pop the flash towards safety here. Torch mobilization, tags on towards multiple members here. Tubbsy trying to escape, but who is that in the middle of no one here? Guiyu has to pop the Undying to sustain for more damage here. 1v1 between Tubbs and Guiyu, and they do the handshake and they back off. Minion waves are still a worry coming in from GK.
Yeah, Guiyu actually procced the Fatal Frenzy, and then he just barely survives. Tubsy actually let him walk away, but he wasn't willing to trade his own life to go all in on Guiyu. So Nemesis right here, is a pretty good fight, right? That's kind of what you want. Now GK Esports have to respect Nemesis' damage here.
And Nemesis did win the voting here, coming in for that little Overlord pit that we have in our events tab. And you do have to check out the damage though. Here, Gem Guiyu doing a lot of damage thus far, but it comes down to the final fight later on. Tyrant in towards that bottom side. And it's a bit of a reminder as well. Game 2, boom, CC on this specific Devourer. Also late game power spike.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem, right? So Nemesis, as long as they extend, Lam will eventually fall off in the end as well, but he's going to stick around as long as possible.
1v1 coming in from Guiyu. A bit of a poke. Nothing on a full blown on scale fight there.
Yeah, and now look at where CC is. He's all by himself in the bottom lane.
To the tap towards the mid lane. Tubsy walking up for vision. We do see L coming in towards the mid lane here. Finds a two-man knockup, but there's just no follow-up. CC pops the frenzy, and then we do see Gem trying to put on damage on towards CC. CC pops the Millennium Echo here towards the backline. Just Shisan managed to tag on towards Joe. That will be the first victim coming in for the side of Nemesis here. And CC has already fallen in that exchange. 2-4-1 in favor for the side of GK. What's next?
Yeah, not really much. They have to run. I think at this point, it was funny because it seemed like L was a little out of position. He was starting things off with that Raging Sea, but there was nobody there to follow up with the damage. And so that's why, when they did arrive, CC and Jurl, they're too squishy at this point. There was no control because the Raging Sea had already been popped. They get taken down.
That's still decent, right? You wanted to go in together so they can CC chain on this Annette. Okay, the difference between Annette and also Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi has self-cleanse, but Annette, you need to click it. You need to click it before you get crowd control. And this fight is really scattered between two teams. CC is minding his own business, L is stuck in the pit, and CC gets mauled down by Gem on that Shisha. So it's really messy for the side Team Nemesis. And coming towards live, we do see Shisan getting taken down by TNX in that exchange.
So TNX getting that gank, right? Again, using now the space to push. You got to get some sort of towers. But going back to that last fight, Guiyu and Shisan were doing some serious work. They were able to find some of the weaker members like Jurl and to kind of equalize in that sense, because that secondary life is very difficult for Nemesis to deal with.
And it's a bit shaky coming in from both teams, right? Mistakes left and right. Goal lead as of this point doesn't even matter anymore between 2,000-3,000. You give over the Overlord at the 60-minute mark. So this is going to be a lot of pressure for the side of GK to digest for the upcoming few minutes.
Yeah, but TNX doing everything in his power to get back into this game, taking the Shadow Overlord at this one. And it's about that space, right? And TNX, he's 8-1-1. What else can you do, man?
He's carrying the team on his back. All the potential assumptions, he has the potential, and he's showing off right now against Musang King. One of the best junglers coming in from the side of MKL, and he is showing off well on this Lao.
Yeah, but also Muzan King is 4-1 and 7. He hasn't died so many times. He's definitely gotten his farm, but the net worth lead
towards the mid lane here. Gerald gets tagged on towards a bad engage. Gem almost taken down with the fatal arrow. He's in the midst of every single one. Guiyu coming in from the back. Gem still has the secondary life coming back to Safe Sanctuary here. We do see TNX escaping towards safety here. CC left untouched. CC gets assassinated by the boy Wonder Guiyu here. Tough Z, nowhere to go. Can only sustain, can only look for potential pickoffs here, and he gets taken down eventually as well. That's a 1-for-2 in favor of DK.
Yeah, TNX was nowhere there. They were, again, it seemed a little disjointed, but CC going down that early with the Sage of Sanctuary, that's huge at this stage, right? And the DK, the target prioritization, yeah, you lost Gem, but they got everything else.
I feel like we're getting a Tempest Dragon here, Hauler.
Yeah.
Both teams, neck and neck, trade-offs left and right. You won't be getting a full-on blown team fight where you actually get an ace.
Yeah, but looking at this replay, I mean, checking this one out, I mean, Gem, he gets stun locked a little bit. He gets controlled. He gets pushed back in a spot that he doesn't want to be in. Sage of Sanctuary was popped. Look at how TNX, he's like, gotta get on out of here. Everybody has to retreat. CC is not as fast. And Tough Z's like, okay, I got nothing else. Let's turn it around. I do have a little bit of life as well as that Blood Rage, but it's just not enough against 4 members.
That's the worrying part of Nemesis draft, right? Your damage output is really ultimate reliant. Once your ultimate wears off on CC, no one can take down Guiyu if you don't pop his Undying first.
True. But finding him in a bad spot, like isolated, TNX, gonna throw everything in the kitchen sink.
Yeah, 1v1 towards the top side here. CC, he's in a particular position here. I don't think GK Esports will like to go in with Guiyu's help or as of this low.
Yeah, and GK Esports just, again, it's about this Tempest Dragon.
The 1v1 coming in for the side of Guiyu. Guiyu popped the ultimate passively here. He gets isolated by TNX flank from a hidden vision standpoint. This is good for Nemesis fans. This is a very good moment. They can push for more towers.
A very good moment, right? TNX and CC, that is enough damage to ensure that they took down Guiyu. Secondary life or not, they had enough. That's what they need to do. And now, again, they're going to go for the Shadow Tyrant, which will open the door for that Tempest Dragon later.
They've been getting back-to-back objectives so far, and they are climbing neck and neck in terms of goal. We are looking at a breakoff fight. Tempest Dragon is on the plate for both teams later on in a minute's time.
Yeah, it's very close, but if anything,
Flash towards the backline. Muzan King, that was really dangerous, and it wasn't even a flash coming from Gerald.
Look at CC, he's going for the flank.
Going for the flank, towers gets taken down, but their target here is only for the tier 2 here. Shisan is still available, he has to face Rewind, so they can't really overcommit for the tower.
And look at how all the lanes have pushed, right? And GK Esports now on the defensive have to somehow create space so that they can get out.
Oh, TNX, dangerously low. We do see a 1v1 between Guiyu and CC, trading back and forth. Guiyu hasn't popped the Undying yet, but HP is really low for L. Has to commit the flash. L might be the one that's being picked up before the crucial timer of 20 minutes. This is Geeky's chance to get that Tempest Dragon.
Oh, he's down for 40 seconds. An absolute disaster, if you will. I don't know how they can take this Tempest Dragon, trying to do it 4 versus 5. This is a world of hurt. If they're able to steal it, they got a chance.
Girl is flanking from the back. He's not shown yet on towards the map. Tough Z, he goes in, finds the Storm Strike. Gerald has arrived. Gerald finds on towards 2, but there's no follow-up coming towards the backline here. Space Blade coming in from the side of TNX. TNX is in the backline. He slices and dices, and Shisan Muzan King has been removed from the team fight. TNX still has a 6 Sanctuary 1v1 versus Gem. He gets taken down, coming back for the second life, has the Destiny. Gem also has his own 6 Sanctuary with the Whirlwind. He manages to fend him off, and Gem, he's still alive. Does he have it? He gets taken down. Guiyu coming in to pick up an equalizer for both teams.
I mean, at this point with the kills that are happening, 3 on both ends, this is going to be a very hard Tempest Dragon take if they were to go. But Gerald just salvaging that. If they were not able to kill Gem, that would have been an absolute disaster. But they went all in, ensured that the main 3 cores were killed there by, of course, GK Esports.
We're back to square one once again. Both teams has to reset the waves, take the buffs, and come for this final fight at the Tempest Dragon here. And especially, Nemesis has been amazing with these flanks, especially with Gerald and TNX.
Yeah. Those are the guys, right? And I think that if we're looking at CC, I mean, he had to pop his own Sage of Sanctuary just to kind of continue on with that fight, but now he's back up. The Tempest Dragon is looking to be started here by GK.
Yeah, we have to count Sage Sanctuary. No Gem, no TNX, no CC. So those are going to be big cooldowns unavailable.
Yeah, and now look at how Nemesis also, they know that this could potentially be a problem. L cannot get out of position again. He cannot die early.
They're fixing the waves first, right?
Yeah.
Gem has to pick up the Crimson Golem. Guiyu's shown top, picks up the wave first. Once these waves are done and settled, then only you can talk about this Tempest Dragon here, because losing that mid-tier tree is nothing as long as you can fight for control.
And look at how Guiyu is looking to push the top lane. Putting that pressure onto the top T3, that might open things up for that Tempest Dragon if they wanted to go for that take.
Slow and steady wins the race. One small mistake right now could cost the game.
It's a single kill. Like, you're up 5-4. It changes everything at this point. Gem, if he's able to stay alive. Of course, CC on the other hand. CC is becoming a bit of a problem.
4-6 and 6. It's just the early death that's holding him back. He's been added in most of these team fights, and if you don't take him down in the first rotation, he will have more overall DPS compared to Gem on this Chicha.
Yeah, and now L, he spots it out most of this one.
Topside 2v1, we do see Musang King both trading ultimates left and right, but Face Rewind saving him, but he's all into the enemy team. The ultimate going in towards the backline. Zones off TNX immediately, where Gem is slicing, dicing, looking for the assassination play on towards TNX, in towards the backline. Musang King gets taken down, but and Shisan is doing God's work in the backline. Guiyu, he has to save Sanctuary, has no ultimate. CC is left untouched. This is a moment coming in from CC. He has all it takes to bring it back for his team. Can only run towards the arms of Shisan, but where are you going, buddy? That's not your base.
Not your base at all. L is a little bit low. He needs to be careful, but CC, my gosh, he's been turning it up. When he was alive, he was the only guy doing damage, and Guiyu was looking to split. They're not out of the woods yet. Neither of these teams have won, but it is so close at this moment.
Pacing into a 23-minute game. Minions will get progressively stronger as time goes. One bad minion wave management will set a very bad pacing on towards the cross map here. So these minion waves across the map of the Tempest Dragon must be fixed prior to this play.
Yeah, and checking out this replay, I mean, we're seeing exactly what happened. I mean, look in the bottom lane. Look at how much damage they were able to do. They find TNX, who traded away with Musang King just a split second earlier. But CC on the backside, we saw this in game 1 with Davaro just absolutely tearing it up. He's doing it again in game 2, but it's on the other side here.
The Davaro late game is just magical.
Insane.
You're so tanky, you have so much damage, you can latch on towards the enemy if you have a red buff. And coming towards live, Guiyu, he has to pop the Undying Frenzy here. This will be a critical spell not available coming in for that Tempest Dragon take.
Yeah, the Final Frenzy just keeping him alive, but it's on cooldown.
Oh, TNX, Death from below, also trading big ultimates here. Shisan, those spears are starting to rack up, and it's starting to hurt a lot.
Yeah, I think we need to count the counters in terms of the Sage of Sanctuary, how many lives people have at this point, because TNX, he still has it, but now the Tempest Dragon, it looks like it's going to be started here by GK.
Well, top lane 1v1, at the very least, they need to clear that wave first. That's going to be a very strong wave that will push a potential backdoor opportunity if DK doesn't go and attend it. For now, they respect it, they go and clear it, it's back to reset again.
Yeah, back to reset again. I mean, square one, both of these two teams, it's very cagey at this point. It's kind of completely changed in terms of the dynamic. DK Esports, though, understanding that, hey, if we get some sort of pick or some sort of space, we got to be super careful in terms of how we proceed because, we could be, vulnerable to a split push.
I mean, it's one of those Monglay moments where you have the tower there and you just go for that beeline straight backdoor. We have some of those back in the play-ins here. So, he gets spotted out by the side of Zerg here. Musang King. No! Shisan! He gets taken down. It's going to be a 4v5 and Zerg gets targeted by the ultimate here. He has the flash. Guiyu in the middle of 4 members here. He has the Undying. He has popped it here. He needs to swap towards Safe Sanctuary here. There's not enough damage coming in from Gem. Gem pops the Blood Red. Gem, you have to back up. If not, it will be doomed. For the side of GK, TNX goes all the way to the backline. He trades his life for the side of Gem. It's going to be 3 for 3 coming in for the final few fight. Musang King still up and available as the remaining marksman for the side of GK.
Wow. I mean, TNX was trying to go for the backline, trying to end the game, make the heroic play, but it was just too deep, too tanky at this point. GK Esports, you still had Musang King dealing with the minion wave, so they weren't able to continue the push. It seems like Team Nemesis are winning the team fights, but GK have just enough to survive where they're not able to push.
Zuh is a monster on his end.
Yeah.
He was like, 5% HP, and he still refused to use his ultimate until the very last point. He had flash, by the way.
Yeah, he definitely had flash. I mean, Shisan, the burst is actually real from Team Nemesis. He's not surviving for this one, but oh my god, with that survival, the Hurricane Wall, if you will, just no chance, and the Final Frenzy keeping even Guiyu alive, but Gem, look at how he's able to hang on with that Blood Rage under the tower, tried to go, but it just baited out TNX. Just really well played, but let's talk a little bit more about him. He's 0, 2, and 21. That has got to be the highest number of assists thus far.
2 deaths in the game of a 26 minutes game, but top side. CC gets isolated. Gem goes in for the 1v1, but he gets picked up in the crucial moment. But towards the bottom side, we do see there's a split push that's being concentrated by the side of TNX. Maybe he's looking for a game-winning push. True, that play.
Oh, they stopped
Shusan gets stopped by the play.
Oh, but TNX is actually not going to continue on with that push. He didn't really know, but he did have an opportunity. The bottom T3 was taken down, but now, again, CC for 30 seconds, he is down. That is an eternity at this stage.
But the tier 3 has been taken down by a singular minion. That is how dangerous 27-minute minions are. It grows by the minute here. TNX in a very peculiar position here. He wants to go for the heroic steal. Whoever secures this Tempest Dragon will be the hero of this game. But TNX gets isolated by Gem in a 1v1. This could be GK's rightful game right now. Shisan has no mana for the Fates Rewind. They need to find a secure on towards this play.
Yeah, and the Tempest Dragon, this is definitely theirs. I mean, they still have that smite unless Musan King somehow gets CC'd. This has got to be theirs, right?
Tubsy's coming in. Tubsy's trying to find for a potential knockout so he can actually clench this play. 16,000 on towards the backline here. Gem goes in for the Grandmaster's Force. Tags on towards Gerald. Guiyi Gem there all the way in towards the backline. Musan King secures the Tempest Dragon here. And L falls into his hands of Guiyi. Tubsy, you have nowhere to go. You are stuck between the wall. You are tanking, but Guiyi gets taken down. But there are still remaining members coming in from GK Esports. TNX is due in the next 5 seconds. What is the plan, Nemesis?
I mean, I don't think there is a plan, much of a plan. They need to just hunker down, bunker down, if you will, and fortify this crystal as much as possible. Buy time for Gerald and L to get back up. That's their only hope. But with this Tempest Dragon buff, I don't know how much longer they can hang on for.
It's 20 seconds on the dot. 4v3 on the line. They are trying to empty out the base here. CC going in for a 1v3. Say Sanctuary already popped by his side. He doesn't have the Destiny. Does swap it in time. Right now, minions are marching in. Crystal is exposed. GK out of a 28-minute game. They managed to clutch it and forbid the comeback from Dead MT.
GK Esports, congratulations as they will make it to the top 8. They were able to overcome, but man, that was tough. Team Nemesis came to play. That was definitely the longest game that I've seen, at least for today. We're going to have to check the stats to see if it's been throughout, but man, that was a banger.
It was indeed a banger here. Up to the very last moment, DMT by Nemesis, they managed to pull all strings, and they didn't want to give any single chance, but Gem, he stood up. He found the 1v1 moment. He sent TNX back to the drawing board.
There were so many moments where either of the teams could have won. They had, like, Team Nemesis won some of the team fights, but then they didn't have enough of the cores to take down minions and to continue on with that push. So, like, the way that they were able to kind of dismantle these, but just more props to GK Esports on this win.
Who would have said that GK Esports was gonna need almost 30 minutes to take this whole game? Ups and downs. Team Nemesis wanted to take it, but it was GK Esports, the one that are going to seal their ticket as the top 8 of our KWC 2026.
All right, I'm going to say it on behalf of GK Esports. GG huh? No, 28 minutes? No, definitely not. Let's be very honest. That was a crazy game, very back and forth one, and I'm sure both of these teams are completely tired after that
I mean, it's a salty one for the side of TNX because he's been teammates with both Guiyu and also Shisan back in DMT and back in Team Secret here. So he's like, man, my performance was so good and still couldn't win.
He was like 9-1 and like 5. Well, 9-1. Yeah, call it please, right? But he ended up being 11-6-6. There was that one moment, that very end, where he gets picked off. That changed the entire dynamic of the fight.
Well, let's talk KDA, right? Like, we're gonna just focus on the numbers. Look at the 0-28 coming in from Trua.
That was a moment later on in the replay where he was 5% health. He held on to his ultimate.
Yeah.
Still didn't want to use the flash.
Yeah. He's going to save it maybe for the next game. I don't know. That's my thought process. But going into this gold graph, I mean, it was completely in favor of GK Esports, let's be honest. But man, like in the very, very end, like Team Nemesis did everything they could to kind of come back in this one.
Wow, it was just such an amazing and very interesting game, right? Like the Team Nemesis showed us that they were really close just to make it over there. They're gonna move into the lower bracket. They're still not disqualified, right? They're still part of our tournament, and it's gonna be so hard in a couple days when they're back on stage.
And you just look at the damage output coming in from Shisan, 348,000 damage, and then CC 317,000 damage here. If we were to do a little bit of math, Overall damage coming from GK, I think it broke 1 million.
Yeah. Well, I don't have my abacus to confirm or
probably 1
deny
million,
that.
yeah.
But I do think it's close to that. But I mean, look, for as long as that game, 28 minutes and 35 seconds, like everybody's like 200,000 damage and up. I mean, this was a crazy game because some games don't even get one person with 200,000 damage.
Wow, it's just insane, right? It's just insane. It's just the best way how to finish this day one of the group stages, right? It's just the way that you want it to come. Like, come in. Everybody thought there was going to be a short game, and it went all the way till 30 minutes. Now, if we talk a little bit about Team Nemesis, when I was looking at the composition, I was not really sold it. In terms of like, all right, there's so many different heroes that you're trying to use to jump into the backlane, but into which backlane are you trying to jump?
I mean, like for me, it's about TNX, right? He's always looking to jump for the back line. He's always playing aggressively. That's the style that he likes. Give him a hero like Lam and you're going to see a performance like that. He's feast or famine. Sometimes he's amazing like you just saw in that game. Sometimes it's a bit of a dud, but this one was insane by TNX here.
Early game was mostly in control by the side of GK Esports here. They were trailing, they were finding so many pickoffs here like CC. He was going in like this and poof, you're gone.
Yeah. And this is a little bit early. He was not online.
Yeah.
He was forcing it back. And then, it did like struggle at that point. But he gets to that moment where, again, all we need to do is just buy time. We get our space. We will be fine in the end.
Like, give him gold, right? As long as you give him gold, he can actually flourish into a very, very strong pick. And these are the few early game moments. It's like, oh, it's going to be a fast game. GK is in total control. And then moments comes in where TNX finds the perfect flank, and we start coming into a tussle for the next upcoming 10 minutes where no one gets a decisive win.
Yeah, there was just team fight after team fight on this one. They were so close, and they would just cripple each other where they couldn't proceed to end the game. That was the craziest part where, again, like they win this one, and GK, you're like, oh, they're going to win this, but they actually could not. They had to go the distance.
This one right over here was insane. Just Joe comes in, and then Guiyu taking extremely low, and then he just proc his ulti.
The trigger discipline coming in from GK players is just wild, man. If that was me, maybe I put a pop like most of the spells here, but this is why they are pro players. And this is the final fight where Gem, the crucial pickoff on towards TNX, he bought the Frigid Charge and he caught TNX by surprise.
TNX was just trying to find the flank, right, to jump in and to contest that Tempest Dragon, but it was impossible for him. Well, what about if we go on stage to Guiyu and Mara that are going to talk to us a little bit about this last game. Mara?
We're here with Guiyu. Oh my goodness, that was such an intense game. 28 minutes and 35 seconds. And we also noticed your two opponents, TNX and CC, they constantly kept giving you guys pressure. Lam, direct counter to Agudo, Devara constantly doing 1v3. How were you able to stay so composed in such a high pressure 28-minute game?
28 minutes is very long, and we just always wait the right moment. Like if Agudo counter by Lam, we just wait that we have moment to 2v1 like this.
So you were really just picking the right moment, being patient, and waiting for the perfect time to attack. Now, we saw the game earlier. Match 1, it was a 2-0. This second match, another 2-0 for GK Esports. Is this the peak form of GK, or is there something, another level that you're waiting to show us?
Because we are the seeding team for Pool 1. I think we deserve we be the Pool 1 team.
You deserve to be number 1 in the pool. Now, all your fans for sure are really happy. Let's invite them to support you in the playoffs.
Thank you to our fans. Support us. We will be more stronger in playoff.
More stronger in the playoffs. That's definitely something we're going to wait for. It's going to be exciting. And now, we'll head back to the casters. Lead the Gorge.
GK Esports moves into the top 8. Up until right now, they have not even lost one small game. Great performances from them. Lads, it's been an amazing first day of the group stages. What have been the highlights for today?
I think that last one. I think that we're still kind of riding the
It's an easy one.
It's the easiest one. It was the last one. It was the best one in the end.
Well,
it's a good way to select your group representative to actually qualify for the first slot, right?
Yeah, of course.
And if you want seat 1, that's what you have to go through. And this is the updated bracket coming in from Group B.
Yeah, Group B here. I mean, Aurora Gaming 2-0 over Titan Esports, Rock Esports 2-1 over Influence Rage. That was also a great series. But as we go into the winners match, Rock Esports 2-1 over Aurora Gaming to make it to the playoffs.
I am a Rock Esports fan since their Nova edition, but I didn't expect this at all. And Rock Esports, they won Game 3 with style. And congratulations, they are marching to top 8 and they get to choose their opponents.
It's totally fine, man. I think that a lot of people were not expecting that result either, right? Like, let's look at Group D. Group D is just the one that we just end up watching. First, it was GK Esports 2-0 against D Cross Gaming. Boom Esports lost to the Team Nemesis 0-2, and then the game that you just watched, GK Esports 2-0 to Team Nemesis, going straight into the playoffs.
I mean, they look like 2-0s, but let me tell you, these series today were pretty fire. Everything was actually very competitive. Even that last one is not like a normal 2-0 there. That was crazy.
I think that was one of the most competitive games that we actually had on stage, where it was just so back and forth from like 16 minutes all the way to 28 minutes here. And then you compare Group B to Group D. Group D is all about 2-0s, 2-0s, 2-0s. Group B is about 2-1s, 2-1s, 2-1s. But then the game quality is really different. It's not to say that it's bad. It's much more competitive in Group D.
Yeah, I mean, if the game was like that last game, I want to see more 2-0s. I don't know. I know it doesn't sound smart, but that game was absolute fire.
Regardless of the result, I am just really looking forward to have the exact same amount of intensity, the same game style, the same amount of fights, and of course, those lovely plays. And I'm going to say goodbye for day 1. Day 1 is already past. Tomorrow, we're going to have the actions of Group A and Group C. But before we leave, I'm going to leave you with the Qiddiya plays of the day. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.